ladies, gents, you have yourselves an awesome day, and I shall see you tomorrow. Peace.
So.
Adios.
Save less, man. And watch out for zombies.
Yo, morning, everybody.
Hey, lad. How's it going?
Doing all right. Just woke up.
Are you not
That's,
working today?
no, got the day
Oh,
off. It was open.
nice. Good to see you.
Oh, things are good as well. Finally get to catch up on some sleep. I was just about to go talk to J Dog, but he left. I came in here expecting him to be blasting, but
No, it's pretty quiet. I think I missed it earlier, but apparently there was a discussion about ostrich farming, so that's the kind of day it is today.
that's pretty funny. I would like to participate in such a convo. Oh no, I think the curse has followed me. Last time I joined the room, everybody started leaving too. Oops. Let's see.
Hey, Bill. Good morning.
Oh, morning. I think he probably just woke up too. He's like, damn, you guys are talking to me already too.
Yeah, I guess it's earlier where you all are, but I get up pretty early anyway. So,
Yeah, I'm used to getting up this early, but it still hurts a little bit.
yeah, you're supposed to sleep in on your day off, right?
Yeah.
You just couldn't stay away though, right?
No, of course not. Yeah, this is so fun in here, I miss everybody. I miss getting yelled at and called dumb every day. Can't stay away.
Makes you feel alive, right?
Exactly, yeah. No, you're right. I feel like I could just do like a spicy chicken wing challenge or something to help me feel alive too, but you know what? This is just as good. Oh, sorry, let me see. Freaking autocorrect. Hey, what's up, guys? Um, Yeah, you good? Is that you saying hello? Couldn't really tell.
Nah, my fucking nose is blocked. I had to get it out. All right, what's going on in there? What do you guys on about?
Nothing. I just woke up not too long ago, so I just came in.
Shit, well, I'm about to go to sleep.
Oh, yikes!
Yeah,
You
I've
gonna
been playing
sleep?
Overwatch all night.
Overwatch. You played over the first one, second one?
Two
Yeah.
good at some games, but I'm about to quit soon. Once I get over my fucking issues, yeah, I'm gonna quit.
I haven't played games in a while. I only
Yeah,
play
yeah,
them like every once in a while now, so I don't play as much.
yeah. Nah, I've been gaming for like 11 years now. I'm trying to quit, but it's so hard. Like I tell myself every day, just today I'm gonna quit, and I just go back to it over and over. So it's
You
a
know,
bad addiction.
if you get a kid, that helps.
Oh no, I'm not having a kid anytime soon. I have fucking HIV, so there's no kid for me.
Okay,
I mean, do you
maybe
think it would be
figure
right
out.
for me to have kids with HIV?
This is an
Maybe.
excellent non sequitur. Now, can we get back to the ground?
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. We talk about flat Earth in here.
Flat Earth. All right,
There's
I'm listening. I don't know anything about the flat Earth, but I do believe the Earth may be flat or not. So I'll listen to you guys.
okay, yeah, for sure. So the only reason that we're in here is because we know that the Earth is flat based off how it measures. There's no curvature detected when we actually go out and try to measure the floor. So
So if the Earth is flat, what is underneath the Earth?
we have no idea. We
At
don't
the
even know
very
if there's
bottom.
an underneath.
Yeah, nobody here is claiming that Earth is an object in space. It's more like the floor of the universe.
Yeah, you think Earth is the floor of the universe?
Welcome to the ground. The lights in the sky that you see moving over your head are indeed over your head. Up is up and down is down for everybody. And nobody's walking upside down under your feet.
Well, I had a theory where like if you're in space, it doesn't matter where you're in space. You could be like upside down, and somebody
Yes.
else could be like standing up
Yeah,
straight.
that's
And
that's all a fairy tale. That's called science fiction.
that's science fiction. That's crazy.
It's crazy to believe in science fiction, I agree.
So if the Earth is flat and we dig like all the way down, like what would happen? Like what would be
You know,
the end?
you know how far people have dug? There's something called the cold super deep borehole. And I don't think they went further than like 7 miles down. You can't.
Mm.
Yeah, and isn't that coincidentally how deep we know the oceans to be? Ethergrass?
Yeah, something like that, I think. I'll check real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah, I think the Marianas Trench goes about that deep as well, supposedly.
Yeah, about 7 miles.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting coincidence.
And the super deep borehole is also at 7.6 miles. So yeah, that is an interesting coincidence. I reckon once things get that far down, it's just too dense. The equipment can't handle it. It'll overheat.
Oh, did he fall asleep? Yep,
Oh,
there he
he
goes.
left. I think it got too real. It wasn't a disc in space anymore.
Yeah. Oh, I found another cat PFP in here too. Oh, Mr. Real, are you there? Mr. Kitty.
Yeah, with a name like Trust Me, Bro. This is the place for him, right?
Sounds like the guy I was talking to yesterday.
Yeah, well,
Mr.
I'm not giving up
Astronaut
my
slash
cat
pilot.
PFP. I had a cat PFP long before I ever came in here, so
Oh no, you used to be a furry.
the cat guy
I
in
try
there.
and be. I used to judge everybody with a cat profile pic, and my son put his profile pic as a picture of a cat, which he did that after our cat passed away. And after that, I'm like,
Oh
oh
yeah.
man, some of these guys probably put their pet on there. They love the cat, and that's why it's there.
Well, I used to have a PFP of a handbag that looked like my cat. I have a cat, yes. But because I came on Discord for some groups like that, like some handbag fashion kind of groups. And so that's what I first had, and then it just kind of evolved from there. So I've changed it a few times, but I'm trying
The
to
jet cat's cool.
redeem the cat PFP.
Cats with a lightsaber, that's cool.
I don't know. Lots of furries with that cat.
Okay, if you associate with furries, I'm gonna have to change it.
I'm
Like
just kidding. Only because I know you're not one. So
I
I mean, I think.
I tell my dog that he's a furry all the time. Like, what are you up to, you fucking furry?
That's funny.
Yeah, and I wasn't always a cat person, I always had dogs. But when my last dog died, um, this cat basically showed up in my front yard, the cat distribution system. I always thought I'd never have cats. Then this one just adopted me, and so now I'm stuck with him, so there you go.
He knew that you had need of purification.
It's so bad. I love it. Yep, they are definitely a lot easier than dogs, though, but I do miss my dogs. So you've got a cool dog, Lats.
He's all right. Yeah, he got a little husky lab.
He's all right.
Yeah, he could be a butt sometimes, but yeah, he's pretty good.
That's pretty high-strung breeds that
Oh, I know.
combine. Yeah.
He's a butt.
Yeah. I think they all can do that. What's funnier is when the dog talks, so you'll try and tell them something, they start back talking you.
Yeah, yeah, he does that. I would try to imitate it, but yeah, it's embarrassing. But yeah, he does that.
Well, he's
I
part
swear.
husky, right?
Yeah.
So they're really
Mine too.
talkative. Oh, okay, yeah.
Hell
They're
yeah.
so funny.
Oh yeah, you know then. You know.
Highly intelligent, very inquisitive, and get bored easily.
Yeah, I tried to take him out the other day and he's like, "Mm." I'm like, bro, if you don't get your ass up here right now, you gotta go on a walk. You're gonna be crying at me later that we didn't go.
Does he have to wear boots? I would imagine with the sidewalk there in Vegas.
Oh, I just wait till it's nighttime when it's closer to dark, so it's not bad.
Ah,
Either go really early or really late.
yeah.
I just tell myself, if I can't stand on the floor in my bare feet, then I'm not taking him out. So
Fair enough. I have to keep an eye on this guy. He's huge. He's still a puppy, he ain't even one yet. And he's the biggest dog we have. But they really like running. Anyway, I digress.
yeah.
Somebody just joined in. Welcome. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, or if you've already been here, welcome back.
We have a
Yeah,
visitor
Jedi.
named Jetty, looks like.
Oh, that's
Jetty,
some
do you have any
dude.
questions for the room?
He's probably a Glober.
I'm presuming you're not talking to me because my name's fucking Jedi. Hi, how you
Sorry.
doing?
Welcome to the room, Jedi. How are you
Thank you
today?
very much. Yeah, doing really well. How you doing, guys? Hope you're all doing well.
Good to see you.
I'm shooting the
Anything
shit. Did you
exciting
catch
happening?
it? Nope.
Ugh. Right, I'll put on some coffee now.
Oh, and Old Haas is in here too. Long time no see.
Yay. I need
Hey.
coffee.
Let's see if we can find something exciting for us to read this morning.
Yeah, I haven't seen any posts from Crit lately. Is
Oh,
he
he
still
said he's gonna
doing
be on
his?
vacay.
Oh, is he? Okay. Oh, that's right. I
Yeah.
remember him mentioning that. He was having a pretty extended vacation too.
Yeah. You know, what a jerk just leaves us over here to go vacation it up. He's probably naked on a beach somewhere. He's getting grapes fed to him and martinis. Oh, you know what? I just read this article right now. It says USGS, which is the United States Geological Survey, and NASA are working together. Oh, you know what? That's interesting. You know what? That makes sense. This hyperspectral survey is one of the latest tools for a USGS mission that started in 1879, mapping the mineral resources of the United States. NASA flies the highest of all our cutting-edge Earth MRI surveys, which together show where to look for the minerals needed to drive the U.S. economy and national security, said USGS Director.
Wait, they're
The
claiming
six-
that satellites can detect mineral deposits through MRI processes?
That's what it says, MRI surveys. It says there was a, what is it, the
From that
16-year
distance?
partnership between the USGS and NASA has benefited both the space program through WGS mapping the moon for Apollo and Artemis missions, and had terrestrial benefits such as Landsat and these hyperspectral flights. They've been working together for a long time, it seems like. I didn't even know that. Interesting. I'm gonna post up this article. Anybody wants to read it? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, by the way. No references.
Oh, you didn't. I think I kind of interrupted you, actually.
Oh no, you're good. I think you started talking. I just kept on. Sorry, but yeah, I was just more interested about the partnership that they had. That was more interesting to me than the actual claim of MRIing the Earth. So they make weird claims all the time. So
So, how many miles away are most satellites claimed to be from the surface? Do you know that?
an average, I don't know. They claim to be all varying of heights. Let's see, average satellite height between 300 kilometers and 2,000 kilometers. So 180 to 1,200 miles. I think that's pretty big range. You could perform an MRI at that height? I couldn't tell you.
Oh, definitely. I totally believe that. That sounds very, very reasonable.
Maybe
You know,
take
when
your
you
cue
need
lead there.
MRI, you can just stand on this in a flat plane somewhere and wait for the satellite to go overhead.
Yeah, just blast you. Yeah. Yeah, Old Haas. I don't know if you guys have ever read the book Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, but that was the last book that I bought from Neil deGrasse Tyson when I was still a Glober.
You should have picked up a
Embarrassing.
primary physics book instead of pop science.
I know it was embarrassing, dude. Yeah, I know. I was
See what I
also
mean
into
about
Neil.
skipping the basics but then going for what? Narrative?
Yeah.
So you got lost out there, huh?
I sure did, yeah. I was
Yeah.
very into Neil back then.
Has basic physics been proven wrong? Nah. So you try to start there.
Oh, wow, that's disappointing. Thanks, Kathos.
A lot of interesting movies coming out this year. We have Disclosure Day, Masters of the Universe, bunch of satanic Azazel flattened reality movies. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the trailer for any of those.
And it's always the same group of people making these dumbass movies too. Have you ever looked into pre-Atlantean conceptions, like before the high priests start lying about the nature of the universe and Earth?
No.
Probably should.
What do you mean by Atlanteans? What do you mean by that?
Pre 4000 BC.
Okay.
So more speculation about the opinions of dead men's bones.
Well, who speculated the most on Earth and published their results? A certain group of people. No reason to believe you then.
Atlanteans?
No, the people who colonized most of the Earth and dictated the time zones and everything else.
Oh, me.
A certain group of people, not an individual.
Does
With
the end
an
of this
agenda, of course.
conversation end with down with Whitey?
No, why would you assume?
I'm just
Feeling
joking.
guilty.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. And it's all based on Babylonian math. That's the pathetic thing. So it's easy to structurally critique and analyze with an LLM. Big dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Hexadecimal, the way the time zones are designed, the Gregorian calendar.
The time zones are strictly political. They don't actually make any sense.
Yeah, they do. An LLM can make easy sense of them quick.
They don't line up
Where
with
the
the sun.
prime meridian is very political.
What you have to ask it is, how did these people create a Babylonian system using these things? And it'll tell you exactly how they did it. and why.
Go on then, tell us.
I want to post the screenshots. You want me to tell you? Because there's a sweet spot on Earth at the far junction off the coast of Africa. I think that's where Sheba's, like Queen of Sheba, her temple was, and the Abrahamic religion attempts to get back in there. So you can recurse your way in there, or you can work your way out towards God. They're recursing their way in there. That's why the Mecca's right there. Dead Sea, Jews. The Vatican is right there. You know anything about the far junction off the coast of Africa?
It rings a bell. It does ring a bell, but I can't place it at the moment. You talk about like an energy center or something.
Yeah, it's a triple conjunction of certain tectonic plates. Africa is sitting on the most massive one. And basically it's swirling into itself over time, if you look at the history of it. Perfect recursion, like the key to the abyss on Earth.
Okay.
And that is where the Great Rift Valley is, and that is where Mount Sinai is, right above it, where Moses claimed he did what he did. And he did split right where the split is. Double split it.
Is that also, is this fault line also underneath the split rock with water? Where the water came falling out when he split the rock?
When he claimed he used Aaron's rod to crack the rock open, that's on the other side of Mount Sinai. There's a left-hand side, right-hand side. That's where you start getting towards Iran, which is why they're up there. The Babylonian creation mythos is from the Lebanese mountains, arcing across the Ark of the Covenant, ha, over to the Zagros Mountains in Iran. That's the Babylonian creation mythos. So the Greater Israel Project that attempts to get that same land, they're completing the Ark, the Babylonian Ark, though.
Okay.
So once they complete it, really bad things happen on Earth, like the Bible said. So, Godspeed. The Babylonians tried the same thing too, is the funny part. And then last but not least, Plimpton 322 is what Skull and Bones 322 is all about. So that's also Babylonian. 1800s BC.
Sorry, you said BC at the end, did you?
Yep. That's when the Babylonians perfected the recursive math along the diagonal, known as the 47th problem of Euclid. Lucifer's sigil and all that stuff fit perfectly in it. So then that's how you know who's doing what. They try to work backwards against God along the diagonal.
Is that residual arising out of messing with phi ratios?
Yeah, you know all about it then.
Okay, yep, I know what you're talking about.
Yep. That's exactly what it is.
It's like 0.2 something.
Yeah, you basically go back and forth along the diagonal, like the checkered floor.
Oh yeah, it's recursive, right? It terminates eventually. Yeah. I got you.
So imagine that running from up into the far junction and down into something called Zeta Zero Reticuli, Mr. Bob Lazar. And then you see the up and the down twirling through Earth. Through the zodiac gates, of course. NASA data supports it, funny enough. So if you want to have some fun with LLM, you can work it out for yourself. I'll give you the top half. Scutum, the constellation. Run a beam through there, straight through the far junction down to Zeta Reticuli, and you'll see something. I'm guessing that's what disclosure date and all this nonsense is to get in front of it, because people are figuring it out with the LLM again. The Atlanteans knew about that, of course.
Dude, man, that residual's like the key to freaking life on a fractal reality.
Jack Parsons' Key to the Abyss. That residual gets you. It's not going to save you, it'll get you, though. Hail Mary, Psych 16, Mission to Mars, da 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 da.
Yo, Cathos, you're so funny. I was laughing so hard. What you put? Uh, you guys are so funny. Oh, dude, I fell asleep in this room, by the way, yesterday. Thank goodness I had my mic closed. Just in time to log out. I was gonna go ask Newt what he thinks the stars are. But he dipped. I know I'm guessing he was like a big alien dude. He posted up some TV show. I mean, I guess that actress is kind of. Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say she's kind of cute, but then I saw her face. She got those crazy eyes. Hey, what up? Oh, it's J Dog. What's up, dude?
What's up?
You got anything new for us?
The Earth is a spinning ball moving through an endless void. No,
Same
not
old, same
really.
old. Okay. So what's keeping you on the ball, bro? Because you come in here all the time.
I like coming in here just because I like listening the conversations, just hearing people debate things and whatnot. What's keeping me on the ball? I truly think that one of the things that keeps me on the ball is that I don't have as much distrust in society and people in general as flat earthers do. I'm completely with probably the majority of you, if not basically all of you guys, in terms of my doubt in the government, not just the U.S. government, but just many world leaders in general. I'm with you on that. It's just I'm not. It's for me. It takes my doubt in like human beings' own integrity and intelligence for me to believe that the Earth is flat. Because yeah, no, I haven't been to space or anything like that, but It's really just all the humans that would have to be involved. And I've heard the conversations about only a few people would actually have to know the secret, but I just don't think that's the case. Um, especially with like the amount of whistleblowers that I feel like we would see. I do look for this stuff occasionally. Like I'm around these communities obviously, so I am aware of these things to some degree. And it's just I haven't been convinced by any of it. And just the sheer amount of people that I feel like are competent in their fields, and the inconsistencies that would come about if they were to compare to like what a flat Earth would be, then it just doesn't make sense to me personally.
So it's just the lie too big.
It's not just a lie. I mean, yeah, that's a very simple way to put it. But once again, and I know I always bring up like LIGO. People will say they know more about LIGO than the people that work there, but I think that's just not true. Like the people who work at LIGO, regardless of how compromised and loyal they may be to their people, they're the ones working with physical equipment there, right? Like, and it just that's just one group of people that are working on their own little thing. Um,
Have you
it's just way
ever
too much.
tried to test it for yourself?
In what regard? Like a laser over a lake?
Yeah, or just you can just go find a lake and stand like a 10-mile lake and stand at one end and have your friend stand at the other end with a mirror, like one of those big door mirrors that you
So
can get, and see if he can flash the light back at you. And if you can see him, then there is no curvature at the rate we're told.
so the thing with the lake stuff, and I know I've seen a lot of these now, and they are like convincing. And I'll be honest, like when I first came across this and didn't understand a
Well,
lot of
well,
it,
no, I'm just asking you if you've tried it.
have I tried it? No,
Okay,
I've
can I
not.
ask you why not?
Why not? Because I just haven't put it. I
Okay,
haven't
so you
thought of
you're
doing it. I
not
don't care enough
really
to do it.
interested in testing it. You just want to go with what feels comfortable to you.
What? Come on, I'm trying to have a reasonable conversation with Lats, and then you're putting words in my mouth here. Like, can I
I didn't
share
put
what
any words in your mouth. You just said you
you?
haven't tested it, and I'm
I
saying so.
I
This is
did,
what
and
it sounds.
you're drawing a conclusion about my feelings on it, which is untrue. But no,
Well,
I
I
didn't.
just think
I'm
that
trying to be
if you
honest
were
here.
sincere, you would go out and do it yourself, right?
All right, I don't feel like having a conversation if you're just going to be rude to me.
I'm not being rude to you.
No, she wasn't being rude to you. No, I think you've been a bit too sensitive there.
Yeah,
That's a
I think
To
you're
say
overreacting a
normal
bit.
discourse. That was
to say
normal
that someone's
discourse.
not being
Let's
sincere.
not argue about it. It was normal discourse. Okay, maybe you're feeling a little bit inadequate because you haven't checked. That's fine, but she wasn't being rude. Please, let's not go down there. Come on
You
now.
understand that certain words, like saying that someone's being insincere, is not a good thing to say in any regard, right? And saying that I'm feeling
Okay,
inadequate.
okay, okay,
Vin,
okay. The
just be like,
insincere
I'm not
word.
trying to fight
Okay,
with people. I was trying to have a reasonable
okay.
conversation.
Well, you
I
don't
don't
need to
feel
be
like
so
being.
defensive.
I
I
don't
mean, I'm just asking if you've done this, and if you haven't, why not?
I'm telling you that I'm not going to talk to someone who's just going to be rude to me, though. That's the point. You
I'm
guys
not
have
being
to
rude to you at
I'm not.
all. You're being a
A
baby
little
about
bit
this.
oversensitive there, but okay, okay. I'll ask you. I'll ask you.
Wow.
Why haven't you done that though? I mean, why won't you go and do that?
Because I just, he doesn't like being exposed, and so he's going to cry about it, right?
Yeah, maybe let's not go down that road as he's emotionally upset at the moment. But the question is
You
this:
see what I'm
why?
talking about, though? Like, if you're going to say you're going to cry about it, do you think you're going to get like a good conversation out of that person? Are you looking
No,
to
no.
have
Okay,
like
look.
a?
We deal with some
So
people who are
that's the point
emotionally
I'm
more
making,
mature than you,
right?
and
So
so
you
it's
guys
not an
can just
issue,
enjoy
right?
your day.
Okay. Well, on
Okay.
behalf of the server, I'll extend an apology to you because obviously you want to be discourse and amicable. That's fine. I can take responsibility for that. Look, all I want to know is why. What's your motivation for going to check it? What would be your motivation to go and check? That's it. Go ahead. No answer?
No, I think he said it was done.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Fine. But yeah, so the end result is at least he knows, J Dog knows that it's going to be up to him to prove whether or not the Earth's a globe. He hasn't done that yet. That's a fact.
Well, and the
Otherwise, we'd be.
irony is I've seen him mock specific flat earthers, ad
Mm.
infinitum. So he's a huge hypocrite. But that's okay. We're used to that.
Yeah,
Let me
no,
see
let
it.
me just get the integrity of his situation out so people fully understand it, especially those who are listening. When you haven't checked that the Earth is a globe, that means you don't know you're on a globe, first and foremost. And then if you're not going to go and check whether it's a globe or not, then you're in a weak position. That's it. So it's all on his the ball is in his court. It's up to him whether he goes to check or not. That's the integrity of his situation. He won't know till he puts his boots on the ground, gets some equipment, makes some inroads into that. There's nothing we can do. We've taken the numbers, we've tried to validate those numbers. We're finding constant horizontality everywhere, extended horizontality all over the place. So, and we're bringing you those findings. It's up to you guys to go check it. That's all you got to do. Yes. Sit. Good luck. J Dog, good luck on your endeavors. We wish you the best. And when you find out, you come back and tell us, you know what, you guys were right. Say, yeah, that's right. We were trying to tell you. There you go.
Yeah, Jada, there's never a lie that's too big, right? Because at one point, everybody thought cigarettes was good for them. Doesn't
That's
mean that
true. Yeah.
necessarily that they are. So
I'm glad you said that. The horrifying shock to me was the dentists and the doctors were promoting smoking cigarettes. You'd have a famous doctor saying, I smoke Camel. And when I was growing up as a kid, we used to say Camel shit because they were the worst stinking cigarettes of all the group of cigarettes. Camel. We used to say Camel dung. That's what we used to say. Wow. And yeah, in the
There's an
70s.
old commercial where they use the Flintstones to advertise cigarettes.
oh wow, I've never actually seen that before. That's crazy.
Yeah. Shocking.
But yeah, the whole world could believe one specific thing doesn't make it true. So in this case with the globe, it's because everybody thinks it's a globe. You know, there's no way. Because even the people that work there, they could also believe it's a globe because they've never checked.
Exactly. Exactly
I mean,
that.
with
Yeah.
NASA. Anyway.
I'm sure they've said to you, you're going against all the scientists and all. So you're saying that everybody out there is wrong. Yeah, that's correct. Those who haven't checked, of course, they're the ones who are wrong. That includes you. Yeah, because you haven't checked it. How can you say I'm wrong when you haven't even checked for yourself? How does that make sense? How?
And
Yeah.
also, you know, they're willing to accept the belief that everyone once believed the earth was flat and they were all wrong, right? That used to be the dominant paradigm until fairly recently in human history. So they can accept that the whole world thought it was flat and then realized they were wrong and switched to the globe, but they can't comprehend that people could all be wrong about the globe and it's actually flat. So it's kind of contradictory.
That's right.
We,
Over fences. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny,
Wow.
isn't it?
Dude, look at that picture in the side chat. That's crazy.
Let's have a look. Yeah.
I used to love
Yeah.
watching that show.
Can you imagine that? That the Fred Flintstones, yeah. But they also did, whilst they're showing you that one, they also covered the flat Earth, by the way, as well. In the Flintstones, they covered the flat Earth in that one. It's a flat, it's a rounder. It's a flat, it's a rounder. You know, it's really good. They covered flat Earth as well. Of course, they were ridiculing it, but there you are. Fred Flintstone, Barney Rubble, and Dino. Oh, the dog. Yeah.
Wait, did the Jetsons actually travel back in time to go meet the Flintstones or what?
Oh, I'm not sure about that one. I vaguely remember seeing something like that years ago. Spacely sprockets and all that lot. Yeah, that was funny. The Jetsons.
There's an internet conspiracy theory where they act like they're living at the same time and in the same universe, and that movie debunks that because I think they do go back in time.
Maybe it's like Hunger Games, you know, and the
Yeah.
Flintstones were living in the outskirts.
You got the wealthy elite.
yeah.
They're up in the clouds.
Oh, that's messed up.
It's and they got all these references to modern times because it's a post-apocalypse world with the Flintstones. They were knocked back to the Stone Age, is the theory. I think these movies debunk that, though. I think they actually do travel through time. I'm not going to watch them to find out, though. Sorry about my
Oh, it
dog.
makes for a little bit of light entertainment anyway. And then you're looking back at what you used to watch as a kid and what was your frame of mind like back then. You know, it's all good therapy. I like going back in time and that and watching the old programs I used to watch. Yeah.
I did go back and download the episode of the Flintstones where they mentioned Flat Earth, though. They're traveling through
thank
time
you.
with that, and they go on Christopher Columbus's ship.
Yeah, that's right. You see? I did that as well many years ago, but I did it, yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I wonder how far back the indoctrination goes in the form of media, like cartoons for kids and such. I wonder what some of the earliest references are there.
It goes back
One of
into
the
the
very old-
60s and before that, by the way. It goes right back.
One of the oldest films ever made was called A Trip to the Moon.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've
Yeah.
seen that. I watched that in my film theory class.
Yeah, in 66 years and 6 months, I think to the day was the first Apollo man mission.
Oh, after the film was released?
Yeah, not even
Yeah.
joking.
Oh, that's
Wow.
isn't that
Yeah.
perfect?
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
look it up right now. Let's do this because we did this live a few years ago. I want to do it again just to make sure.
Yeah, numerology there coming in again.
Yeah, so somebody find when A Trip to the Moon came out. Post it in the chat, and somebody go look at the Apollo moon mission.
Yeah, the Apollo moon mission was July 16th, 1999, I think it was. That's when they took off. I think, if I'm right. And I
Did
think they
Mr.
landed
Rogers
July
say
20th
anything
or
about
something
flat
like that.
Earth?
Sorry?
I'll say, did Mr. Rogers ever say anything about flat Earth?
Oh, you mean Buck Rogers?
No. Oh, I don't know his first name. There's a guy with the red sweater.
Oh,
I
Mr.
used to watch
Rogers.
more. Yeah, Mr.
Mr.
Rogers.
Rogers.
Yeah.
I don't know that, yeah.
Wait, what did
I
I
know
what did
Buck
I
Rogers.
say?
I think
I
you
know
said
Buck Rogers.
you said Mr. Rogers, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, dude, that's something else. Oops.
No, I understand that Buck Rogers is the name that I know. Buck Rogers. I
No,
think
he's
it's the same
talking about
American.
Mr. Rogers, like that show for kids, Mr. Rogers'
Yeah.
Neighborhood. The guy with the
Oh,
fish tank and the cardigan.
yeah, vaguely again, because that's an American
Okay.
one that we didn't
Yeah,
have.
it's an
Remember, I
American.
grew up in Britain, you see, so that
Oh,
one,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
vaguely remember that. Vaguely. I remember Buck Rogers, though. From the space rocket and that, and going to space. Yeah, there was that
Oh,
one,
this
wasn't it?
dude.
Buck Rogers. That was an
Yeah,
American one.
that's even older. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think.
that's right. That's even older, isn't it? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if how far back it goes, like this idea of the spherical Earth being pushed in kids' cartoons and such.
Mr. Magoo pushed it. They all pushed it, didn't they? Mr. Magoo. What else? Where else? How far back can I go? Yeah.
That's some interesting timing there, Yoder.
Yeah. Lost in Space. Remember that one? Danger, danger.
It's funny. I looked up if Mr. Rogers was a flat earther, and I'm getting so many hits right now for anti-FE stuff.
Danger,
It
Well,
says
he was
Prince
a
today.
a pastor, right? He was a Christian.
Mhm.
But I don't know. I mean, he may have been born at a time where that was still acceptable, I guess. When it wasn't
Yeah.
so mainstream in Christianity to believe everything about this heliocentrism.
Oh my goodness, what is this? Sabine Hassenfelder.
Did you watch that video she put out about how the whole system is completely self-sustaining? It's too big to fail, the whole system around like astrophysics and such, that people just have to perpetuate the bullshit to keep, food on their tables, essentially. I'll post it for you. It's a good video if you haven't seen it. Yoder posted it initially, maybe, I don't know, a few weeks ago.
This is the first time I'm hearing about her. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen her videos before. I just happened to see this clip there, so that was funny. He says it's dangerous.
He's going based off of TikTok content and Facebook content on the subject, and maybe we could agree with that.
Oh my, bro!
Cartoon
Look what I just
earthers.
found. Look what I just found on Amazon. I'm looking up flat Earth on Google. Holy,
What's that?
it's a book.
Oh, now I see it.
For the people that are just listening, it says how to convince your stupid friend that Earth is flat. Wow. I'm just kind of curious what proofs they have in there because they said they have 23 flat Earth proofs. This book actually might be legit now that I'm thinking about it. I didn't even read the damn thing. It's $1.
You got to buy it in the interest of research. Oh, I posted the other link for you, Lats. But
Oh, did you? Oh, thank you so much.
yeah, it's definitely worth watching. Although, I'm not a fan of hers, but she points out a lot of problems with academia that we're all well aware of. As far as her saying like flat Earth is dangerous, you're going to hear that. I mean, we hear that, but that's the tack they're going to have to take, right?
Yeah, I remember this woman. Yeah, and I didn't like her from the minute I heard her voice. Anyway, and the fact that she's saying flat Earth is dangerous, to think like that, it's just ridiculous to make that statement. We're all we've been indoctrinated, and now we're waking up from that, and now we're dangerous. No, that's just wrong. Clearly, she doesn't have our best interest at heart at all.
Oh my goodness. Book or review. Okay. It said this book is a satire of flat Earth. Please don't take it literally. Is your friend dummy round earther? You are wondering why? Buy this book for him and look at how he becomes truly flat earther. He will love flat earth theory as I do. The book was written with love. 23 proofs that will convince everyone from Einstein to your roommate.
Yeah.
In this
Maybe
book,
not
I
use
will
the
tell
word
you how
theory,
rich
though,
people
yeah?
feel.
Flat Earth theory. Yeah, not the word theory off because it's not a theory.
It says, I will tell you how rich people steal money from us by building crap called rockets. Flat Earth is not a theory.
There you
Flat
go.
Earth is a lifestyle. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's nice.
What the hell? I kind of want to see what the proofs are now. Damn, I really don't want to buy this stupid book, though. Let me see if I can find the PDF somewhere. Copy. Okay.
Yeah, it's nice to have a flat Earth lifestyle. Yeah. Globe Earth lifestyle is all wrong, isn't it? It's fake. You're not living. You're pretending every day.
Oh, they actually okay. I found it. Awesome. Okay, freaking awesome. Wait, I think. Oh, never mind. 23. Yeah, no, these are just 23 common ones. Never mind. The horizon always appears flat. Oh, these are flat Earth arguments. Okay. Water always finds its level. No noticeable curve. Buildings don't tilt. Lack
Yeah.
of feel. The sun is close and small. Perspective over curvature. Antarctica is an ice wall. Okay, that one's ass. No one falls off. That one's ass too. The ISS is fake. That one's also ass. NASA lies.
Where are you
Curvature
reading this from?
calculation math. Oh, just from Google.
Is it from that book or is it just a generic list?
Oh, this generic list. I
Oh,
was
okay.
looking at the source for it. It's just whatever. I thought it was from the book.
Yeah. I like the buildings don't tilt. I think that's really funny.
Yeah.
Because they would, wouldn't they, really?
Yeah.
They'd all be moving
Yeah.
away from each other. Yeah, of course. Fanning out. Yeah.
Let's see. What was that? Oh, curvature calculation math. The expected curve does not match or observation. Photos are CGI. Horizon at eye level. Stars don't change properly. Sunbeams point down. I don't know what that means.
There's a lot of bad
Airplane flight.
arguments there. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you. Lat says he has a call, so he'll be back.
Alrighty. Sorry about that.
So were there more bad arguments on that list?
I don't even know where I left off, to be honest. Let me see. Sunbeams point down is the last thing I read. Airplane flight paths. The moon is self-illuminated. Water above/below. No photos of the whole edge. What? Do we have any pictures of a partial edge? What the heck? Gyroscopes don't detect rotation. Well, it definitely detects some drift. The spotlight sunset. The why question. Why lie? Yeah, that's the Potter's argument list, I guess. Doesn't mention anything about measurements, unfortunately. Wait, what? Funny flat Earth birthday gifts? What? They have a Gleason's map PDF. The Earth is flat mug. Flat Earth, of course, Flat Earth Society gag journal.
Grifter.
Antarctica. Yeah. The Antarctica ice wall art. Read your Bible shirt, referring to the firmament. Funny birthday card featuring not a globe. Nice. You know what? Actually, let me see if I can find some funny flat Earth stuff on Etsy real quick. What they have like putting on my shirt right now? I'm like, why the hell is this shirt so huge? I got this for my birthday like 2 years ago. It's a freaking vegetable. I'm sorry. Let's see. Flat Earth. What? Over 6,000 reviews on this thing? No freaking way. It's a flat Earth sun catcher.
What is a what is a flat Earth sun catcher?
I'm gonna post it up right now.
Does it catch all the bad globe dreams? Okay. Oh no,
I
that's
know
a
it,
dream
looks
catcher.
it looks kind
I
of
don't-
cool, but damn, what the heck? $30 for that thing.
More propaganda. The disc in space with the water pouring over the edges.
One second, let's see if I can find some more stuff on here. Get ready for my day real quick.
Your mic just got bad, Lats.
Ooh, sorry. Ugh, I feel like a girl right now. I just keep changing my freaking shirt because the shirt was freaking too big. I was like swimming in it. Okay. Let's see, what else do they have? Damn, I cannot believe people buy this stuff. There's more for you guys to look at. It's funny. I didn't realize there's so much merch out there for Fridays.
Could someone unban me from text chat, please?
Damn, they even have a huge Gleason's for $177. Thing's huge. Wait, who's asking for an unbanned text chat? Sorry. I missed it. Neat over here in the side chat talking about how you deciphered the. What is that movie? Shit, I forget the name of that movie now with freaking Ghost Rider. Was it the Da Vinci Code? No. National Treasure, that's the one.
I unmuted you or unhushed you, Lotrek, in the text.
Please tell me you grown men don't actually believe in this childish, idiotic
Wait,
conspiracy.
hold on, bro. Wait, why is the child so idiotic?
Because it's a scientific fact. So apparently, according to you guys, all of scientists since the 1800s have been wrong about this. You guys are smart.
Which scientists know?
Multiple scientists have
Like, yeah,
studied
like which one?
astrology, and then
Well, we
You
know it's
mean
not
astronomy?
astrology. So that's
He means astronomy.
well, that's looking up, right? We're talking about the ground underneath our feet. Which scientists did that?
So pictures from satellites, they're just fake, according to you guys?
Well, if the ground measures flat, then yeah.
Doesn't matter what's going on your screen if you go outside and the horizon remains horizontal.
Like you understand, right? Like if I tell you that there's a Ferrari in my driveway, get on my driveway, and the Ferrari's not there, then the picture is fake, right?
No, because what you guys do is you guys don't understand the complexity.
Sounds like something a bigot would say.
No, but you guys don't, though. You guys don't understand at all
You've already made up your mind of what you think of people that you've never met, so I know all I need to know about you.
Wait, what complexities are you talking about? Like, it sounds like you understand the complexities.
complexity of the globe and curvature, and it's big, it's huge.
You think we don't understand it? You think we didn't have the same or better education than you and the same stuff?
I'm saying your misinterpretation, maybe. I don't know, because it's
No, that's not what happened. We believed the same way you did, but one day we sought to find evidence for all those claims we'd been fed. And that's why we are no longer globe believers.
What's the evidence for it?
There is no evidence for the globe. That's the problem. There's
So
no
what's the evidence
surface
for the flat
curvature.
Earth?
There's no surface curvature detectable anywhere.
That's false, because there is.
Okay, cool. You can say that. Now, can you prove it? See, we thought there was too, and then we looked for it.
Like it or not, you're already a flat earther. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Welcome to the room. If anyone has any questions or wants to defend the globe or has some evidence for the heliocentric paradigm, we'd love to hear it. Please feel free to unmute and say hello.
You guys playing the quiet game again? See. All this silence could be getting filled with globe empirical evidence, but unfortunately there is none of that. Anyway.
Hey, Dave. Good to see you.
Hello, over fences. How's it going?
It's going well. I just wondered how things are going for you. How's your health? Still good?
Yeah, I don't want to talk a whole lot about it, but I'm going through some stuff, but I'm okay.
All right. Well, I'll keep you in my prayers.
I appreciate the kind words, but I don't really want to
Yeah,
discuss
no,
my personal stuff, you know.
no, I don't want you to either. I just wanted to see how it was going. So
Well, I appreciate you saying that, though. It's all good.
yeah, and I appreciate your service to the dead air.
Thank you. I do what I can. I work too much when I'm healthy enough to do it, so I don't have a whole lot of time to do all the research and then talking to these guys like you guys do. But I do what I can, you know.
Yeah, you provide a valuable service, so we appreciate you.
I've been listening the last couple of days. Y'all have had some real winners in here. Unfortunately, the typical globe believers that don't even want to go below the surface level and even accept reality is, you know what I mean. These people are so deluded. It's unfortunate for some of them, but anyway. Truth is the truth. It's not our fault. It is what it is, you know. I mean, people can either accept that or deny it.
I found some more cool Flat Earth merch, by the way.
All right.
You want to take a look at this stuff? It's so funny. Sorry, I spammed the chat there for a little bit. If anybody wants some Flat Earth merch, it's in the Etsy store.
All right. Can you prove there's a firmament? You got your evidence for the firmament?
Well, I don't know if it's the firmament, but I know we have to be contained.
So shirts just say container.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding.
These shirts are pretty cheap. So I'm not gonna lie. A lot of this stuff is from Flat Earth Society. Holy, can't speak English today. But yeah, I posted up a lot of merch up higher if you want to take a look at it as well. There's some
I like that.
books.
I like that. Do I look flat one? That's hilarious.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. It's only $16, probably 20 after shipping.
That looks like a dodo bird pendant.
Dude, people actually buy this stuff. It's insane. They have like reviews.
Got the IE map on the pendant. I like that. Even though we don't claim the IE map. Disclaimer. At least I don't. Most of us here don't. We don't know the entirety of whatever this is. Because we have not explored it. We don't have proper information to base that information on. Y'all know what I mean. Just look through the panel. I don't see any new people. Do y'all? If anybody's new who wants to say something, go ahead.
We got Floundering. You guys cool if I unmute him? It's a new day. We could talk to him.
I don't remember him. Maybe he's got something new.
Yeah, if you want to talk to him, you're more than welcome to as well. Nobody wants to
Hello,
account for about. Let me unmute him real quick. There you go. You're unmuted.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Floundering. Hope you're having a good day.
I'm driving to work. It just started.
Fair enough. Make sure you obey all traffic laws and operate your motor vehicle safely.
Yeah, I can do this 99% hands-free. Very convenient.
Okay. You can drive hands-free. That's good. Come in.
I mean, I can use Discord. I can use Discord in my car hands-free.
Hey, you might have an automatic driving car. Oh, Dave left. Oh, maybe I got disconnected. Oh well. So what you got for us today, Floundering?
A big, beautiful, round planet.
What's keeping you on the ball?
I've always got my eye on the ball. I'm a team player.
What's never been observed or measured?
I'm putting balls in baskets and I'm scoring points for the team.
Oh yeah, that could be basketball. Yeah, that's fine. Basketball's real. Definitely not a spherical Earth, geoid, oblate spheroid,
It could
sphere.
be a
None of
cube.
those.
It could be a cube, though, right?
Uh, could be. Yeah, it could be a lot of stuff. Yeah, it could be living on a giant skin flake on the back of Santa Claus, for all we know.
Santa Claus Earth.
Yeah.
That's a pretty creative imagination there, lads. Did you make that up on the spot?
Yeah, I did actually.
Skin flake on Santa Claus. I have to remember that.
Saint Nick planet. That's where we are.
Yeah, it could be. There's no bounds that anybody's ever verified, so
Yeah, generally speaking, it's kind of presumptuous for human beings to act like that they can explain the entirety of being on a ball and being in a universe and stuff. That's kind of presumptuous, don't you think?
No.
Well, just because they got telescopes, they figured out everything. Is that what you think?
I think nature has a pretty reliable uniformity, and we can make predictions and we can make models and test them.
That's fair enough. Stuff we can test, I'm not arguing about. But I'm talking about stuff in the sky.
you don't need a model though to determine if a stop sign is flat, though, right?
Well, Earth's not an octagon.
I'm just giving an example of some flat things, like a
I
TV.
guess it could be. I guess it could be. Or an octopus. Earth could be an octopus.
Well, there would have to be measurable curvature because octopuses are curving. Octopuses? Octopusi? Octopussy? I don't know.
Oh, no, not octopusy.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
That was a good James Bond movie.
That's it. Yeah, it's James Bond.
Thank you, over fences.
Which one was it where he was getting chased through the fake moon landing set? What was that one
Is
called?
that Moonraker?
Moonraker, yeah.
They make that reference a lot. I know they've done that in Family Guy too. Yeah, like a fake moon landing set.
If Earth were flat as a pancake, I'd be able to put it on my skillet and make flapjacks, but I can't, so the Earth is a ball.
You observe the horizon to be horizontal.
Damn, Discord's dropping me like Neil deGrasse drops a microphone. Am I back?
Yeah, man. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Sorry for the late response. I was typing something.
Anybody else having Discord issues? It just me.
Not today, so far anyway. But Discord's like that. It's always doing stupid crap. Maybe they're fixing something today.
You know that's gravity when Neil dropped that microphone, right? AG.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure you got the message from him. Because he's a real scientist and he was proving gravity there.
Yeah, man, that was one hell of a scientific demonstration. Got me convinced.
Yeah, he had the independent variable and all that stuff, didn't he?
Kids should take notes.
Alrighty, I'm back. What did I miss? I'm so
You
quiet.
missed several moments. You missed several moments of silence, and you go back and listen to it again.
Okay, sounds good.
You gotta love the sound of silence. That's what Simon and Garfunkel said, right?
It's not bad sometimes. I take my daily commute as well, so it's nice to hear something. What did we leave off with floundering? What did he say last? I forgot. Something. Oh, that's right. The octopuses. Octopuses. I
Octopi.
remember now. Octopi.
Pie.
Okay, thank you.
8 pies.
Dang it.
Yo, I like pie. Pie's good.
I do like pie too.
I won a pie in high school because I memorized most numbers of pi.
That's what I was
How
going to
many
ask you.
digits?
You
How
talking
can
about
you
the
memorize
3.14?
most numbers when it's infinite?
I memorized the most numbers of pi.
Because out of like all your other classmates or whatever.
Because then I memorized more than my schoolmates.
Do you remember how many digits you memorized?
Yeah, and it was like 76, 77.
Oh wow, that's pretty good.
But, well, no, I mean, not now. Now people have thousands memorized. But I'm not autistic or anything. I don't have any superpowers that let me memorize any more than
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good example of the kind of like absolutely useless things that are pressed upon us
I
as
don't know.
important in school, you know?
Exactly. Over Just how many times has anybody used algebra in real life? Me, never. But maybe somebody had.
that. I have several good friends who are metrologists and engineers, and they use math every day. So good for them, I guess. I'm glad I
Yeah,
don't have to.
people use math, but they don't need to memorize it anymore. I mean, it's all you don't need to remember your formulas or anything.
Although math was invented by Muslims, so maybe we should just throw it all out, destroy it.
Yeah, you cut off. It sounded like you said math was invented to destroy it.
No, I said, well, math was discovered by Muslims, so maybe we should just throw it all out and destroy it.
That's a silly oversimplification.
Are you sure about that?
Highly oversimplified.
Bilbo Baggins said, "There's nothing wrong with living a simple life."
Einstein said that math doesn't refer to reality.
Well, he was right.
How 1 plus 1 can equal 1 sometimes.
See if I can find that quote.
I posted one that might be the one you were thinking of.
Yep, that's it. He concedes multiple times that his entire bendy, warpy space-time thing is a mathematical framework. You can use math for a lot of things. Like, we can come up with the math for how hard Superman has to slap a raw chicken in order for it to be fully cooked. That doesn't mean there's a Superman.
There's a guy with a YouTube channel that did cook a chicken by slapping it.
Yeah, that whole Superman slap chicken thing went viral for a while.
Yeah,
People
he made a machine that slaps chicken, and he cooked it by slapping it.
Yeah. But my point is, though the math might exist for that, that doesn't mean there's a Superman to do it.
But are you sure about that?
Fire.
Could you be wrong about everything you think you know?
Knowledge isn't and it can be tested and proven. I don't bore myself with sophistry.
Chuck Norris only has to look at the chicken, and it decides to cook itself.
So, floundering, why do you think it's a globe with no empirical evidence?
I presuppose a ball planet.
That's an honest answer. I appreciate that.
I have faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and I don't think that he would put me on a pancake.
Okay, but why would he put you on a ball?
Because spheres are cool.
What's cool about a sphere?
That it's uniform in all directions.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That's just kind of refreshing to talk to a globe believer and they don't actually try to talk about the bottom of the sun or boats going over the horizon or anything like that. I guess you've already tried that in here, huh?
We fundamentally disagree about the nature of what evidence is. So, yes, it is probably not going to be fruitful.
There you go.
Wait, what evidence did you have? We can go through them one at a time.
Well, no, this gentleman was right to say that I've been through the rigmarole of evidences, but we have a fundamental disagreement on what the nature of evidence even is. And so it's, unless we just decide to drop our respective definitions altogether and start from scratch, then the conversation is probably not going to be fruitful.
So you're saying we basically have different standards of evidence. Yours is much more loose, I guess.
We have different worldviews. We have different assumptions. We have different worldviews. And so unless
But
we're willing to
you got
decide to drop everything and agree on definitions in the first place, the conversation is not going to go anywhere. And I think that's true for all flat earth discussions.
that's true, but you at least accept that you got your worldview without getting any evidence for it. As not empirical evidence. You basically just got told a story and you believe it. Right?
Well, both things can be true. I could have evidence and also be told a story.
Can you give me an example of what constitutes evidence? For you.
No.
No, so okay. So you won't give us an example of what constitutes evidence for you. Okay, well.
I am not in a physical location conducive to a proper conversation of this magnitude.
That's understandable.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say you were not in a physical location. There was a long pause after you said that. I'm going to start laughing. But
I have to work for a living, and so
right.
If I were at home, then I might get into it, but
all right, we'll catch you in about 8 hours then when you get off.
It's none of your business when I get off, sir.
Well, you normally get on when I open up the room in about 10 hours, so.
I'm curious why you picked the name Floundering. Is there a reason?
Because I think it's a funny word.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I mean, I was hoping you weren't floundering through your life, Just kidding.
Yeah, I kind of make it up as I go along. It's worked out so far. I'm 30 years old, so.
Man, you sound pretty young for 30.
But when you think about it, most of us flounder from time to time, probably, if we're honest.
It gives a lot of other people the upper hand because they look at my name and they go, haha, look at you, you're floundering, get it? Because that's your name, you get it? So it gives people
You
a
know
free
what?
W, which is good. I'm a generous man.
You should double down and change your picture to Flounder from Little Mermaid.
No, I'm going to keep it as my dog.
Alrighty, well, it's been fun. I'll be back in about an hour, boys. And young lady.
Have a great day on the
Take
level
care.
plane of existence. Take care, Lex.
You too, guys.
hear about the guy that accidentally proved that the Earth was round?
Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Why is no one talking? Why are you people not speaking? I'm a fellow horizontal plane believer, and I'm looking to converse with some like-minded individuals.
Hello. I just can't like live with the fact that Jupiter and Saturn might be list lights in the sky. I can't. I don't know, man. Maybe Earth is flat, but I don't think Saturn and Jupiter are lights, man. Unless y'all can convince me otherwise, I don't know. Oh, when I come, more people come. Bye.
A NASA scientist molested me.
You liked it. And he's gone.
Maybe he did like it.
Yeah. Quiet day.
Well, it was busier a couple hours ago when they woke me up from a sleep while they're talking.
Any new developments as far as the book thievery goes?
Not that I'm aware of.
So there's a walking path and a big field out near my house. And in this field were massive trees, including one that looked like it could have been 1,000 years old. This really massive oak. It was gnarly, huge, still bearing leaves. And these trees are so big, forming a nice canopy You could go out, do picnics under, and they cut them all freaking down. They cut them all freaking down, and their plan is to flood the plain and turn it into a big pond. I'm
Bad.
like, how the hell did that get approved?
Yep. Sounds atrocious.
Dude, I kind of want to take pictures of this. I'm walking through it right now, and it's just unbelievable. All right, I'll take some pictures here. Hold on.
That's really upsetting when that happens.
All right, crop for privacy. Pictures don't even describe like the full extent of this.
Oh, that's absolutely devastating.
Dude, yeah, like these trees had
Sickening.
bases like several feet wide. Like we're talking trees like 4 or 5 stories tall.
So is this like an HOA thing? Like who owns that property?
I think it's deeded to an adjoining neighborhood to ours. So, and how this typically goes, and I've seen it happen before, they said that they also don't plan to build any more houses whatsoever.
Yeah.
And now I'm looking at all this below ground infrastructure piping they're putting up. And I'm like, oh, really? I guess that's just for the pond. I mean, no, at this point, it's a freaking lake. There's another field that used to be owned by a farmer on the other side of our neighborhood. Farmer sold it off. And the story goes is they're just going to develop it into more walking paths. But in comes a new, what looks like they're building a street. They've taken some earth movers and they've shored up and leveled off a very long street-wide path. And then they connected it to the dead end of another neighborhood.
Yeah, they're packing houses in like crazy here in Texas. It's like it's absolutely out of control. And
Yeah.
we already have water issues as it stands. And so they have all the homeowners have major water restrictions. You can only water your lawn like once a week, sometimes less. But there's no restrictions on all this new construction. They can water until the home sells. They can water every day. And there's no restrictions on commercial properties. But they're just mowing down the trees everywhere and doing the same kind of thing. It's unsustainable.
Let's see if I can get a picture of the cool gnarly tree that they took down. I took a picture of it a few years ago. AFK a second.
Well, I'm looking at a newly built subdivision on the map here. and they all have space-related names. There's gravity, moon shadow, luminosity.
If anyone is new to the room, feel free to open your mic and ask any questions about the room topic or offer any support for claims that the Earth is a sphere, if that's your position. Love to hear it.
I have some insight.
Go ahead, and I'll go next, bro.
Ball shape.
Okay.
Soccer ball.
Hey, Molassian, it's really hard to hear you. Can you turn your mic up or get closer to it or something?
How about now?
Oh, much better. Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for Floundering. I think he has something to say first.
Oh
Well,
no, he always has something to say, but it's not always worth hearing. So, feel free to go ahead.
all right. So the issue for me is not whether the Earth is round or sphere shaped or flat. The issue is the reasoning behind the idea of a mass delusion, the way you guys describe it.
Well, don't you think it would be important to figure out whether it is a sphere or not first before you try to investigate what a motivation might be?
Yes, of course it is, and I've done that. But
Okay. Can you that's
I come
that's
to the
great.
conclusion that if if there's a good reasoning behind it,
Uh-huh.
then there could be a case made for the flat Earth theory, because I think none of them are actually 100% proven or even
Okay.
proven.
Well, that
Well,
makes me think that you haven't actually investigated it very thoroughly yet.
yeah, those are two very different questions. And I told you earlier that I think it's a mass delusion. I'm
I
giving
wasn't
you
even here
my
earlier.
assessed motive.
I wasn't here earlier. I was talking to someone like a week ago or something. It wasn't. I
Oh,
don't think.
really? You weren't here? Okay. Well, somebody a few hours ago was asking about this.
All right.
So, okay.
What did you come? What was the conclusion of that conversation?
Well, I mean, yeah, I was asked to speculate on the motives. I said, well, I don't think this is a conspiracy theory. I think it has more to do with a mass delusion. People believe it and perpetuate their beliefs, but their beliefs are unjustified. Now, when it comes to assessing what the Earth is, that's a separate question than asking about this motive about how people think of it. So we point to observations and measurements. That's what
No, but
arbitrates.
here's
That's
the
what
deal.
arbitrates what the
Here's the
Earth
deal.
is.
What I
Not
think.
opinions.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, not opinions. What arbitrates this is what we can directly measure and observe.
Okay. So, but in that case, then what you're saying is it's not hard to prove that the Earth is flat, right?
It's not hard to prove that the Earth isn't a globe.
Yes, but that's another topic. I'm talking about whether we're gonna assess that it is the case 100% without doubt or not, and what if we can do that, then I'm gonna have different types of questions. But if it's not provable 100%, like
Yeah, well,
evidence based,
100% certainty. I can show you with 100% certainty that nobody has measured a globe, provided any measurements as such that can be validated.
absolutely, and I can grant you that. That's exactly what I think. That's my perspective. I think it's not been proven either way. So.
Oh, either way. That's a problem.
So the problem is, if we assume that the Earth is flat, then we have to address the idea of either it is extremely hard to confirm whether it's flat or round, or a bunch of people know this, a bunch of nations or like leaders of nations, those who explore, those who have space programs, know about this but are keeping it a secret. And then we have to go to the conspiracy theory as to why,
No,
how we come to
no,
be.
I don't care. I don't care about speculation.
But then you have to address why it is that so many people believe it's a globe, and how it comes to be that way, and
Yeah,
why
round and
there's
round we go. Well, yeah, you can't prove motive or intent. People do things without any reason whatsoever. People
would
lie and
you say
deceive themselves without motive, without reason, because they're compulsive. That's when
would
you
you
call that a
say
reason.
would you say, for example, programs such as NASA, would you say they know whether the Earth is round or flat without doubt, or that they are equally knowledgeable about this as you and I? What would you
Well,
say?
the question is who at NASA, right? We have to get down to the brass tacks. We're talking about individuals, because groups don't think, people do.
Absolutely.
Right.
So,
So
for example, leaders,
who would be in a position to know? I have no clue.
Yeah, but the most relevant figures within NASA, would you say they know for a fact or not?
I don't know. Maybe they're being gatekept by somebody else who does.
Okay, so but that's what I'm looking for. Is there a top guy who actually knows but is pushing against it?
I have no clue. I can point you to an interesting phone call that somebody in our community did. They were calling people from NASA and got in touch with the deputy director of the Hubble Space Telescope program. And over the course of the conversation, he revealed to the audience listening that he's never once observed direct primary evidence of Hubble Space Telescope data feeds, telemetry data, or anything. It's always been post-processed to give it to him secondhand. So he's not in a position to know.
Okay, but that still indicates that there's somebody who's not being honest. There's somebody who's using these tactics to push for this agenda.
Well, I don't know if they're trying to even push for this agenda specifically. What if their agenda, what if what they're pushing is entirely different from all this, but the consequence is something that we're picking up on? And one of many consequences. And so specifically what I mean by that is we've got a whole history of the space program being founded upon a big, gigantic propaganda psyop tool for the US president. That's what the history of the space program is. It's propaganda.
Yeah, sure, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, then, like you have different countries also within space programs as well, and they
Yeah,
for some
propaganda.
reason, yeah, exactly, they for some reason are in alignment with each other. You know, the idea of a round Earth, and it's been proven, and there's no doubt, there's no reason to doubt. My issue is, how come so many people went along with it?
Well, maybe they're not pushing a globe Earth deception. Maybe what they're pushing is technological advancement and achievements that don't really exist, which allows them to still believe the Earth is a globe and yet push fake space in front of everybody because it's about the technology and prestige. And they could still be secretly working on programs that would allow them to take full advantage of the outer space environment that they think exists and a globe that they think exists, which in reality don't.
Okay. Yeah, that's one perspective.
Yeah, like this is speculation. This is why it won't get you anywhere. So we turn to direct experience with measurements and observations.
Yeah,
Laser tests.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, it's an interesting topic.
Yeah, you got that right. That's why we're here every day. We take huge interest in this topic. You know, what's more is we can go back through time and we can read about how the globe was developed. And I really mean that, developed. So you know how it was developed, under what assumptions it was constructed out of how people perceive the night sky. And then you're starting to close a lot of loops. On one hand, you've got a lot of positive evidence where the Earth does not measure as the globe predicts. And on the other hand, you understand how the globe was constructed out of how people infer and interpret the night sky.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so we've got the strength of a positive claim on the other, and we've got a refutation of the counterclaim on the other. So both hands are holding powerful tools.
Sorry, bro. I have to get the charger. Okay, Yoder.
Yes, sir.
So, well, we didn't delve too deep into this, but again, can you repeat what you said? What you thought about the like? Is there? Do you think for the flat Earth, is there provable evidence like that confirms that without doubt, or is that?
Yeah.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this community started 10 years ago because that evidence was pouring in.
So, and okay, but why do you think? Why do you think the it's such a small minority in this community?
Well, because we were taught our entire lives that the Earth is a globe, it exists in a solar system. There's a lot of confirmation bias everywhere. I mean everywhere. A freaking moving truck drives by your house and it's got a globe on it. Turn on the TV for toilet paper ads. It's got a globe somewhere on it. And then you're told that flat earthers are freaking stupid, uneducated, and retarded. So you don't look into it. Yeah, and then there are people calling themselves flat earthers out there. Many, the vast majority of people who post stupid shit about flat earth. It doesn't even make sense to us.
Yeah, what we struggle with more than anything are people's cognitive and emotional and sociological biases. It doesn't have anything to do with evidence or experience, the belief in the globe. It has more to do with training, programming, and attachment. More like, or maybe even almost the subconscious level, where this is embedded in you since you're a child. But ultimately, your experience is completely different. That the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what everybody's experience is. So when the Earth is measured, it is indeed flat, planar in nature. And then you find out that everybody else, even the people that will tell you it's a globe, are using it, treating it, measuring it as a flat and stationary plane. So all the empirical evidence, including the measurements of the Earth, are of a flat Earth. the ball itself is only conceptual in nature, and it's purely mathematical, and it's something that you will only see on a screen or in a textbook, but never in real life.
Hey, Melassian, I was just kind of curious because you said you had investigated our claims and said that you felt that there was evidence for both sides, but you didn't really specify what evidence you thought existed.
Too.
We'll just assume he's thinking very deeply right now and not making a sandwich or something.
Or maybe a stiff drink.
Yeah, that would be more appropriate.
Yeah, what happened to floundering, by the way? I was only gone for like an hour. He got muted already.
You know why, right? He said someone at NASA molested him, and then he quit.
Oh my goodness gracious. Ah, why?
This is how they deal with it, guys. Like,
So what's going on here, y'all? It's good.
Nothing much. Just Earth is still flat. People are still in denial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a globe earther. You know, I think the Earth is a big circle, so I'm part of the problem. You know.
You don't mean a circle. You mean a sphere.
Yeah,
it's
sphere,
already off to a
circle.
bad
You know.
start. Circle like a flat round table. Gotcha.
It's all right, man. You're a grown man. You can believe whatever you like. You wouldn't have evidence though to back up that claim, though, right? Do you?
I took a picture of it.
From higher than
Somewhere.
the ISS?
Yeah, I paid. I was on Elon Musk's spaceship that went in space. I saw the Earth. It was a big globe, and I
No,
took a
you
picture of
didn't,
it.
and it doesn't go high enough anyway. So, can you just be cool and not lie? That'd be great.
Why you call me a liar?
Because you didn't see the Earth in its entirety from the height of anything that is commercially available to you.
You know that there's like public lists of
I
people
did.
that have left Earth, right? Do you have your name on that list since you left Earth? Can we get your name? We can verify to see if you actually went out there or not.
My what?
It's kind of weird when people have to come in and lie in order to try to prove the globe. Like that should be an indicator. Like that should cause you to like some self-reflection on your part.
Yeah, and then they
So is
ask,
this like
why
the?
would they lie about this? And then they lie about this.
So I mean, like, how come like everything is a lie? Like, why can't we just like how are you gonna prove that
I
I'm
didn't
lying?
say everything's a lie. I
Yeah,
said you're lying.
I can prove you're
Yeah.
lying. Yeah,
Can you
there
prove
are
it or no?
public. Yes, there
Well,
are
now wait a
public
minute.
lists of everybody that left the Earth. When we get your name, we can verify to see if you're on that list or not.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he misspoke. Did you see the Earth with your own two eyes from that place, or did you see a TV screen and you believe what was on the TV screen? Which one is it?
Both.
Oh, so you went there with your own two eyes, right? And saw the
Yes.
Earth as a sphere. Okay, so
Yes.
listen, bro. Here's the problem in this day and age, which I'm starting to sound like an old man, but I'm really not that old. Why would you come in here and just lie about going to space? Why would you do that? Like, do you have parents? Do they love you? Is this the thing that you do every day where you go on to, Discord and just talk shit and make stuff up? And like, what's wrong with you? Ultimately, that's the question. Now it's not a matter of are you lying? What is wrong with you? That's the question.
Why are you guys upset about me going to space? I don't get it. Like, why are you
You didn't
attacking
go
me?
to space, and if you did, I want to see your Facebook profile. I want to see everything about you, your first and last name. I want to see your birth certificate. I want to see your certification and licensing to do the thing that you're claiming you have done. I want to see it all. Otherwise, it's bullshit. Claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, and we are allowed to call you a liar because we don't. So I want to see all that shit.
Okay, so if I show you a picture that I was in outer space and I show you a picture of the globe, the Earth is a globe, will you
No,
then concede?
I want all the certification that I just asked for. It's weird.
I
I
don't
want the
want to give
stuff
that. I'll give you a
that
picture of the globe.
Okay, so no worries. So I don't care about whatever trolly cartoon that you had AI make for you. Why don't you grow up? Like, is it time to grow up yet? You think maybe?
Well, I mean, don't you want to see the
How old
picture?
are you?
No.
How old are you?
I'm 35 years old.
You're 30. You're a grown ass man, and this is what you're doing with your
Yep.
fucking Wednesday. What's
I'm rich,
wrong with
I'm
you, dude?
successful, I'm white. Life's good, man. Life's good.
Yeah. So why are you doing this? What's the point?
Well, I mean, I just wanted to share my experience, but you don't need to like attack my
You don't have an experience.
my
I don't care
ideas.
about your pictures. I want all the certifications that I asked for. Otherwise, you are indeed a liar. Pictures don't count for shit in here.
Okay. Well, that's the problem with flat earthers is that you're not being honest. If you
So
think
we're
my pictures are fake
we
or whatever,
want the
then there's no even
actual
reason for a debate at this
evidence.
point.
We want the actual evidence, and all you're going to provide is AI pictures. Yeah, that's the problem with flat
Okay, so
earthers. We
let's
require
make it very clear. You won't accept
empiricism.
my pictures.
The problem with flat
Absolutely
earthers
not.
is that they won't
Okay,
accept your
got it.
lies. You're right. That's the real problem here.
Yeah, I want to see your pictures. Can you post them?
But I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
seriously, you're 35 years old. I'm embarrassed for you, man. I that's
Yeah, like that's
embarrassing.
jeez.
Honey, I'm so hurt on what
Imagine
you think
making
about me. I'm gonna
imagine
lose sleep on
making it
that
at
one.
35. Like you should, like a proper lived life, you would die before that, right?
Bro, what the hell are you on?
I like all these
Well,
like
I mean,
psychological attacks you guys are trying. Like these are like very interesting strategies. It's like
These
Okay,
are
let's
not
just
what are you
forget about
doing?
like
strategies or
facts and
attacks,
ideas.
bro.
Let's just attack me
This
as a
is not
person, you know?
attacks or strategies. Relax. These are not attacks or strategies. I am
Oh,
pointing
dude,
at
come on.
now
You guys have
that
been in here saying I'm a
35-year-old
35-year-old
man
loser, and
is
come on.
really going to spend his day on Discord pulling this shit. Dude, you should be embarrassed. I'm actually trying to help you. Like, rethink your life. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I shouldn't be a complete douche on Discord on a Wednesday.
Yeah, are you done, bro, or what? That's it?
Maybe we
Yeah,
should
I
just
want
raging on
to.
the
mute him
internet?
until he
That's
posts his
I guess.
evidence of his space flight where he went higher than the ISS.
Yes, I want to see
Yeah,
you
yeah, I'll
with your
post it. I'll post
He
iPhone
it.
camera
must have been on Artemis.
taking a selfie with the Earth in the background. Yeah, that'll be great.
I'm gonna do that trick where you hold up a toilet seat and put up a picture of a globe on your computer screen.
I've seen that before. That's
Yeah,
so
that one
good.
was great. That would take too much creativity for Passport Bro, though, I think.
Hold on,
I
I gotta go on my
want to
phone and
see.
get it.
Yeah, you're good.
Doesn't
Take
passport
your
bro mean
time,
someone
dude.
that goes around and has sex with women from different countries?
Hey, you okay there? Site, whatever
I'm
your name.
asking. I'm
You're
asking what
asking
that
what?
means.
We can't. You just sounds like mumbling. Can you say it again?
I'm asking, doesn't passport bro mean someone that goes around to different countries to sleep with women?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. Passport Bro is a moron, so I'm not going to investigate any further
I
than
mean, that
that.
sounds like a really cool thing to do. So that's why I was asking, because like I would
People
like
can
to get
pretend
into
to be
that.
anybody on the
Yeah,
internet.
I've been a Passport Bro for about 6 years already. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been
we're
a
not
while.
interested.
Yeah.
You're going to post your evidence, or you're going to stay on mute.
Yeah, that sounds really good because like
Well,
Western women, they're like too decadent. So like,
Okay,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
I don't really care what people claim to be on the internet, right? Anybody can be anything on the internet. So anyway, I assume you are a believer in the globe, right?
Does anyone here have proofs, or you're just talking shit for hours? I don't understand this.
You must be new here,
What proofs
Eli.
would you like?
all I see is people talking off topic. I came here to hear about something on topic.
Bro, what proofs would you like? Are you just going to complain? Like now you're complaining, and I don't want to hear that out of you.
I just said I entered this channel and I'm waiting to hear some discussion about the flat or globe Earth. But you guys are going off topic, so can you please?
Yeah, I'd like to know which way it is. I'd like to know which way it is.
No worries. The Earth is
I'm really
measurably
interested.
flat. Everybody, excuse me, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Weird. So the Earth is measurably flat by everyone on the surface of the Earth, including all major industries, government agencies, surveying companies, and navigation methods. There is no curvature on the Earth measurable anywhere at all.
I would. Okay, I agree with this. Does anyone have anything to say? I'm really interested. I mean, so many people in this channel and nobody speaks.
Eli,
Nobody has an
hey,
opinion.
Eli, we're here almost, I mean, not necessarily in politics, but we're either here or in the English Hub or on our home server 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we've been doing this for almost a decade. Okay?
Me too.
We're not sitting around not talking about this topic. So,
All right.
maybe
No,
you're new to it, but you're
I'm
throwing out a
not
bunch of
doing.
stuff that just isn't supported by.
I'm really not trying to offend anyone.
Okay,
I
well, just
really.
be cool then, man. Be cool.
Yeah.
So
My
anyway,
goal is just. I just want to have a flowing conversation. That's it.
awesome. So do we. That's what we want too. So you said you don't believe that the Earth is a sphere. Is that correct?
Can you repeat it?
Did you say? Do you believe the Earth is a sphere, or do you believe that the Earth is flat?
First of all, I think believing in something is very bad. So I don't believe in anything in my life. I only
Well, I'm sure you
know
do, but
things,
that's
and I
beside the
don't
point.
know.
Okay, so
There is nothing in my life that I believe in.
oh, I think if you gave yourself a good hard look, you would find out that there's many things you believe in.
No.
Okay.
Then give me
Well,
an
then we're
example.
starting from an awkward point then, because that's just
You're
completely
just claiming something
unreasonable.
about me without knowing me. That's
No,
funny.
I'm just saying it's the human condition. We believe that we
No.
believe that the bridge is going to hold before we drive across it, right?
No,
We
we don't
believe
believe. We
that if
don't
we
believe.
drink
We
this water
assume
from our
things.
tap, it's
Okay,
not going to
wait.
poison us. We
You want me
believe a
to
lot of
answer?
things. Yeah.
You want me to answer? Okay,
I was still talking,
you
but
believe
that's
something.
cool.
Okay. So you believe in certain things, but I make my calculations, I assume things, and then I have a measurement and I know it. I know if the bridge is going to
Okay.
collapse or it's going to hold. I don't
Okay. Okay. So
I
Eli,
don't
what
like
have you done to prove the surface of the Earth?
well, first of all, my evidence that the Earth is not a globe is the fact that there are so many evidence around, and you can just put them together one by one and see how all the theory of a globe is collapsing. It's so easy to do that.
Specifically for the flat Earth, not counter the globe and how much you can rip that
Specifically
apart.
for the flat Earth, then let me tell you how I know. Let me tell you how I know.
Excuse me. You seem to have come in rather hostile. I've taken a little bit of a back seat, but now I've jumped in. You're not going to talk through me. I'm
not
asking
trying.
you specific. Thanks. You were asked specifically with regards to the flat Earth, sir.
And
So
I answered.
how can you prove the surface of the Earth is flat? What have you done specifically?
I don't need to prove something that it is obvious. Do I need to prove that a cup is something that you fill liquids with? No, it's already proven. I don't need to prove it. You need to prove your point.
My point, sir, is the surface of the Earth is measured flat. I know the Earth is flat because it's measured that way.
Okay, and
You
why
seem to be
and why?
having an argument with an idea, the ball idea. Now
I think
I'll agree the ball falls apart very easily as soon as you start pulling at that thread, sir. I'll agree to that. I don't think you've come in the right manner. Maybe take a back seat, take a breath. We can be friends.
maybe I sound aggressive, but I'm really not.
No, it's fine. You've come into a room that wasn't talking about the subject that should be talking about, but there are many moderators around trying to gain control of a room and people that are in it, sir. I appreciate you coming in and bringing it back to the topic, but like I said, we can all be friends. So, how long have you been investigating the subject of the flat Earth?
About 15 years.
About 15 years. And how did you come across it?
Bible.
The Bible?
Yes.
So, yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I heard you correctly. I've got some background noise. So I can understand that. The Bible is what I would say to be a flat Earth book and doesn't point to a heliocentric cosmology. I presume you went out to investigate it from that point onwards, yes?
Certainly, I haven't investigated the fact that, I haven't done any measurements, if that's what you mean.
Have you done anything like an observation? Like, it's quite common for a flat Earth to say, I see too far. That's how I got into the flat Earth, by long distance observations. Have you seen or done any of these things?
They have no, how do you say it? They have no real impact on the subject, because if you think about it, if your evidence doesn't need to prove any of these things, and your evidence is something that comes out of logic, then really all the other things are pointless.
Our evidence backs up your observation, though, doesn't it? You say the world looks flat to you, right? And I'm saying, yes, it does to me. Also with the technology. But with the technology, like the high-powered zoom camera, we should see a sphere, but we don't. So with increasing technology, the Earth is still observed to be flat.
Okay.
This is what we would call compounding evidence, right? The way that we observe and sense our reality is as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we confirm that by longer distance observations that most definitely shouldn't work on a sphere, and then by obviously measuring the surface of the water to clarify that that surface is not curving, which it would need to do if the Earth was a sphere. So through observation and direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, we can conclude that the Earth is most definitely flat. That's a knowledge claim. I know the Earth is flat because that's the way it's measured.
So you have just a different point of view than mine. We agree on the same things, but I just believe in it from a point of logic, and you believe it from a point of evidence. Do you understand the difference?
No need for belief now, right?
No,
know.
I'm not believing it. No. I never said I'm believing in anything.
No, me. Stop being so defensive.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying you are believing it.
Can I just interject for a moment?
Please
I'm
do,
sorry,
yes.
Jedi. Eli, you just said you believe in it from this standpoint, and I believe in it from this standpoint. You said the words believe when earlier you said you only assume or know things. You just said believe, man.
I just say that so he will understand what I mean. I mean that he is convinced that he is correct because he has his proofs. I'm convinced that I'm correct because I have my proofs. But both of us can reach the same reasoning by even while giving different type of proofs.
Well, I'm just pointing out, and I hate to be hyper-pedantic, but you brought this up earlier. You use the word believe. If you use the word believe, then I'm going to jump on that.
Okay, so let me fix myself. I have evidence that by them I know that the Earth is flat. I know. I don't. I know it. I know it.
Yeah. Okay.
What evidence is that?
The Bible.
Okay. So when going to tell people that the Earth is flat, you tell them the Earth is flat, and you know you know this to be true, and then you give them the Bible. No
I don't
confirming
need
evidence that the Bible is true, just a book.
the Bible has to be true by logic. You have to assume that if there is a God, if we're pretending that there is a God, then he must basically, by the rules of the logic that he created, he must contact the human race. Why is that? Because if he wouldn't contact us, we wouldn't have.
Dude, which version of the Bible are you talking about?
I'm talking about the oldest one, the Old Testament.
The Old Testament, the most unverifiable testament, the most verifiable. Sorry, dude. Yeah, the most verified. We still read the language today. That would be the New Testament Greek.
I'd say that you need to recheck history and check which one was
No
more
problem at
authentic.
all. I've rechecked history. It's most definitely Greek, which is the most verifiable because we still use the language
Okay,
today.
let me ask you a simple
The language that
question.
would
Can
have
I
been
ask you a
written
simple
in the
question?
Old Testament, sir, would have been Paleo-Hebrew.
Can I ask you a
Modern
simple
Hebrew,
question?
oh my God, please, thank you. Paleo-Hebrew died out about 500 years before Christ arrived. The language that we got today that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that's 800 years old, dude. So
Can I tell you
800
something?
years afterwards, that language was written.
Okay,
So
are you
by
happy now?
obvious
Are you
definition,
happy?
dude, why are you not listening?
No, because you don't let me talk. You're just speaking.
I'm still talking.
Wait a second, but
No.
wait a second.
No.
If everything you're saying has no evidence,
I
no
won't
backup,
wait.
no
I'm still
backup.
fucking talking.
Okay, talk.
Okay, thanks. And all I'm trying to point out to you is if you're going to say it's a book that tells you, I'm just going to point out to you through history, if you checked, that book's been manipulated. Now, I'm not saying that I also don't, why are you talking? I also am not saying that I do not believe in that book, but I understand that it's manipulated. There are different texts, Septuagint, Masoretic. The one that you said was most verifiable, just by obvious definition and understanding the languages, isn't. The point that I'm trying to raise, mate, is books say things. You would confirm what book says, if book says Earth is flat, by measuring the Earth to be flat, to confirm what book says. Right? Because you might as well just be passing the watchtower around at this point.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, for now.
Okay, let me speak some. First of all, the Old Testament is the only book in the whole world and the first book in the whole world. I mean, it's the first book in the whole world that came and said this was given by God. There are proofs inside it that no human being could have known at that time to be able to write such a book. Secondly, the New Testament is something that came a long time after that. Okay,
just not getting this, are you?
Wait. The New
Don't
Testament.
You're not getting it.
The New Testament or the Quran.
It doesn't matter. You're not getting the point.
Okay. It came after it. Now,
it's going to continue not getting the point.
Do you want to let me speak? I let you speak.
But you're not getting the point.
Yeah, you're not getting it. But I let you finish. But I did let you
but
finish,
you're not
even though
getting
you
the
did make
fucking
no
point,
sense.
dude. And I'm trying to stop you because you're literally not addressing what I said.
Don't stop me like I didn't stop you. You let me finish. That's respect.
I'm out. Bye-bye.
So basically, the Old Testament is the oldest book in the world. And you have to understand that God created us humans. He created everything. Now, if he created everything, he has to give us some sort of rules, some sort of things to go by. For example, you will never see a game, you will never download a game that has no tutorial, that has nothing that explaining to you how to play. It makes no sense. Every game that you download has rules, a set of rules that you get from the creator, same as our planet. We have received this life, yes, I mean Earth, whatever. We came
Sorry,
here,
your mask fell off, dude. What version of the Old Testament do you refer to?
If I mistakenly said planet, so you think I really don't believe the Earth
What
is flat? Are
version
you
of the Old
dumb?
Testament are you relating to?
What version of the Old Testament? What do you mean? What version? There's one version.
No,
There
This
is
is what
one
we're
Masoretic,
version.
trying to tell
Persian,
you.
Septuagint, like
Let me teach you something. I'm Jewish. I can teach you more on the Old
yeah.
Testament
So
Oh,
about
there's
good.
no
So you
shit you
wouldn't
never
disagreement.
understand
learn.
then.
I
Oh,
can
good.
teach you more. Wait. I
No,
can teach you
dude,
on the Old
get
Testament
off
more than you
of
can
your high
ever
horse then.
imagine. I learned the
You're not
Old Testament.
Jewish.
Listen to me.
You're
You
not
tell me that I'm
Jewish.
not Jewish. Yeah, I'm not
You're
Jewish.
not.
Yes.
You
What
You know,
about the
you want me to
Talmud,
pretend
show
to
you
bro?
my
be
Teach him
dick?
from
Jewish,
the
you
Talmud
fucking
instead.
are.
You want me to show you my
Teach
circumcised
us
dick and you
from the
suck it?
That
That's what you
doesn't
want?
matter, dude.
Wow.
Many people have got circumcised penises that aren't Jewish.
Fucking idiot, yes. Many people
Dude,
circumcise their kids. Yes, let's go to Afghanistan, see how many people are
the only reason
circumcised.
why I'm
Let's see.
jumping in is because you're
Let's go
getting
to
emotional.
America
It's going to make
and
me
see how
trigger
many
you.
people are circumcised, you fucking
All
Teach us
right.
from the Talmud, bro. Teach us
Just
from the
turn him
Talmud
off.
instead.
He just wants to look at
Hold
dicks
on.
all day.
Talmud and Gemara is not from the
There we go. There
Torah.
it is.
These
There it is.
what?
Talmud. As
There
soon
it is.
as you
What?
say that, I know that you're deceptive. Go away.
Yeah, it's not the Bible.
He's not only deceptive, he's a fucking yeah.
Sorry, that was kind of fun. I enjoyed
I
it.
believe he was about to say the Talmud is not from the Old Testament. So, just to, you know.
Let's just
No
see.
worries, dude.
Does anybody mind if I unmute him? I wanted to get some clarification from Eli.
Yeah, go on, dude.
All right, Eli. Do you hold to the Talmud?
No.
Okay. Look, let's reset here real quick so there's not chaos. We are listen. If the Bible is sufficient for you to know that the Earth is flat, by all means, you do what you got to do. I think sometimes in this particular channel, we try to help people if they're going to talk about the flat Earth or try to give people the information, starting from the standpoint of the Bible is not a good idea. Because if somebody says, well, I just don't believe the Bible, then what else are you going to talk about? You have to talk about the physical reality that people live in. So the Earth itself is going to be the evidence that the Earth is indeed flat. So if you like the Bible, that's fine. We're just letting you know it's not going to help you necessarily out there in the wild. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand my point of view. My point of view says that if there's a creator, he must give rules. These rules must be somewhere, and I claim these rules are the Old Testament. If you say that there are no rules, you're basically saying that God is a fanatic. You're saying he created the
No.
world and he told us go fuck yourself and understand everything by your fucking
No.
self. But
No,
That's
no.
not
through
what we're
history,
saying.
we
That's not what we're
know
saying.
that to not be true. We know that to not
That's
be
not
true
what we're
because
saying.
he told us how to live.
Okay. That's not what we're
Okay.
saying. Please don't carry on preaching, though.
There is no requirement. I should let you know. There are many gods, you might say, on Earth. Like, let's take, for instance, lords, masters, whatever, bosses, right? If you work for somebody, they, a lot of times, are not required until law sort of forces their hand to disclose certain things to you, right? So there are plenty of masters or lords out there that will choose not to give full disclosure to you about your circumstances working for them or whatever. So God is not necessarily required to disclose anything to you.
I mean I have my own logic that says the way you open a game and you have your game rules, the way you go to a class and you have your class rules, the way you go to any place and it has its own rules, a country has their own rules, a city has city rules, police has rules, everyone has rules. Rules came from something. It all came down to us from somewhere, and I do believe that I mean I already said my point, so I don't know why you're repeating it.
Well, I'm being a little bit of a devil's advocate here. I'm telling you that God is not required to disclose anything to you.
I know. It is not required to you because you don't
Right, so now we're
understand
going to
the
jump into the
importance.
subjective. You're going to jump into
Wait,
subjective. This is your personal belief. I don't have to accept it. This is your rhetoric.
No, I don't believe it. It's logically makes sense to me, so I know it.
Seth, there you just said it makes sense to me that from your subjective position, this makes sense to you. It's not necessarily universally applicable or true.
I think the fact that there is a God is something that is not subjective to me, it's objective.
Now you're talking about something else. You changed topics. That's a little bit of a non sequitur.
No,
So,
if you ask me.
yes. No,
Couldn't God
we're
create
talking about
anything,
whether
though?
or not God is required to give you disclosure about the creation that he made. And he's not.
Wait, can you repeat what you said? Because I think I got confused a bit.
There is no reason we should assume or believe that God is required to tell us about the nature of his creation in regards to shape, size, whatever of the earth.
You're basically saying that we don't need God to prove the earth is flat.
No, I didn't say that either. I'm saying he is not required to disclose it to you. And just because it says it in the Bible is not evidence that the earth is flat or round.
I'm really lost because you're saying that in the Bible there are no evidence?
I didn't say that. This is weird. I say things, you don't hear them. So I'm saying there is no requirement of God to disclose to you the nature of his creation, in this
There is.
case,
Of
the
course there
earth.
is. Of course
Okay,
there is. Then why?
what compels God? Excuse me, I'm going to ask you now about that. This is sequitur. So, what requires God to disclose to you the nature of his creation? What requires him to do that?
The fact that he created you?
How does him creating me require him to do something?
Well, let me give you an example. When you're having intimate things with your wife and you're having a baby, don't you think you need to answer that baby's questions when he grows? When he is asking you, Dad, why do you think this? So you're saying, I'm not required to do anything for him. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no, listen, that happens every day, all day in this. In fact, the dads just abandon their kids. So, I mean, there's no requirement.
That doesn't mean the fact that someone's doing that doesn't mean that's the ideal. That's not the ideal situation.
Ideal. You're living by ideals now that you've created for yourself. This is still subjective.
I haven't created the ideal. The ideal is objective. And let me ask you a question. Nobody in the world would agree with you that starving your kid is something good. And you just said I'm not required to do anything for him.
No, it's an emotional appeal. Doesn't Job?
I didn't say
Doesn't
anything
God
about
have like Job?
starving children, bro. I didn't say anything about starving children. You brought that up.
I'm giving you an example. And you're backing up.
It's weird.
So
I just gave you an example. You said the father is not required to do anything for his child. You just said that he's not required.
What he said.
That is. It's basically what you said.
Has God given you all power and knowledge like God has got? Do you have the same knowledge that God has?
Why would he do that?
I'm asking you a question. Have you got the same knowledge that God has got? Your father?
No.
Right, but he's your father.
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't got the knowledge.
Wait! I'm not smarter than my real life father. What do you mean?
Good, well done. Slow down. So bringing up this analogy of parents and the father having to tell exactly what the father knows to the child. Well, that's not a direct comparison.
I didn't say exactly. I did not say exactly.
Why? He's not. He doesn't have to, and obviously by demonstration, hasn't given you.
You have to do something for him. You have to do something for him.
Baffles me, sir. Why do you feel the need to talk through me? I think it's because you're defensive and embarrassed. How Sezu and I are demonstrating that your point is just falling apart as soon as we start tugging on that string. You've got to start talking, haven't you, to avoid your embarrassment,
this guy just likes to talk over me. He just enjoys to scream on the microphone.
Oh, please, seriously, Sezu, deal with him.
Yeah, so here's the thing, man. Even within the Bible itself, God does not make the claim that he is required to give you any of this knowledge.
Nobody said he makes the claim. You need to think logically. If he created, wait. Activate your brain. Wait for a second.
Not from your subjective
I want to explain my position.
Your position is a subjective one, according to your logic, which you confess to.
Let me prove that it's not subjective. Okay, so you have to let me ask you a simple question. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the reason you believe in God?
Oh God.
What is the
No,
reason?
give me the most straight, simple answer. What is the main reason you think that there's need to be a God?
Well,
There's
creation
even
itself is my greatest evidence and reason to believe in a God.
okay. Now let me ask you a more simple question. We know that this God is very sophisticated by His creation. Yes,
Yeah.
I mean,
True. Yeah.
yes. The firmament shows His handiwork and stuff. So
Yep.
in my opinion, when you create something so magnificent, you want other people to enjoy. I mean, other people. We're not the same as him, but like he created us so we can enjoy the system. Now, if we don't know anything about it, how can we enjoy it? I mean, if he put, let's say he put the first few people, I don't know how he did it, but he put people on this place, and he didn't tell them anything about anything. Then to me it makes no sense, because it's like, how do you
Anything
expect
about
them anything?
anything?
Okay. Great. Now you're moving off the spot. So what I've heard from you so far is my opinion is, and then a burden of proof reversal or an incredulity statement, sort of, that why would he do this, that, or the other? By the way, God did go ahead and put his children, according to Genesis, in the Garden of Eden and essentially said, work the garden. He didn't give them any specific instruction as far as we can tell from the text. So he essentially said, figure it out. He gave man a
No.
mind to figure it out. Yeah, he did. And he still does. He's giving us an opportunity to learn as we live on the earth itself. So he wasn't required to disclose too much. He actually wanted us to learn, to exercise our own intellect, which he gave us, to figure this place out, to learn about it. Like, these are things that God gave us. He didn't disclose a whole lot. He certainly did not disclose the entire size of the earth or how the heavens work. There's a lot of things he didn't disclose. He gave us the opportunity to learn, to measure, to do what we can, to figure it out, to make it useful for ourselves. But he wasn't
Okay.
required to
All
do
right.
any of these things.
All right. In Genesis, we have this thing where he's describing the whole creation of the world. Why is that? Why isn't he letting
I'm
us
asking
figuring
you
the
a
creation?
question. Your job is to tell me where God is required to disclose certain things to you, and you haven't done that yet.
I just explained to you that that it doesn't have to be written anywhere. The fact is logically out there.
God
Logically.
could create anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So how do you determine what is created?
I did not understand the last sentence. Sorry.
How do you determine what God has created?
Everything.
God's sake.
What do you mean? What do you
How
mean?
did you
Is there
figure
any?
it out?
With regards to the earth, God could create the earth to be anything. How do you
Yes.
determine what God has created the earth to be?
By the way he describes it in
Hmm.
Genesis.
Which is?
He says that there is a firmament.
Okay.
He says that there are stars, there are lights surrounding within the firmament, and if you look at the world and you see that the evidence that you have online and
That's the
proven
sky, though,
by
isn't it?
text,
That's
you
the
can
sky.
clearly see that. You can clearly understand that the Earth is flat.
How? But you've just pointed out to things in the sky, and you pointed out to a container. You can have containers around anything.
Yes.
You can have
No.
containers around anything. So specifically, not doing very well.
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Well, so far you haven't pointed at anything in the Bible that says the earth is flat. You've pointed at things like the firmament, stars within it, not the earth.
Okay, let me 1 second. I had a couple of quotes. I had a couple of quotes from the Bible, but I'm not on my main computer and I don't have all the things
just a
saved here.
moment.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to stop you really quick. This is a flat Earth Discord, not necessarily a Christian or biblical chat. So somebody else just chimed in and said they had a question. Was that you, Pete?
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah,
I'm
it's not
looking
anything.
to
So
be
you've
mean, but
been warned. These are a
is
bunch
this
of
like
retards
is it
trying to
like
make
a
a point.
true believer kind of thing, or are you guys doing like a hypothetical intellectual exercise? I'm not like trying to be mean by saying that. Yeah.
If you
some
have a
people.
question that's related to the topic, then by all means go ahead. If it's bullshit, then
That's
no.
meta contextually related to the argument, I think. But okay.
Yeah, these
It's
guys
gonna
don't
be
understand
right, or you're
science,
just going to
so
be
there's
muted.
no point
That's how
in
it's going
trying
to
to
go.
explain yourself. So
Yes,
Okay.
and we got like Naked Yoda over here who apparently just wants to be muted. So there you go. Now, Pete, it's going to be on topic, or
Yeah, that's all I was wondering. Like, I'm willing to listen to the conversation both ways, but like, is this like yeah, it's like an intellectual exercise, or you guys fully believe in flat Earth? Because it would be more interesting if it's the latter, to be honest. So, yeah.
what do you mean fully believe? Bro,
Yeah,
the
like
Earth is
certain
measurably
things.
flat. It's objective. What are you talking about
Oh,
belief?
okay. Can
Okay.
I make like an argument actually? So like I'm a
Yeah,
camera
your
guy,
argument
right?
should start something like this. The Earth is not measurably flat because here are my
Yeah,
curvature measurements.
let
So do you have that?
let me ask you like a question. No, I'm like a camera guy.
Pete,
Yeah, but I'm
focus. I don't need your
let
debate
me
boy
build my
tactics.
argument.
Pete.
Bro, okay, let me
Need your
be
debate
really
boy
quickly then.
tactics.
Okay, let me be really quick about it then. Every
Pete,
single time I
just give
see
me
flat
the
Earth,
Earth curve measurements, please.
I don't
Earth curve
care, bro.
measurements.
Like you're gonna.
All right. Well, if you don't care, if you just want to do debate boy tactics in here, we're not interested. We want Earth curve measurements. You guys can go into all the other channels and you can have all these subjective rhetorical debates that you want, you know, about gun control and all this other nonsense. Here we're talking about empiricism and we're talking about measurements of the surface of the Earth to see whether or not it is flat or spherical in nature or any other shape that you think it might be. Give us the measurements. That's what we're discussing. Your low-minded intellectual nonsense will not play here. Okay, so do you have any Earth curve measurements?
Look, any kind of measurements, any kind of proof I've ever seen from flat Earth depends on.
Right, so you're talking about us now. I want to see if you have any evidence that is measurable or empirical, you know, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. Do you have anything like that in regards to a globe? And if not, then take a hike or just listen.
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Where's the measurements? I want to see them. Post them in the sideshow. Let's see.
Any kind of flat.
Something empirical. I want something empirical.
But it is empirical what I was gonna say, but you love to hear your talk so
No, not
so
saying.
much. You love
Showing.
to hear
Do
yourself
you understand
talk,
the
bro.
difference? You
You love to hear
understand the
yourself
difference?
talk.
It's showing, not saying. So can you show it in the side chat, this empirical evidence of Earth curve? Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, when you can't play these stupid debate boy games? Yeah,
really
it's
difficult when
rough when you
somebody
can't
loves
just
to
kind
hear
of retreat
themselves
back
talk
into
so
the
much and they can't
nonsense.
let you talk
The
for like 3 words.
pseudo-philosophy. The pseudo-philosophy doesn't work here, friend. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I was like legitimately interested, bro, but you love to hear yourself
No,
talk
you're not.
so
I can
much.
tell. I can
You're
already
like
tell. When you
insanely
start out the
off-putting.
conversation with, well, most flat earthers show me this,
I don't think
now
I've
you've
met
all of a
anyone
sudden
as
created some
off-putting
kind
as
of
you for a
stereotype
long
fallacy. You know
time.
what I'm saying?
I'm
And
not
it's
going to a
kind of
stereotype.
ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. When you start out attacking flat earthers and not the actual evidence, that's how I know you're not serious. That's how I know your pseudo-intellectualism has failed you. Anybody else want to entertain this guy? I mean, I don't want to, but maybe he has something really profound to tell us about the Earth curve that I'm sure we won't be getting any evidence of. Anybody want to try out Pete? Looking like a no. Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Eli and Jedi. If you guys want to continue on what you were discussing, I thought we had somebody who was a real player, but I guess not.
We were also off topic, you know.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it back to the topic. Ultimately, while we're on topic, yes, indeed, the Bible does describe the earth as flat, stationary, and enclosed. No one's going to argue against that unless there's a handful of Christians out there that have been hoodwinked by their own pastors, I might add, that it indeed does not describe the earth as flat, stationary, and enclosed, and that's really concerning to me. But anyways, it's not going to be anything that you're going to help somebody else out with if you only believe the Bible and they don't
No,
believe the Bible.
yes. Well, what I mean, my theory works if you already believe in God.
Right.
And then
So what
it's
are you
easier
going
to
to do if they
convince
don't?
you. So if they don't, then I'll just try to first convince them that there's a God.
Okay. Now, there are people out there that believe that there is a God, and that, in fact, they would call themselves Christians, and they believe that the earth is a sphere. So what are you going to do with them?
That's well. First of all, I'll need to bring my tools to get rid of all of this brainwash. A lot of towels, and it will maybe I can, maybe I can't. You know, I'm not an angel, but I'll try.
A lot of towels. What do you mean? Are you going to waterboard them? What are you talking
towels
about?
because he's brainwashed.
Fair enough. I've tried this, by the way. When people are dug in to their preconceived notions or their indoctrination, basically there isn't an amount of arguing that will talk them off their spot if they're not willing to move. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I have to tell you something about this so interesting. Please let me just. I have to. There is in my country there is a YouTube channel of atheist people, and every week on Sunday they open a live and they let people call their phone line and they will debate them on the spot whether like God is real or not, and they just mock off all the believers, because if we're being real, there's really not a lot of people who knows how to deliver a point and how to speak well and how to look oriented and stuff. And to me, yes, I know the type of people that you're saying, because to me, these people, even if you put the evidence in their face, they will try to deny it with their whole heart. It's like insane.
Yeah, I know. So if we're talking about people, like I know people that are of the quote unquote Christian faith, and they believe that they live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. They believe in the heliocentric globe model, right? Whatever that is. And I haven't seen one yet. But I can use the Bible, I can use logic, and I can use just good old fashioned reasoning, and they will not move. So, getting somebody to just grasp reality is actually very difficult, because most people in this day and age are under many strong delusions, and it seems like no amount of rhetoric will change that unless the people are actually humble enough to receive a differing point of view and consider it with seriousness, right? So if they don't, they almost have to come to you with kind of an open mind, and usually you can tell pretty quick whether or not they have an open. They may even spout back to you the rhetoric that they've learned for most of their life. Ships disappearing bottom up. What about the frickin' moon? I'm so sick of hearing about the moon and sunsets. I'll tell you that much. But they're just going to repeat the rhetoric. But the only reason that they're doing that is because it's almost an automatic response, as if they've been programmed to do this. But if you can get over the hump and they start to consider what you're actually saying, in fact, if they actually look out their window and they go, oh shit, you know what? That's right. I don't feel myself moving. And I always deal with this vertical horizontal relationship everywhere I go. And it certainly appears to be flat, especially if I live on the plains somewhere. These people might have something. They may not be as crazy as I thought they were at first. That's the best we can hope for. Almost the best we can hope for. But that's very rare. Now, for you to come in and say the Bible does it for me, that's fine. Okay? That's your prerogative. I'm just telling you, if for whatever reason you wanted to bring this topic up and not convince anybody, but to give them information, if all you have is the Bible, they're probably going to say, well, yeah, I don't really believe what the Bible says. And that's usually Christians will say the same thing. No, it's allegory. No, it's poetry. This is all figures of speech. And so they would rather go with what men have told them rather than what the Word of God tells them. That's a problem, but ultimately it can't be my problem. I can't change the way that they think.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that's why I also said that I think, I'm not sure, but I think I can prove the Earth is fact. I mean is flat by facts that are not from the Bible.
You don't think you can, or you can? I missed that part.
I think I can.
Okay. Well, what would you say?
I would say that the whole I mean, just to me, there's one thing that's is crazy, and it's something that's proven. For example, the Nazi guy, the scientist of NASA, the one who was in charge of the first ballistic missiles or something, on his tombstone there's a sentence from the Bible. Now he didn't just put a random sentence, it's the sentence. He put the sentence, and to me it's like there's no coincidence in such a case. You cannot tell me that's coincidence. It's crazy. It's too crazy to be a coincidence, to be random. It just randomly put it on his tombstone. That's crazy
Yeah, I
to
know
me.
what you're talking about. It's Werner von Braun, and he put Psalm 19:1, I believe it is. Yeah.
Yes.
Listen, at best, people are going to listen when people are dug into their biases. They can go ahead and excuse that away with a coincidence, or he just might really like that because he was a guy that was into the space program. He might like that Bible verse. So it really doesn't. It's not going to help you prove to someone that the Earth is a flat, stationary, enclosed realm.
Yeah, but that's just one of them.
Okay, what else?
What else? If you go take a look, for example, at the first moon landing, there's a scene where the aircraft is leaving the moon and the camera is rotating, and to my knowledge there was no rotating moving cameras, operating cameras from Wi-Fi or something like this in that time, so it makes no sense for something like this to be able to to happen. That's one. Secondly,
Okay.
if you look at the press conference right after they got back to Earth, that's the craziest press conference ever. And if you put any expert of body signs and body language, he will immediately tell you that these guys never went to the moon, and they're so uncomfortable with all of the questions. They're trying to back up each other if one of them is answering something that may be incorrect with science and stuff like that, and they're giving elbows to each other, and it looks so deceiving. That's another
Now,
thing.
Eli, look, fair enough. Let's say that you have some evidence that there may have been some kind of tomfoolery, going on with the space program and the moon landing. All you could do in that scenario is cast doubt on whether or not the moon landings occurred. You're still not proving that the Earth is flat.
I mean, I think to me, the fact that on Apollo 11 the camera went up shows it's a complete fact that they were in a studio. So for me, it's a fact that they never went there.
I understand that, but you're just can't listen to what I'm saying. You can cast doubt that the moon landings did not happen, but you have not proven that the Earth is flat.
Oh, yes, I agree with you. No, but the theory goes like this. It goes like this. If the moon landing was fake, then NASA is fake. If NASA is fake, then they're the ones who's showing you the globe. If they're the ones who's showing you the globe and everything they're doing is fake, then the globe must be an illusion or something, because you don't really observe it with your eyes and you don't really feel yourself moving by their theories. So you do 1 + 1 + 15, and you get to the.
Listen, yeah, you'd have to go a long way around to get to that point. Now, I could make the argument that I'll even agree with you. Let's say that NASA, which I think they've already sort of admitted this, because now they're an espionage agency or whatever. So they may be an agency or an administration that is completely fraudulent and is only trying to give us propaganda about space, the Earth as a globe, and this ever expanding universe and all the stars and galaxies and stuff or whatever. They could be faking all of that, and yet the Earth could still be a globe. They're just trying to tell you that they have great military strength and great technology, and they're able to do all these things out in the vacuum of outer space. That still does not prove that the Earth is flat.
I will. I need to think about this a little bit. How do I connect all the points?
The way that you connect all the points is that you just go ahead and measure the Earth, the surface of it, to see if it's curving like a sphere at the rate that it's supposed to be curving. And if it does
Well,
not do that, in fact, if it is measurably flat, that's all you really have to do.
yes, but what do you mean by that?
Well, you measure across the surface to see if there's drop over distance. Let's just assume for a moment that we do live on a sphere, and wherever I'm standing would be a tangent point. Well, I would go ahead and take a laser or some kind of device to measure a long distance across the surface and see how much the Earth is curving downward from the tangent point where I'm standing. If it does that at a certain rate, well, shit, we got ourselves a globe. If I do that and there is no deviation, especially consistent with the size of sphere that they gave us, then I can prove definitively that the Earth is not a sphere. And it's not a tangent
Yes,
point. I'm just measuring across the surface horizontally, parallel with the surface.
but by your logic, I will need to take each guy and go with him to some place and put a laser and show him.
Yeah, you might be able to do that. Meanwhile, the people have already done that. Now, listen, I know things kind of get hazy because we are in here talking about the pictures and the photo, the videos that we're supposedly getting from NASA, and we're saying, well, those are okay. And someone could come along and say, well, I've got pictures and videos of people with laser tests, and those are all fake. So the thing that you have to do is figure out how to do this practically with somebody else, or at least show them their own experience that you can measure across the surface from point to point where there should be obstruction of a globe and there isn't, and you can have definitive evidence of your own firsthand that the Earth is indeed flat. These are things that people can do. You can do it with something as cheap as a $10 Walmart mirror, okay? But in the meantime, there's a lot of other things from people's everyday natural experience on the Earth that is proving that the Earth is flat. My favorite one is the one that up and down and horizontal are the same for everybody. They will claim to you that the guy way over there, his down is not the same as your down. In fact, they're not parallel. They're converging towards the center, but that's a claim. Also, all of our distances from point to point are horizontal. The azimuth, the Earth, the headings in north, south, east, and west, those are all flat and horizontal. I can also show people the surveys of the Earth that they take, which are all flat and horizontal. I can ask surveyors, do you measure curve or do you measure flat? And they say they measure flat. There's a lot of ways to prove this. But, if you want to have your own firsthand experience, then by all means, I think everyone should do this. This is why Jedi asked you earlier, do you have any of your own observations? It's really important. You need to know this for yourself. You need to have looked at the Earth over a large distance to see if that sucker's curving in between. So you don't have to have a laser, but there are ways to prove it.
So I have looked. I have definitely went really to places that I can look. I promise you I did, but I haven't never measured it.
Well, that's fair. I mean, these are things that people do for themselves, to create a catalog or just some type of evidence. Like I know that Jedi's seen Calais from Dover. I mean, I think he's had several observations. So, these are things that people can do practically. You can just tell them, hey, go to Dover and see if you can see France. And they'll be like, well, shit, I guess I can. What happened to the Earth curve? I mean, some of this stuff is really simple.
That's what's funny. If it's so simple, why is it so hard to convince people?
Because they are buried within a strong delusion, my friend. They have been programmed, and you have to give the devil his due. I tell people this all the time. Don't take credit from people who deceive you. If they found a way to fraudulently, get you to believe something that is beyond what you already experience without hardly any evidence other than pictures or some hearsay, then either we're stupid or he's cunning, or it's a little bit of both, right? So people are very deluded. They're very deceived. They're very well programmed. They didn't do all those experiments on the strangers that they picked up off the street for nothing. They know how to program human beings. It's kind of freaky.
Mm-hmm.
Should we take down the government?
Good luck. People are terrified of the government. They're shaking in their boots. The government has gotten them to do all kinds of things without hardly any force at all. They only have to make an example out of a handful. They use a little bit of force here, a little bit of propaganda over here, a little emotional manipulation over here, and then people will do basically whatever they want them to just by the power of suggestion or propaganda, fear.
So all we can do is just talk about it.
Oh no, there's more that people can do. I just think that the masses overall are unwilling. They're scared to do anything.
Is it because they don't believe in the flat Earth theory?
No, it's just because they're terrified of punishment. They're pretty good slaves. Are you a pretty good slave? Are you terrified of punishment by the government if you don't fall in line?
I'm a pretty good slave. I do all
Yeah,
right.
see? So
Yeah.
they don't have to do much.
Crazy.
Nah, I'm anti-fair. I'm a terrible slave. But yeah, I hear you, brother. People are scared.
I think right now the thing that people are most afraid of is not having money. I think if they're very worried about not having money, they will work harder and harder and harder. And the government will make their money worth less and less and less and increase the price on pretty much everything. They'll create all kinds of false flag narratives as to why all of a sudden the gas is more expensive. And people just kind of grumble, but they don't do shit about it. And they go back to the pump and they fill up their truck because they got to get to work tomorrow to make more money, which ultimately will be stolen from them from all of these corporations. I think they're geniuses. I think they're brilliant. They've done a fantastic job with this fear campaign. Now, the evidence that this is true, that just a little bit of suggestion goes a long ways. Well, I shouldn't say just a little bit of suggestion. They've put a good amount of effort into this globe campaign. It's been 500 years that they've been trying to install this, and now I think their patience has paid off. People experience a flat and stationary enclosed Earth every day of their life, and they are fully convinced of the opposite to be true.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny boo-hoo type of thing. Not so much funny ha-ha. But, it is what it is. The government itself measures and treats the Earth as flat and stationary, and they publish it, right? So if they're publishing it, but they're telling you something else with all the rest of the propaganda, how do you know which one is correct? Well, you're going to have to measure the Earth. There's no way around it.
Figure it out, eh?
First-hand knowledge is one of the most valuable things.
So how deep does the flat Earth theory go?
What do you mean?
Do you guys not believe anything NASA says?
No, I believe them when they tell us that gas pressure requires a container.
I believe something's necessary.
Wait, does gas pressure require a container?
No.
Yes, it does. It's required because of the nature of, well, the laws of nature, right? So entropy. High pressure seeks out low pressure. High energy goes towards the low energy to create equilibrium. So anytime that you have a high pressure system adjacent to a low pressure system, the high pressure or the high energy will move towards the low pressure to equalize. Now, if the Earth is a pressurized system and it is adjacent to an extremely low pressure system called the vacuum of outer space, then all that high pressure is going to move towards the low pressure to create equilibrium. In this case, equilibrium would be 10 to the negative 17 torr, and that would be on the very surface of the Earth, meaning there would be no oceans, basically no life on the surface of the Earth, because gas pressure would never be achieved, and there would be no liquid states.
So is NASA saying the opposite?
No, they say that gas pressure requires a container. They even give us the definition for gas pressure. The problem is that out of the other side of their mouth, they're saying that they're leaving a high pressure system and going to an extremely low pressure system with no physical barrier in between and no mechanical reason as to why this is occurring.
Are you saying we live in a container?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Pressurized container, eh?
Yep. It's a dynamic system. There are zones of high pressure and low pressure that continue to move around the surface of the Earth, mostly because we have, a heat source, and that heat source does two things. It heats up the Earth, and it also cools the Earth. People don't realize that during the processes of like evaporation, which I think is one of the coldest, if not the coldest, process known to man, or at least creates the coldest conditions. The sun is doing both of those things. So you'll have these zones that continuously move of cold and hot air, and it's just kind of like a spoon that keeps stirring up, and that's why you'll have all these weather systems and stuff. But you can't achieve this in an open system.
You can't achieve that in like an open system. It has to be an enclosed system. That's how you get all
Correct.
that electromagnetic activity, lightning, rain. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yep.
You're right. You're actually right. They expect you not to think critically.
I would say that they are pretty they're pretty right on with their assumptions that people won't look any closer. For some reason, when we're young and we're told things, we don't question it too much because we're young and stupid, and we know that either the teacher or mom and dad or whoever knows better than we do, and they've all figured it out, so we don't have to ask because they've got it all sorted. Meanwhile, your everyday experience a lot of times will betray whatever it is that they told you. Not always, not always, but a good amount of the time.
So that's the whole spear lie. It's not a spear. It's more like an enclosed flat plane with all
That's what it
type of
appears
like,
to be.
yeah, it's an enclosed flat plane. But it can appear as a spear because it has some type of dome around it. Interesting. Very
Well,
interesting.
the heavens present themselves in a way that they could be modeled as a sphere. So they turn the sky and its conception of a sphere into the Earth sphere. Not a bad way to do it.
So in this case, the stars would be enclosed in the system as well.
That's a more difficult question. I'm not sure I can answer that. I certainly do not know what the stars are or what they're comprised of. I mean, we have lights in the sky that have different shape sizes and behaviors, right? But what they are and where exactly they are, I have no idea. They're very interesting. Let's put it that way.
Bro, what if we're in some type of experiment, bro?
Experiment in regards to what?
I don't
Like, what do
know
you mean?
because like I'm talking about enclosed systems. Like, why would we be in an enclosed system?
Well, it's just the environment that was. Um, let's put it this way: whoever created this place, they created it this way on purpose.
So you think it was an entity? An entity created this place?
Yeah, I believe that a singular intelligence created this realm.
It only makes sense.
Why does it have to be a singular intelligence?
It makes sense to me, right? Now, it could be something different, but then we're going to have to talk about evidence for that. But that's a different
Right.
topic, not necessarily the topic of this room.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, no, I generally just kind of bridging the gap between the two servers. So you're are you a flat earther or?
I believe in reality, so I believe in the globe model of things. You know, it's just I have questions about the flat Earth stuff, right? So like only flat earthers would know because it's their I would say field of expertise, right?
Yeah, we definitely studied the Earth quite a bit.
Yeah. So like yesterday, someone said of flat Earth community type. I don't know if you know them. I'm pretty sure not, but it is what it is. They were saying that the Earth was the center of the universe. Do you agree with him in that statement?
I couldn't tell you that, to be honest, for my own personal standing. It could be, but I wouldn't know how to make a sentence behind that.
All right. And here's another question that I never had answered yesterday during my live, because it was kind of like the second half of it, but we never got around to that part. Like, how does an eclipse work? If the Earth was flat, how would eclipses occur if they're both orbiting around our little disk of a planet?
Yeah, no. That's a good question. Does anybody on the panel have an answer for how do eclipse work?
Anyone else in the comment section, you in the live, if you have some knowledge that I'm seeking, because I'm just trying to get things straight, because flat earthers tell me these things, but they never agree with one another on like, okay, I agree with so and so that this happens on flat Earth because it's flat.
Yeah, no, a lot of the things like in the sky, right? We're not sure of, right? So like, how far away the sun and moon are, how the sun and moon, work, right? Over, are the plane, right? Where do they go, etc. Like, not sure about those things, and to make.
Let me bring up the next guest real quick. Maybe they're the answers we need. Maybe they're not. I don't know.
Well, I can chime in here if you don't mind.
All right, Scott, welcome to the panel. How are you doing today?
Hold on, one sec. Can we get my buddy to chime in?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott's talking.
Yeah, go for it, Yoder.
Yeah, hi. So the eclipse question is something that's quite perplexing because one of the things I looked into when I was new was eclipses. And I ran into disagreement among globe proponents on how eclipses work under the globe, which I found kind of shocking. You might know what I'm referencing.
I'm just following along right now. So
okay.
I wait for you to explain more.
Okay, so there are two general kinds of eclipses, right? You have the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse. There are problems with both of these on the globe, I found out. The problem with
we get into that, I'm going to bring up our next guest. I just requested up, but he's been here before, though. Welcome, Charlie.
What's happening?
There, Charlie?
I don't know. He's got a panel. Were you done explaining yourself, Yoder? Sorry.
Yeah, I was in the middle of discussing issues with eclipses from a globe's perspective.
Yeah, go on with the issues. I just want to welcome in Charlie real fast.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I apologize. This is kind of new for me. We're using Neil's phone as an intermediary, so it's we're having to bridge all kinds of platforms.
Okay. Hi, Charlie. Shut up, you fucking retard.
All right, hold on. Let me mute that guy. All right, thanks.
I have a question for the flat earthers.
Let me mute that guy too.
Yeah.
Hold
on. We're in the middle of a chat here. Yeah. So, Bork, can you please go on mute? So the issue with eclipses on a globe, when it comes to solar eclipses, is if you see a sunrise or sunset solar eclipse, you have to understand that this is happening during what's called the peak new moon phase of the moon. That's right. Anytime there's a solar eclipse, it only happens during the peak new moon phase of the lunar cycle. So this means that you cannot see any of the moon's surface illuminated by the sun. The problem with this is if you have the globe,
and the moon and the sun in what's called syzygy. They're in perfect alignment. A person who's observing this eclipse on the Earth is going to be watching either a sunrise or sunset on the horizon. And if you were to try and draw the syzygy alignment between the Earth, moon, and sun for sunrises and sunset eclipses, you're not going to have
elderberries?
perfect syzygy with the solar system. The geometry breaks down. Then if we head over to the lunar eclipse side of things, lunar eclipses are when the Earth is said to get in between the moon on one side and the sun on the other. These only happen during the full moon phase of the lunar cycle. The problem with this is there's what's called a selenelian lunar eclipse. This occurs when generally during moonrise and moonset, the moon and the sun are both above the horizon, above the observer's head. However, the moon is fully eclipsed, as if the Earth is in the way, but it clearly, obviously isn't. What's even more destructive is that you can watch the apparent shadow of something sweep across the moon from the top down, even though the sun is coming from the horizon up or going down on the horizon. So
What
the
do you mean by
direction is
something?
backwards, the shadow is backwards, and there's obviously nothing in between the sun and the moon to cause the eclipse. So these are general issues, questions we have. In fact, NASA calls this the impossible eclipse because the geometry, just like the sunrise and sunset solar eclipse, the geometry is impossible with the heliocentric globe model. So people come in here asking about eclipses on a flat Earth. Nobody really understands eclipses in the heliocentric globe model. So for us to come up with a model is doubly impossible and also not necessary.
Why isn't there any papers published in like the Grand Halls of Science Knowledge of any experiment conducted saying we use a flat Earth model?
Well, there are papers actually that say exactly that. I'll tell you where you can find these papers. It's on NASA's website. Dr. Fred Espenak led NASA's research team on eclipses, and he cataloged eclipse phases, and he built a model to project eclipse predictions out into the future. And you know what he said in his book and his publications, his papers? He used the Chaldean Saros cycle of eclipses to create the model. The Chaldeans were a civilization 3,000 to 5,000 years ago, and they were flat earthers.
Okay, hold up. Let me bring in this next guest and let them say something about it. Then I got a question for you after. Welcome, Staxon. How you doing today?
Good. How's it going, bud?
I'm doing fine. You know, let me guess. Are you on the flat Earth side of things, or are you in the globe Earth side of things?
No, I'm on the globe side.
All right. Yeah. How long have you been listening in on our conversation so far?
About like 7-8 minutes. But what caught my attention was your model picture that you have on your background. Is that what what you assume a flat Earth model would look like, or something like that?
For me, it's just a guess because I believe in the globe as well. So this is just me asking flat earthers explain where it is in the universe. Then I ask about eclipses, and then they're giving me their 2 cents about eclipses, but not really how it works on the flat Earth.
Okay, well,
the definition of different types of eclipses so far, but nothing concrete. Like, okay, this is how it works on a flat Earth, the eclipse.
Well, to debunk that model right there, and any flat Earth model where the moon is floating above a flat surface can easily be debunked by just mentioning the fact that only one side of the moon is visible. No other side of the moon has been seen from Earth. The only other visual of the moon is when it's seen from Australia, and all they see is a lower portion of the same side because of the tidal lock. So if the moon actually floats
you guys are broke.
like that,
I guess this is TikTok brain in action, huh?
What was that?
Oh,
I said, I guess this is TikTok brain in action, huh?
Old House, we have to be very organized about this. We're like going through Neil's phone out to TikTok.
Nah, yeah, I get it.
the
Hold
picture
on,
is.
just let me address your guys' because you said it too, first guy. You somehow think that flat Earth equates to disk in space. That's how you referred to it. And now the other guy, this other guy on TikTok, also seems to think that flat Earth equates to disk in space. You completely blanked on the whole discussion about the eclipses, which you brought
No, it's
up.
just a picture, Rax. They have a picture prompt that's like it's kind of pretty fallacious. It's like
No,
from
I
ChatGPT.
get it, but they're both hung up on disk in space.
There's an accurate flat Earth model that you can share with me, so I can use that from now on.
No, what did you?
It looks like.
No, dude.
That's
Well,
the
just go
problem.
outside.
Flat Earth model.
If you can put,
There's no
yeah,
flat
just
Earth
go
model.
outside. No, what did you get? What did you get from the whole
my bad,
eclipse?
bro. My bad.
Yeah, what did you get from the whole eclipse discussion?
Well, I mean, the eclipse discussion, you're saying go outside. We don't have an
Maryland
eclipse every
triple
day.
chocolate.
But
Oh my goodness!
every day somebody in the world would see the
Gonna
moon,
need milk for
and the
these.
moon moves around. And
No, I was talking to the other guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And you're wrong about you're right about all of humanity only seeing quote unquote one face of the moon. I don't know how that helps the idea that the Earth is a ball in space.
Like you look at the live, like it's like this. I'll put this out there. The ISS has some live
You guys
feeds.
are all over the place.
Sometimes they play with water, right? And what happens to that water when they release it from its little container? What shape does it turn into?
Wait, that's your evidence of a
Blobs. Are you
ball?
talking about on the vomit comets, like little blobs?
To zero gravity.
Yeah. ISS has air pressure.
Hey, can I ask a question too?
Do the same thing in a vacuum, and it doesn't have any shape.
Wait, you guys seem to be getting like really, really aggressive. Can I ask like a question
No,
too?
no, no,
Yeah, like
no.
I'm a glober, bro.
Pete, no.
Because flat Earth
No?
by itself is just a belief, and no facts about it has been proven throughout all of human existence of science research of anything. So a general observation of your basic surroundings and stuff, and that's pretty much it. Nothing on a bigger scale than that.
Cool.
You
Do you have any
completely
other?
blanked on the original discussion. I don't know how you can make these grand proclamations every 10 seconds. You're like, hey, welcome, Charlie. Hey, Gus. So, Gus,
don't-
I mean, you're what?
Let's stick to the
What?
topic now. Then let's stick to a
Please.
topic. And what would you like to discuss, the Recon? What would you like to learn from us flat earthers?
And saying how would an eclipse occur on a flat Earth? If you guys already said that the sun sets and rises. So that's already put out there from other flat Earth beliefs that it just goes away further and then eventually dissipates somewhere in the horizon. And other flat Earthers say they do.
Dude, now you've got eclipses and sunsets crossed. I mean, you guys are lost.
No, you guys brought up the sunsets and sunrises in your explanations about the eclipses earlier. So I'm just using what you
Well,
told
it was
me.
part of the explanation.
Using that part right back at you. You believe in that, so you believe it goes down. Where does it go when it goes down?
He was bringing up issues of eclipses within the globe model.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean there's a flat Earth model where eclipses work, is there?
Well, I don't think that there's a globe Earth model where eclipses work either.
And I don't think there's a flat Earth model because flat Earthers can't agree on a single model to use as their
Good
flat
point.
Earth. Like this is our model. This is how we base all of our research on flat Earth stuff on this very model right here.
Brother, what flat Earth model has anybody here presented you with?
Nothing. Just go outside. That's it.
So reality is what we're basing everything on. So you want to use a straw man model that somebody else gave you, and you're going to use that in here? Why?
What do you mean straw man model? Like the globe? The model that has been researched and proven time and time again for the last 2,600 years.
Okay, can you post it? Can you show me where I can find this globe Earth model, please?
You do anything like your local library. You go there, look at there's books about it, and like the
I want the model. I want the model. I don't want to hear stories about something. I want to see the model. Where is it?
Well, it was like flat Earth just tell me. And I'll tell you this, just to be a little right back at the flat earth community. Look it up. It's not that hard. Like NASA website.
Hold on a
Look at
second.
NASA website. They have models of
I'm not actually giving you a model. I'm not proposing a model. You are, but you don't have one to show me. See the difference?
like what makes Earth so special to be flat, but all the other shapes of the planets are spherical.
Now you're jumping to a different topic. That's totally non sequitur. We're talking about models, I thought.
And I'm the host of this live, so I can talk about whatever I want. I feel like that should be my right. It shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah, well, you're in my Discord server, so I'm going to ask you if you say that there's a globe Earth model. I want to see it.
Now your server I'm not a part of. God damn.
All right, yeah, all right. I'll come in. I'll come in. So we'll stick to one topic. But if you want to go to that topic and not address the the other one, that's fine. But just say that you're going away from it.
And it's like want a globe model, go to the NASA website. That's for one, or just go to Google Earth.
But what does that mean? What does that mean though? Like you go to Google Earth, right?
It shows you a globe of the globe Earth, and it'll show you a flat plane.
Okay, no worries. So we have a globe Earth model as far as Google Earth is concerned. Now, when I do an elevation profile on Google Earth, it shows me that the Earth is flat. Why is that?
Can you repeat that again?
When I do an elevation profile on Google Earth, why is it showing me a flat Earth instead of a globe?
It's what you put in it. It's like a calculator. It gives out what you put in it. If you want this, it'll show you that. Exactly, it'll cater to what you put into it. So.
Right. So if I measure between distances,
it'll be all good for you then. That's how you have to work too. Like, get out what you put in it.
Okay, so if I put in, I want to know what the elevation profile is between these 2 points, and it shows me a flat profile, elevation profile, above sea level or below sea level. It's showing me a flat Earth. You say this is a globe model. Why is the globe model flat?
But why is the globe model the one accepted compared to the flat Earth model? That's my
We're
question.
not talking about acceptance. I'm asking you a question about why it's showing me the Earth being flat, measurably so.
I told you, just come on TikTok so we can have this, kind of face-to-face-ish, but like.
Okay, well, like I'm on the TikTok, so like, what are you trying to show? Like, what do you?
Yeah, you're on the TikTok. That's you, but the other guy's not.
Yeah,
so I'm talking the other guy.
But what would him being on the TikTok be beneficial than him not being?
Well, I can hear him a little bit better. I can hear you clear as day, Neil, but it's kind of muffled when he talks. To be honest, that's one. Just like the first one that comes to my head.
So it had nothing to do with the actual conversation.
No, just like hear it better and stuff. It's like hear it more properly. Like I hear you clear, like I said, but him is kind of muffled a little bit. But I guess it's on a Discord thing. It's like through Discord, through you, and then to TikTok, and it's like, geez. So
okay. So it wasn't the minutia in the conversation. All right, I guess so.
Yeah, what's up with the conversation? I wanted to keep going.
Yeah, so like this model, right? Like you're saying that it's a model, but when we put in the elevation angles, it shows a flat plane, and then you're just saying that the model
show me
is.
The model, then. Show me the model, please, for the love of God. That's all I asked.
I'm asking you.
Back months ago, last year. God.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you for your model, and you haven't provided me with one either. So I guess we're on the same footing since there's no globe Earth model.
I'm asking you for models and stuff. I'm asking. It's all lines of questions.
Yeah, we don't have one. We literally we don't have a model. We don't have a model. Well, we don't have like an actual we can like insert points like sun this distance, sun do this, moon do this. Like no, we don't have that because like it's pretty fallacious in my opinion to state how far away the sun is, what the sun is, if we don't even know what
miles away from Earth. That's where the farthest sun is. 93.
Okay.
Probably point something.
Then that's up.
Miles away from Earth.
That's your claim. I'm saying
the moon
that
is like probably like 250,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth.
Sure, no problem. Yeah. That's your claim, right? I'm gonna say that's wrong. I'm gonna say that that's wrong. I disagree, and now it's up to you to prove that.
You can't just say no, you don't know, and just like walk around.
Sure we can. We did. We did.
Okay, I'm gonna say no.
Hold on, Neil, just a second. We can say that. We can say that, and I'll tell you why. Because you don't have any evidence for the claim, so we can dismiss the claim because you have no evidence or measurements of it.
Okay, I'll bring up the next guest real quick. because they just requested up in the box.
Sure. And after we'll go over those evidences.
Yeah, welcome, Fluffy. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. You?
I'm doing well. You know, are you on the flat Earth side or on the globe Earth side?
I'm on the globe side, but I'm open to the interpretation of the flat Earth.
All right, welcome to the live.
Welcome, Fluffy.
All right, back to the conversation, Neil.
Cool. So just so your claim is the sun is 93 million miles, or 96, whatever it is, and 93, and I'm asking you to validate that claim with evidence.
You could look at any research study done and published by any of the scientific groups that did the distance for that, you know, to know how far the sun is from us.
Sure, no problem.
And how little sunlight we get in the grand scheme of the sun shining. It's a small percentage, but that's enough to sustain a lot of life on this planet at the same time.
Yeah. I understand. I understand the point of the sun, right? But like, could you give us the actual like minutia instead of just saying scientists did it, or if you know it? I'm not sure. Like, do you know what the scientists did, or are you just saying you go look it up yourself?
Yeah, a lot of math. They did a lot of effing math.
Well, do you know any of what they did?
Not off the top of my head for that, because it made my head hurt, to be honest. But, you know.
Well, I mean, that would be a pretty important...
I read the reports, I read the articles, and I accepted the scientists, because there was a few scientists that, you know, because what you do, you see evidence, you want more evidence, right? So I kept on looking for evidence until I was satisfied. At least 5 different scientist groups, you know, away. Then I was like, okay, I believe this is the actual distance. I thought it was this, but my bad, it's this.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I think there's a flaw in your research, right? So you're saying you've gotten the evidence, right? And then you're like, I want more evidence. So you saw 5 different scientists release some papers that they all
5 different articles.
5 different articles, and they all 5 scientists agreed that on the same thing, that it's 93 million miles away. Okay, so you should be happy at that. You're like, oh, they agree. You're like, okay, but why do they agree? Right? That should be your next question.
And that's in the article.
Okay, but you should. But I know, but you should.
Different experiments led to the same outcomes.
Yeah, but you should know.
Different experiments lead to the same outcome. It's generally consensus that it is this.
I know, but you're just saying they did different experiments, right? I want to know specifically. No, we're not talking about flat. We're talking about your claim of the sun 93 million miles away, right? No, I just want the actual evidence. I don't want you to say they did an experiment. I'm like, okay, what is the experiment that they did, and can you give it to me so we can go over it, you know, intellectually?
Like I said, not off the top of my head, because I don't just read and remember every little thing I read, you know. But at least I read it, so I have a general gist about it that this is factual.
Well,
and the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth.
Well, you're doing a bad job at explaining it.
And Mercury and Mars. The sun's a little bit closer on those planets.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job at explaining it to somebody who wants to like know the evidence. Like I'm a flat earther, right? I want the evidence that's the globe, right? And if you give me the evidence that it's a globe, I will go to the globe side. But you're not giving me the actual experiment. You're just saying they did an experiment and that's good enough for me. You can go look it up. No, I want to look it up. I want you to have the information right now so we can look at it.
How is that different from when I talk to flat earthers asking for evidence from flat earthers, and eventually they tell me to look it up, do your research?
I'm not those flat earthers, bro. I'm not those flat earthers. If you ask for evidence, if you ask me for evidence on the claim, I would be happy to go through it with you on the spot immediately, giving you articles, facts, you know, Google, whatever you want, right? But what you're saying is you can't do that. You're just saying I have an explanation, but I don't want to give it to you because I read it. I don't remember. So,
It's like this. Artemis 2 recently took flight. And they recently sent photos back.
Non sequitur.
And I know now, without a shadow of a doubt, that the Earth is still a globe.
No, but that's non sequitur to the 96 million or 93 million miles away claim that you've made and that we're trying to go over so you can prove, right? So instead of you proving it, you just went to another topic instead of actually going down the rabbit hole of the measurements, of the calculations, right? So that's what our flat earth side in the 24/7 Discord, right? We actually go over those claims.
24/7.
Yeah, we don't just like brush over them and you know switch topics and be like, oh, Artemis, oh this. We actually look at the claims and dissect them with, you know, a fine-tooth comb, right, to go over them and find like, you know, the inaccuracies.
How fine a tooth? Besides just going outside and making a general observation, oh, the surrounding area is flat, so the Earth must be flat. Besides that, what fine-tooth comb do you use?
Well, we're asking you for the information about how they measure 93 million miles away of the sun, and you're not giving anything. You're literally giving nothing.
Hold up, Neil.
I can jump in on that.
Fluffy, you could jump in if you.
Yeah, well, I've just looked at that, and they can use geometry to measure it.
Okay, yeah, I'm down for your information, your knowledge. So if you want to teach me, I'm all ears.
Well, you were just saying look it up, so I have looked it up.
Cool. And what do they do exactly?
So as I see it, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it is quite lengthy. But it's essentially using geometry and observing the moon's phases to understand it, because as we know, math works because it works. We can all agree on that, can't we? Math works.
Yeah.
Math works because it works.
Yeah, well, it does.
In which context? Yeah, sure, I agree, but in what context exactly? There's multiple different contexts you can use math in, right?
1 + 1 is 2. We know it works because when we do it, it works.
Sure, I can say 1 + 1 is 2, all right? So we'll go with that, and I'll let you continue your conversation.
Okay, but let's say 40 feet plus 10 feet is what?
50 feet.
There you go. And for me, that's 50 feet as well. That's why I say we know it works.
Sure, I 100% agree with you, but wouldn't somebody have to physically measure that in reality in order, if they were like, say, building or, you know, wanted to like, you know, measure something, they would, someone would have to go on foot and like get whatever they use, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right, continue. Yeah.
So, so I want to say that this is the first way they used to measure it, which was 280 BC. So they can give rough positioning without, and this is just mathematics rather than scientific technology or anything further away. Where are we? Essentially, the first figure they got was a gross estimate because they couldn't accurately predict, or they did it at 87 degrees as opposed to what it actually is, which is 89.85 degrees. How do we find distance to the sun? There it is.
Yeah, no, take your time. I mean, I'm learning it too, also. So
this is the sun measured. Here we go. So yeah, 93 million miles. Okay, so the answer is they use several different things to work it out. Currently, anyway, through a combination of geometric triangulation or parallax, measuring the transit of Venus across the Sun, and modern radar, which bounces signals off the planet to calculate distance within our solar system.
Wait, they're bouncing off a signal? Who?
Yeah. NASA and other people who do the.
So with what tool are they bouncing a signal off? Wait, off the sun?
No, off. They can tell how far different things are away because they bounce signals off planets to where is it? So they know how far Venus is away, for example, because they can bounce a radar off it, but then they can also work out how far away that is from the sun on geometric triangulation.
Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know they can send signals 96 million or 93 million miles away.
You have to account
Well,
for the
it wasn't. It was
atmosphere.
bouncing it off things like Venus and.
Oh god. All you have to do is figure out the atmospheric distortion and integrate it.
Okay, yeah. So they bounce something off, and I just want to know what the globe, like what Google is saying that they do. So if you could finish your sentence, that'd be great.
Yeah, what Google, like what the piece of machinery is they're using.
Yeah.
I will have a look.
Because that's cool. I mean, I want to buy one of those. That'd be cool. I don't know.
There's atmospheric radiation codes, transfer codes are on Wikipedia that even show you how to work through Earth's atmospheric layers and keep a coherent signal. Everybody uses them. They're protocols. So much for saying you can't like see through things far away.
Yeah, no, I'm learning about these apparatuses right now as we speak. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat know about these already, but
this is ancient and proven, and then there's way more complicated ways to do it further now, with things like the Rome telescope, etc., way out in space. Use algorithms to decode the atmospheric conjunctions and refraction ratios. Any of you actually ever look into why Earth would be flattened when it shouldn't? Anybody ever came up with a clever answer for why it's flat? All right, nobody.
So I'm not sure
LLMs
that
really are going to write the future because they just are better at analyzing the reality of it.
No. The answer to that question is no. Flat Earthers don't use models, and they have no origin story for the flat Earth.
How convenient.
You guys really do like comic books. Yeah, when you're asking for why it's flat, Newt, you're looking at it. You're the one claiming this.
I need an answer. I don't need you
This
trying to critique my
logically-
inquiry. What
Well,
kind
no,
of
well, it's a bad
satanic
question.
person does that? There's no
It's
bad
a
questions.
bad
There's just a lack
question.
of answers always.
Well, you're asking for someone to have an omniscient point of view. Why
No,
the Earth
I'm asking if
is
you
the
ever
way
even
it
worked
is.
on it. And you can be honest. It's a yes or no. Did you ever even work on it?
No, I don't work on things that are unknown.
Well, when a
that are
person
impossible
claims
to- how
something
could
is
you
a
know
way
that?
as big as like a flattened Earth, but they never want to investigate why, that tells me
Well, the
something
Earth-
about it.
Yeah,
the whole
just
thing.
because
There's a
the Earth
void
is
in the
flat
middle of your
doesn't mean
theory.
we have an origin story for the existence of Earth. Sorry.
The beauty
You guys
is
are
there's
greedy.
tons that are
You guys are
correspondent with
greedy
the
little
universe at
ghouls.
large. Well, you're acting as if you have something to offer. Why would I? No, you don't.
Yeah, you're agnostic about
Well,
whether or not we
you're the one
know
asking questions of me that require
to see
omniscience.
what comes out the other side of a
get
void,
real.
since you claim that's what's at the center of your beliefs. I want to see what comes out of the void, bro.
Oh, now you're gonna melt down.
No, I'm gonna laugh with my joke I just told you.
I'd love to.
You don't sound like
I
you're
have like
laughing.
a
I am
very
deeply.
non-conceptual question that could be really interesting.
Yeah, I'll definitely put you in one of the
There's
Googles.
even
So,
logic
I do a
for
bunch of
voids.
I do a bunch of like
appreciate that.
I do a bunch of like astrophotography, and I have
You're a good
to
boy. No, I'm joking.
compensate with like a little motor
I'll
for
talk
like
to you
the
later.
tilt of the Earth to be able to get things sharp. And I really wonder how you justify
definitely
that
will.
if
I'll
that
bring
rotation
my
isn't there.
We have total audio chaos at the moment.
That would be your boy Neil.
Yeah, I get it.
The beauty of voids is there's logic that surrounds void logic. You could even decipher
What?
what's on others. There's logic in physics for voids. People want to pretend like there's something there, but it's not. You just got to feel around the edge, and then you can figure out the topology. Just got to give it enough time.
I'd love to restate my question if I can.
We're waiting.
Go for it, Pete.
So I do a bunch of astrophotography. I'll keep it short. I've done a lot of pictures of the Milky Way. One of the things I have to do to get these like 5-hour-long exposures is put it on a little motor, compensate for like the rotation of the Earth, you know? And I really wonder how you justify
No, dude,
that
you're
coming
compensating
from.
for the rotation of the stars. That's what your camera's doing.
No, because I'm not going in a
Yeah,
circular
Pete, you lock onto
motion
the
or
star,
anything.
and then you compensate for its
Okay,
motion.
okay. Then like
Goodness
illuminate me.
gracious, dude.
How does it work that the stars are like rotating in a circular pattern, which I've taken many pictures
Well, how
of?
does it work that the
We're
Earth
on
is
a flat
rotating
Earth.
in a circular pattern? I mean, dude.
I mean, if you can't answer the question, you have to ridicule your like
Well, once again,
betraying
you're
that you
asking
don't
for
know.
you're asking for an omniscient point of view. How are the stars
Just
moving?
say you don't know. You don't have to know everything. Just say
Isn't
you don't
that what
know.
I'm doing? No one knows.
No, you're
Why
attacking
you're
me for being like you
asking a
expect me to be
question into the
omniscient. Just
void?
talk about yourself, bro. Say, hey, I
No,
don't
dude,
know.
you're asking a question into the void. You just got to feel
Yeah.
around.
You don't know, bro. Like, absolutely don't know, clearly. Like, no other model that you guys have proposed, like, explains
And you
that.
know, bro. I get it.
No. The question again and again you ask, I don't know, bro. I'm here for interest. I think it's super interesting.
Yeah, mysteries abound.
But, like, that is something I'm saying is, hey, I've demonstrably done this in my real life. How would you explain that if it's not a globe? That's the question I'm asking. Do you have an answer?
We literally just said we don't know.
Okay, so the answer is no, you don't. Okay, cool.
Anyone that would have an answer, it would be blowing smoke up your ass.
Yeah. So I think the admittance is that. So that's why you keep attacking the other person, because you're like, hey, I don't have an explanation. For
So
this.
why
I don't have
can
a
you
thought out
why
model, but I
do you
don't
have,
believe yours. Right? Is that it?
yeah,
This is
you're
why you keep
brainwashed. I get
attacking
it.
other. This is why
You're
you keep
brainwashed.
attacking other people on like commonly accepted knowledge, but have none
Dude,
of your own.
your
To
problem is
replace
that
it.
you're brainwashed. When you
If
set
you
your
go for
camera
if you go
to
for
compensate.
if you
Listen,
go for personal
when you're
attacks for a lack
no,
of
dude,
knowledge
I'm
or
explaining
betraying
to
your
you.
own lack,
I'm explaining where your point of view is coming from.
go ahead.
You
Yeah, read my mind.
you just a babble mouth. You automatically when you're adjusting your camera to adjust for the star's rotation over your 5-hour exposures,
go ahead. Yeah.
You're already assuming that's because the Earth is spinning. That's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. Do you have an?
You
an
and I see the
alternative?
you and I see the same world around us.
That's okay, but I'm
Okay.
asking for an alternative explanation. Do you have one?
Well, the stars are moving.
Okay, so your model is, hey, we have a flat static Earth,
No,
but the
what you and
skies
I
are
both
moving. Okay,
what you and I
I'm
both
asking.
see, what you and I both see are the stars moving. You're the one with the story.
Kind of semantics, but like that's what I'm asking. I have an explanation that works for me. That seems
Okay, what's your explanation? That the Earth is
But I'm
spinning. Do you
asking,
have
like,
any
hey,
evidence
you
of
have this alternative belief system.
Yeah,
Do you have
but
an
you have a
explanation for this
circular
very
reasoning. All you have is circular reasoning, dude.
Okay, then break the circle. Explain it to me.
That's up to you.
Okay.
You're digging in. Listen, you're digging in. I've got an explanation. You've got a force field up. That's not up to me.
I'm consistently asking you for like, hey, do you have an
Well,
alternative
you're going to have to accept that not all. Wouldn't it be a coincidence that humans have been evolving 300 trillion years in your worldview? And now we're living in the day and age where everything was figured out. All mysteries are gone. Shake yourself.
What?
Okay.
But
So
you're doing
believe that, like,
reductionism
there's
and
this
subtraction from
global
established
community,
understanding.
this building up of knowledge, this rigorous testing, like that's all just false. Okay.
Yeah, indoctrination.
For what purpose?
It's a true
You don't have an
indoctrination.
answer for that.
Correct.
why men would spend all this time and money. You have no
But
answer
now
for
you're
why they would do
appealing.
it.
Now you're appealing to your own personal incredulity. No
I would
thanks.
wait for an answer
like
from you, but I know you have none. I have one though, very extensive one, and it includes people like you.
Have you ever asked? Have you ever asked a liar why they lied?
Yeah, just to see what stupid shit they'll say all the time.
Okay, then why are you asking me what stupid shit they would say?
Because I want to see what the fuck happens. Obviously,
Well, that's what happened.
I have a question, bro.
donkey
I have
shit
a
you'll make
question.
up. Yeah.
This idea of this like rigorous conspiracy, right? There's like millions of people onto it. Scientists are lying, pilots are lying, flight paths are wrong, all this stuff, right?
Pilots are
Like,
treating the
one
Earth
of
as
the things that
stationary.
for
Listen,
me
pilots
is
are treating the Earth as stationary when they fly.
I'm about to ask my question.
They
One
use
of the things that
laser
for
gyroscopes
me,
for this
that
reason.
is,
Yeah.
You guys are just gish
they
galloping fools.
compensate with triangulation. That's why GPS works. Like it's
Alright, can we stick to one topic, bro? Where you're
no,
like
but like okay, my
throwing
question.
everything at the wall and then expecting
Okay.
us to defend it all. So pick one.
Yeah, fair. Again, I'm picking my astrophotography. That's my specialization. Whereas I still haven't really heard any attacking of my knowledge, attacking of our viewpoints.
Do you
I've not heard any
accept?
actual like, hey.
Do you hold on? Do you accept? Because when you first introduced your astral photography and your tripod and how you had to set a motor up to keep up with the star, do you now accept that you've just assumed that's because the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, and I'm asking you for
Okay,
your
then get off your
alternative
high horse.
explanation. I'm asking you for an alternative explanation, bro. I'm super interested.
The
I'm
alternate
not a high
explanation
horse.
is the stars are in motion.
I'm very aware that I'm very lacking in a
The
whole
end.
bunch of knowledge in my life, bro. That's why I'm asking the specialists. That's what you guys do, right?
But did you hear my answer?
That like the stars were moving. I think we can both.
Yeah,
like,
is it,
confirm
and
that.
is
Yes.
that not what you and I both witness every night?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, there you go. You explained it yourself.
Yeah, but they literally do the Milky Way. If I'm following it, I've made these like no. Let me explain, bro. I've made these like stabilized images, and the Milky Way literally dips underneath the horizon. So I'm asking, like, hey, what's your model for that happening in a 3D space on a flat plane? Like, where's the edge? It has to dip underneath somewhere. Like, I'm asking.
So you want a model of the entirety of the world that we live in, our existence.
Not asking that. Like, I'm asking, like, hey, how does that make sense? I'm not asking for a whole unified model. I'm not asking you to explain everything. I'm saying, like, hey, this is something I do in real life that I've seen, that I can demonstrably show in a
The
whole
beauty
archive
of
of
people
images
who
I have.
lie
That's
is
what I'm asking.
they'll exist to the end of time, like on their death, like at the very end of the
Yeah, but
universe.
Newt, that's not
is lying
helping.
about
Like, I'm actually trying to have a conversation here, not mutually.
Is it
attack each
occurring? And how long have you been trying? So why don't you try something else?
I'm trying, bro. Like, I have
You
to
could try not to try because you realize the futility in it.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's very interesting. Like, hey,
When
this
nothing
this
comes
thing
out,
I do
I poke the
this thing I do
insanity
in real
for
life, and I'm
fruits.
like,
I don't know what you're doing besides
the thing
babbling.
is, I can even like
No,
there's
a lot
many more
of
arguments I have
spectrum.
because I'm a camera guy, and you can
You're
talk
a
about the
babbler.
He's
lenses course, you
conceded
can
that he's
talk about
working
like
from assumptions.
I've not really conceded anything. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
be good
you
faith,
did.
and that means taking people at their word and like trying to build a conversation. I'm asking you. You still haven't given me any.
I mean, you literally said you assume a ball in the first place before you do
Yes,
anything.
I'm a blowtorch, for
knocking
sure.
on
Yeah.
a door, not the heavenly door right now.
Yeah, I'm still trying, bro. I think it's really interesting to see
It's
somebody
crazy,
avoid
dude. You're like,
any kind of
you're like,
conversation
break
like
me
that. It's
out of this.
crazy.
You're like, break me out of this. Break me out of this. You broke yourself out of this, and then you ran back in.
Yeah, dude.
It's crazy.
The thing is, like, I'm willing to be open minded.
I must say the thing that you guys do with like mixing spirituality into like flat Earth, but never
Who's
getting
done
into any
that?
detail
The
on it
fuck?
is really satanic.
Who's done that? Mixing spirituality in the flat Earth?
No, I got you
Come
niggas.
on.
I got you cats numbered now. Like I
Don't
know
do that
exactly
fucking
who
religious
does
shit.
what
Like,
and
I
why.
want to keep on the camera.
Are you
shit,
okay?
bro, because I have
Are you okay?
Container
camera
atheist
shit.
derangement syndrome.
What I laugh at is it's this simple-minded. I thought it was something.
So you're just monologuing about nothing that anyone said in this conversation. I got it.
You're provided all these.
Yeah, you're
gates of
complaining.
ascension, and you
Yeah, too
stop at
bad.
one
You're
of them and
complaining about the
circulate it like a
simplicity
bunch
of the whole thing.
helix.
The guy solved the
think that's
Rubik's
God.
cube himself simply, and now you're trying to do what you do.
I have a question.
Okay,
I have
good.
a question. I have a
I'll
question.
concede mine. I didn't
I've
get an
always
answer.
wondered
I
this.
guess I won the
I've
conversation.
never
It's
gotten
cool.
a good answer from a flat earther about this one. If space isn't real, then what the heck are impact craters? Like
Impact
where
crater?
did
Is that a crater that hits the Earth?
impact crater? Where did the object that hit us come from if space is not real?
And you've witnessed a crater hit the Earth.
I'm talking about objects that have hit the Earth that were traveling at a velocity sufficient enough to create a crater.
Okay, and
That's
where
what
has
an
this happened?
impact
Where has this
crater
been
is.
documented and happened?
That's what. Where have impact craters been documented?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking. Yeah, I'm asking you. It's just a simple
You're-
question. What
so
the
you're
heck?
just
Why
gonna-
are you freaking out? Like what? And has anyone ever asked you that
You're just
question?
incredulous about them. You're just incredulous about impact craters.
Conspiracy theory, bro.
Has anyone never asked you that question? I'm just a curious person.
Now-
Like, what the heck?
There's one in Russia.
Are you incredulous about them? About impact craters?
I'm literally just
Like
asking you a simple question. Can you provide me the evidence? Like, geez.
that one.
You guys all do this, right? Where it's like, I'm not gonna answer a question. I'm gonna try to flip it.
Flip it. You've given me the question, and I'm asking you for evidence, and now you're flailing and freaking out. Like what?
No, do
That
you
wasn't
deny
flipping, dude.
the existence of
Dude, that
impact
was
craters? I think
following.
he asked a
No,
follow-up
time out.
question.
That's
It's a
not.
thing, bro.
Do you have me muted? That's not flipping the question. That was following up on the question that he asked 10 seconds ago, and then he starts laughing.
And then he asked like an extra follow-up question, like, "Hey, do you believe impact
Okay,
craters
well
do not
maybe
exist?"
I'm gonna ask.
Say yes or no. That's how a conversation works, brother. Like,
What impact craters are you talking about?
I know one really close to me that I visited that has like these tiny diamond dust still in it if you dig really deeply because of the composition of the asteroid. Circular, the whole town is built in it. It impacted the whole plate. I went to a whole fucking thing about it. So yes, I've
That's
seen
a cool
one.
story.
Or it could have been a volcano. It could have been a sinkhole.
No, that's what I'm asking. Like, do you deny the existence of impact crater? I think that's a valid follow-up question that the guy asked. Just answer.
Well,
You
it
guys
sounds like
are
a
incapable
kind of a tall tale. Listen, that impact crater in sight and all the other ones I've heard about, they sound like pretty tall tales.
Well, what about the one in Russia that is?
Here,
like,
do you want me to answer your question? Here, let me answer your question. I don't know, but if you could provide me with the evidence, then maybe I would know. How about that?
But you're gonna not accept the evidence, right? Because you're gonna.
What?
be like,
I'm literally asking for the evidence. Are you like mentally
Let me-
handicapped? I'm like, please, sir, feed me, sir. I would like some porridge, sir. Please feed me. And you're like, oh, I don't know if you want the porridge. I'm like, give me the porridge, sir. Like, are you brain dead?
Nah, I think you know what you're doing, but it's okay. Yeah.
Give me the evidence now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, you're blatantly not gonna give it because you don't have it, right?
Man, I'm like not a geologist. That's the answer to that.
All right, so you don't have it. Thanks, appreciate it.
Is that a fake story?
Yeah, sure, but like, is
Okay, do you
building
have
up of what's
get to
wrong
what
with
you do
building
have.
up of like commonly assumed knowledge?
Standing
At some
on the
point, if you
shoulders of giants. It's called
at
the
some
blind
point, at
leading the
some point,
blind.
and ironically, at some point, if you make an outlandish claim, you have the proof of burden, right?
Yeah, the burden of proof,
that's
the
you.
outlandish claim is the water ball, dude. So what is since all these threads when we pull them, there's nothing there. What's your favorite evidence to present that we're on a ball in outer space?
That's why I went for the astrophotography question, because I do actually
But that's
know
looking
about that.
up.
But I do actually know about that.
That's
So I
looking
ask a
up.
thing I can answer questions about, because you guys can't answer anything yourself and resort to attacking the other person's knowledge.
But hold
This
on,
is the
dude.
tactic all of you guys do. It's
Stop
crazy.
complaining.
Sure.
Stop complaining. This is enough with the complaining. You mentioned looking up and things moving, and then you conceded that movement was caused by that. It's an assumption that it's caused by the Earth spinning.
Yeah, because
that's the progress we've made.
It's not a 2D image
So what
where
else
things are moving. Things dip under the horizon. And then you stop talking. Then you didn't answer anymore. Answer it then.
What are you talking about? The sun?
I'm talking about if I make a time lapse of the Milky Way, it literally dips beneath the horizon.
Yeah, that's your celestial sphere vision at work.
Yes,
The stars are always above you. The galaxies aren't below your feet.
Okay, Milky Way. I'll look up. I'll look at the Milky Way time lapse so you can see what I mean because you have
Yeah, but
no
you're literally
idea.
assuming
It's the
that
That's
same
not
with
what I'm
my
asking.
stars.
No, I'm asking. I'm trying to ask a question that literally pokes at what you're just saying. Now,
Yeah,
bro.
we get it. And you're assuming that the horizon is your physical ball edge, right? And we're saying, no, it's not.
There's no edge to a ball, but like I'm saying it like visually dips under the horizon. The horizon is also like a visual concept, not like a physical thing.
So it's not physical, but it is physical because it's your ball. Like
No,
what?
it's light. It's lines of light going to a camera, and you have a visual cone, bro. Do you not know how an eye works?
So
A
the
horizon
is not.
A horizon is a visual concept that things dip under. I'm asking, like, hey, if
Okay, so it's not physical then. So it's not physical.
if I
Yeah,
make
he
a
wants it
time
both
lapse,
ways.
if I make
Yeah.
a time lapse of the Milky Way in the sky, it at some point keeps turning or moving,
And
whatever
this
you
is your
guys want
best
to call
evidence
it.
that the Earth is a ball.
No, I'm asking, like, how do you explain that? I'm not demonstrating anything. I'm not saying like, hey, I got it all figured out. I know the unified model. I'm asking, what's your explanation of that? If you're so convinced that you're this flat. But you guys are
Again, we
incapable
don't
of answering
have.
questions. No, you guys are incapable of answering questions every single
Yeah,
time.
there's certain questions we can't answer because we legitimately can't just make shit up out of thin air, right? Like the fuck?
Yeah, but even you can try to like conceptualize, right? Like
Sure, day and night, all right? The sun goes away from us and then there's no sun and it's dark. Like, are you happy?
Okay. So when there's no sun constantly at one pole, there's constant sun at the other pole. Like that's also just the sun goes away and magically appears again.
That's what we see. I mean, is that not what we observe? Like the sun goes away, right? And then it comes back. It goes away, it comes back. It's night and day.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm just describing what we see in reality. I'm not trying to say, oh,
Yeah.
it does that because the Earth is flat, and it does that because we know this and we know that, and because no, we don't know any of that. We just see what we see, bro.
Your argument is you can only trust your own perception, and everything else is brainwashing.
Like what?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, or you can go into La La Land and think that this is all happening because the Earth is spinning. That's you.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah,
astrophotography
you're La
bit
La
is
Land.
like I think the astrophotography bit is like a
No,
thing. That's the demonstrably can do that in real life, right? I have
Yeah,
to
but that
adjust
would
for
be
that.
circular logic, dude.
And no, but the ball spinning
Yes.
is an actual explanation that could fit in all the mathematics and all
Yes,
the geometry.
circularly reasoned to that. Yes,
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, maybe it's circular reasoning, but like
Okay,
I'm
then-
asking, like,
then
hey, break the
enough.
circle. Then you seem to be so convinced of this viewpoint.
Then throw
Tell
it
me
in
where
the
I'm wrong.
bin.
Then I've given a bunch of like my opinions. You guys are saying nothing.
Yeah, but
You're saying
want a
you're
literal
wrong.
you
You
want a
have to
literal
go
model from
outside.
us.
You're
You
in
want
La La
every-
Land. Have you seen this? Like this
projection.
Yeah. Okay.
You're asking for everything, bro. You're saying, okay, the globe explains everything, but behind that, it assumes it's a globe. So therefore, it explains nothing.
No, but I'm not even talking about my assumptions. I'm saying like, hey, I've done this in real life. This is something I've. You said, did you
Assuming
observe
ball.
that? Did you observe that? Yes, I did. Right?
Yes, assuming a ball.
No, I'm doing
All
my
of your
camera thing with a
observations
little motor.
have
I see. I
ball
have to.
in it.
I have to
Every
compensate
single
for the-
one of your observation has ball in it.
Look. Let me say this.
He has no
I've
idea
also-
that you
I've
have no,
also-
you
no,
apparently
I've
are
also made,
completely
like, you can-
unaware that you're operating from where this is just part of
Yeah,
your
I'm trying to
subconscious that
trying
the
to
Earth
like
is a
split.
ball, and
I'm
it's
trying to like.
crazy.
No, I'm truly
You're
trying to like split
identifying it
that
as
part off.
illogic, and you carry on.
Dude, I'm trying to like split off those assumptions, right? The framework I've built around that with all these assumptions.
Just acknowledge them as assumptions,
Okay,
which you have.
that's fair. That's fair for me. Like I'll
Okay, be
I'm
it.
not gonna internally acknowledge this, but I'm gonna be good faith and like
Okay, you're gonna kick and scream. I get it.
No, I'm gonna
All right,
try
so
to
you
like
want to start at the
finish this
stars,
conversation.
right?
No, okay. So if I make a time lapse and I focus on one star, and then there's these long trace circles around it, like, what's your explanation for that? Is it like the firmament is spinning? Is it like like all the stars are moving in a circular
After
pattern around
5
the Earth?
hours, you
Like
don't
even
have
I could
you don't
find
have
like
circles.
some like hypotheses around that where it's like, hey, no, the Earth is flat, it's a plane, and the skybox is spinning around the central point, and you can actually find that central point.
Okay, so regardless of what
Right.
the surface is, what are the stars doing? What do you observe them doing?
That's what I'm asking. Moving, and if I make a time lapse and center it around the right point, which would coincide with like the tilt of the Earth and finding that.
I'm not asking you about the fucking tilt of the Earth, dude. I'm asking you about the sky. I'm saying just eliminate the ground and what is going on in the sky.
You can ask these like open-ended questions. Yeah, the stars are moving, right?
Perfect. The stars are moving. Now, regardless of the ground, right? Those are two assumptions now. Now, you're saying that the stars are moving, right? No, the surface is moving because the ground is a ball, right? Now you're adding that after.
Yeah, I think you're like a few steps behind in what I mean. I'll find like, yeah, okay, look, I have like a good example of this. Look at side chat, I'll post a picture, tell me why this would happen if there's no like either tilt, rotation, spinning, whatever you want. Oh, I can't post any pictures here, never mind. I don't think I have permissions, probably. Yeah, I don't.
I think you got to level up in the server a little bit.
Yeah, that might be true. Just look into, just literally type in like space time lapses. Everything is circular. All the stars are spinning. Like, how do you explain that? This is like the most common astrophotography. It's the first one everybody makes when they try.
Okay, the stars are spinning.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Is your justification then the firmament has a center point and it's spinning around itself?
Who said firmament? Nobody said
like
that. That was you. That was you. No.
Yeah,
That
maybe I'm assuming.
Nobody said that here. That was you. That was you.
Maybe I'm assuming there. Maybe a little bit facetious, but I'm saying like whatever model of like space and the stars, whatever like people assume, right? Like, so it's like the Earth is flat, stationary, not spinning. Then the sky is around a center point. That's what you're saying, right?
Just from my understanding from like all the years of me being in these servers, like I'm not a big like sky guy, but I mean, so in the north, right? Do all the stars like rotate around Polaris? Is that what happens?
I don't know the exact names of it, bro.
It's something like that, right? I'm just okay. Whoa, bro! You're the star guy. You should know a lot about stars.
No,
like,
I'm the camera guy, bro.
All right. I won't call you. All right.
Because you guys talk about perception. I'm only talking about like what I do with my camera.
It's okay. I'm as dumb as you are on this topic, so don't worry about it. We'll keep.
That's
going.
what I mean. The thing is that circle you see on those pictures, right? Depending on the time of year, that like center point shifts, so it dips. What I said, under the horizon at some point, whatever that means, right? That's a curve. I don't know. That's the end of the Earth. At some point, no, you have your sidelines. Have you never? Right?
Appears
to.
That's
the skies are always above our head.
Yeah, maybe I'm defining above and below too much, right? But like,
yes, correct.
Look, just Google it. Space time lapses. You can see these. You can see the circular motion. That tilt changes over time. At some point, it's almost perpendicular.
And those things are all occurring up in the sky, the night sky.
Yeah. Okay, I actually got an answer to my question. Wild. So your thing is like, hey, we both agree the stars are moving, right? Christ, guys.
The stars are moving.
Yes,
correct. I'm not trying to attack you guys. I'm really legitimately super interested in like this.
I thought we've been saying that since the start. The stars are moving.
Yeah, but like, what is your explanation for the circle? You were the one that the stars are moving in a circle. Yeah, but like you guys are reasonably intellectual. You can see that this is like clearly a spinning motion, right? And then over time,
of the stars.
Over time, it literally changes with the tilt of the seasons. You could explain that with a globe model. This is demonstrably. You ask me like, "Hey, where have you seen that?" I'm giving you the answer to that question.
Sure, no problem. You can explain with the globe model. Go for it.
No, you can absolutely explain this. That's why you use like geometry, tilt of the Earth, seasons. Make sure you have a little motor if you want this to be frozen, because you have to move the camera.
No, but it's all an assumption that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, and you guys seem
But-
like experts, so I'm asking you like, hey, this is my assumption.
Yeah, they've literally spent years making excuses to how it works on a globe, right?
Yeah, but this
even though
like
there's no globe in the first instance.
Yeah, but it's
right?
like a very extremely technical thing where you have to counteract these movements, right?
Yeah, it's a bunch of math based on a sphere. It's just math, dude. That's all it is.
But the
It's
math
not reality.
the math would probably not
These
work.
distances to the stars,
Math
nope.
breaks down like really easily if something's not like accurate, right?
Yeah, it does 100%. It's not accurate because the Earth is not a globe. It's not a sphere, right? If it was,
No,
we'd be
but
able to measure it. If
I'm
it
trying-
was, there would be measurements, and none of us would be flat earthers. We would all be globers because there would be measurements. Like, oh wow, that makes sense. In reality, I measure drop. I measure a sphere, right? You know what I'm saying? So, but we don't, and that's why we're saying it's BS. And even the globers say it's all calculations and measurements, or not measurements. They even admit that it's just a bunch of things that coincide with each other, and all those little things align with the ball, and it's not one specific thing that determines it. That right there is fallacious, and I don't think that goes anywhere in the scientific method.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's an argument you guys can make, or it's like, hey, we just don't have as rigorous a model than this lie that's been presented. Sure. But at some point, yeah, the burden of proof is on the person who's like not agreeing with the consensus, right? So instead
That's
of
not my
attacking
fault. If
these
someone
other
doesn't
people
agree
and
with it,
attacking
it's not
theirs,
my fault,
you
bro.
should be able to give your own explanation. You should be able to give
No,
your
the
own
burden of proof.
rationalizations.
No, dude, the burden of proof is on the original claim. I feel like we go in circles in this conversation.
I disagree.
The burden of proof is on the ball that they tell us it is.
No, I disagree with that. If you're gonna,
do you disagree that that's the original claim?
No, if you disagree with consensus reality, it's up to you to prove that consensus reality isn't real.
That's a roundabout, weird appeal to consensus to reverse the burden of proof.
Yeah, for me, that's yeah.
For you, it works. I get it. Everything you do is
Yeah.
just completely backwards engineered.
Sure, but
circular reasoning, and you're okay with it. It's rigorous.
Any valid questions? It's all circular logic, and you this, you that. Like, dude,
Do you agree? No, dude. Do you agree that it's circular?
Yeah, I'm not this like super debate bro. I have my
Neither am
thesis
I.
ready. Let me grab my notes.
Thank goodness. Neither am I. I'm
But
not
then-
a debate
but then
bro.
if that's not
I
if
don't
that's
have
not
that
the case,
template
if
ready either.
it's not like a rigorous debate with all these techniques, why are you expecting me to then not
Yeah,
have
I
circular
do.
logic?
Because if the only thing that upholds this idea that you're on a ball is a stack of circular reasoning, then
Yeah, but I'm not.
that
I'm not even,
that should how does that not raise a red flag?
but to an extent, I
You're
agree with you
mad
guys.
that,
where I
that we
like
don't have
kinda
all the
trust-
answers.
I
Yeah,
kind
you
of
just
trust
keep
my
going,
my
don't you?
perception a bit more than any kind of like.
Yeah. Okay. So let's
Big
get
thought
let's get down to
model,
let's get down to your original claim. When you're adjusting your camera, what did you perceive? What were you adjusting for? What perception?
Yeah, you could say rotation, tilt, any of that kind of. You have to correct for
Of
all
what?
of those, actually. Yeah.
For your
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's
exposure,
why I'm asking
for
you
your
guys. Like, hey,
5-hour
why do
exposure,
I have to correct something
my
that works
goodness
in a
gracious,
model?
dude.
You guys disagree
My
with that.
goodness
What's your
gracious.
explanation for that? Yeah, my
Yeah,
goodness
but
gracious,
dude,
you have no
I asked a
answers.
simple question. You said what'd you say? You rely on your what?
I rely on my own perception more to tell me about
Okay,
reality
so
than
what
any
were you
kind of
perceiving?
outside
What were you
knowledge. Yeah.
perceiving? I'm trying to point out to you that you weren't perceiving the Earth to be spinning. You were
Yes.
perceiving the star to be moving.
I can see the implication you're trying to make. Yes, that's really clear, and that's why I'm
The
asking
end.
you in a follow-up question. Like, hey, why do I have to compensate for these factors? Then that's been my original question. I still haven't
Because the
heard any good
star's
answers to
moving.
that.
Because of what you have to compensate for what you're perceiving. The star being in motion. Now you don't get to say, well, the Earth's a globe because I trust my perception. You
But then
tagging
you're
on
like
a story.
no,
Listen,
but you're
you
conveniently letting out all these follow-up questions I'm asking as if you're disproving my argument, bro. Like, why does it dip beneath the horizon then? I still haven't heard you. I've heard you guys like fucking pill pull about like, oh, well, what is a horizon really? Like, I don't care. My sight
the
line
same
ends
reason
at some.
when same
All
reason when a
our
plane
sight lines end at
the
some point,
same reason
and
when a
things
plane
dip below the
my goodness
horizon.
gracious. The same reason when a plane flies away into the horizon and disappears.
Yes. So like,
Is it
what is it?
okay?
Is it like
It's
pure
still at
distance? Is it
35,000
purely that
feet.
things get smaller the further they are? Is it that? Because that
And they
doesn't
get
explain the
lower.
question I'm asking. I'm asking why does this model of the Milky Way that I can make my time lapse off, and suddenly I literally went to one of the darkest places in the Earth to be able to get like pictures like that, bro. So I've seen
Arizona?
that.
Utah,
Yeah,
Arizona? Arizona?
I think it was like, what is it? Death Valley? What's that thing called?
Death Valley? Yeah, I've seen the stars from Utah out Arizona, and it is mind-boggling.
But that's what I mean. It's so beautiful. I can see the whole Milky Way there. I live in Belgium. We have no stars here, bro. I went there because I love doing photography like that. I saw the Milky Way dip underneath the horizon. So the stars aren't spinning only. They're also like moving around us or below us. It would be on a plane, right? That's what I'm asking. Like, hey, what's your take on that? You keep thinking I'm like attacking you guys and trying to ridicule you guys, but I'm not.
Is not below your feet. That's just you imagining it.
Okay, but what's your explanation for that then?
Dude, I don't have an explanation for it.
Okay, so
majestic. It's unknown. It's marvelous, as they would say.
It's magical. Okay,
it's nothing like even people who have nights where there's a lot of stars in the sky outside of city limits. I've never seen anything like what there is in the desert.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful, bro.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking. Like, is this something I've spent years of my life and I had to learn all these technicalities? I'd love to know the alternative explanation. Yeah. I feel like you guys get a lot of people coming in here to like laugh and mock you guys or something because like, whoa, you guys are like super aggressive with like a simple question.
No, dude, I'm just cutting to the chase. You said break me out of this. Well, you've accepted now that the whole thing is just in your mind.
I've not accepted anything.
Well,
okay.
anytime you describe your quote unquote perception.
It's just good faith conversation, bro.
I get it, but you and I see
have
the
my
same
own
side.
beliefs. You have your own, bro, and I think that's completely
okay,
fine.
That's fine.
I'm just willing to like step into a conversation and be like, hey, you have this different viewpoint. I have these things I do physically that for me
I guess it's
seem
just
to imply some kind of like globe, right? I don't think that's a
no, they don't see. Yes, they could. Yes, I mean under the power of suggestion.
Like,
yeah,
I said seem to imply. Like, please
yeah,
don't read my
I
world.
mean,
I'm trying.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen what happens. It's just a mass hypnosis. It seems to imply. This is.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like anything like beyond what I do, like technically.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
So I'd love to be like, hey, I'm just a camera jockey. I don't know about these models. I'm not a scientist.
But just let me respond. It's strange, though, that people's best evidence is looking up. Because you're just left with, well, it seems to imply.
I don't think it's necessarily the best evidence, only that, right?
Oh, that's what okay, so what is?
I'm talking about something because, like, before I was observing the conversation and you guys keep drilling on, like, well, what's your proof? Do you have this knowledge? Do you have that knowledge? So I'm like, hey, let me then talk about something I actually actively do, and I'm probably top 99% in the world of having knowledge in, right? So
and when it comes down to whether you're accounting for Earth spin or the stars movement, you're just.
But I seem to have more of an explanation for it, or more of a like mental model, at least, than you seem to do.
In the stat chat, I was looking at some craters. If you guys are saying, take a look.
No, I don't pretend to have a story, an interlocking puzzle piece story that explains everything.
You know that there's
in the
this
sky.
issue would be like, hey, I don't pretend to have any of this knowledge. It's unknown. It's magical. But then you do aggressively ask for this proof from other people while you have done yourself, right? I think that's what you're admitting here.
Huh?
Bro, are we still on this? Where we've admitted that we've literally admitted that we don't know what the sky does. And then we're just asking you. And no, shut the fuck up, dude. And then we're asking, we're literally asking you the evidence for your claim. And now you're reversing that, saying, oh, you guys don't have any evidence for your claim, and we have all the evidence for ours. Bro, mischaracterizing. You're literally smear campaign, or you're just retarded.
I'm just trying to have a meta discussion about how you treat people in here. But yeah, it's okay. I think you're just like unaware, so it's fine.
Perfect. We get
Yeah,
it.
dude,
We're aggressive people because we got to ask for the evidence multiple times, and they don't give it. They don't give it to us, and then they reverse that on us, and then they say, "Where's your evidence?" And then you say, "Oh, where is your evidence for your non-claim?" We're like, "Well, we didn't make that claim. We don't have any evidence for it." And then you just continue to go in the circular loop, and now you're bashing us for saying we're angry. All right, get it.
I think
Completely get it.
I think the conversation.
No, dude. Hey, listen.
Listen,
dude. You're the one. Hey, you said it's rigorous, and then you agreed that it's circular reasoning, and then you complained that I pointed out circular reasoning that you also identified in your own argument.
Yeah, I admitted that.
So it's not. It can't be. It can't be this.
I'm not in here like building a rigorous model. I'm asking like, hey, this is something I do in real life.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The rigorous model that you think exists is a house of cards.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay. So what? So stop saying, "Well, this is at least we've got an explanation."
Yeah, but I'm not trying to like clown on you guys. I'm also not trying to convert myself.
Stop projecting.
I'm literally just saying, hey, I do this in real life. You guys can't answer it, so it's okay. Just saying like, hey, this idea of like, let me hammer on proof of burden.
Again, you literally said you guys can't answer it. Like, are you retarded?
But you can't.
It was answered a lot, over and over and over and over.
So stars are moving is the answer.
Isn't that what your perception is?
Okay.
So now you told us also that you rely on your perception to tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. Well,
yeah,
you're not perceiving. You making the leap of logic isn't part of your perception that you're relying on.
No, it's more like, dude, look. The context of that is like, hey, I've taken a lot of psychedelics in my life, had some wild fucking supernatural shit happen. So I'm saying like, hey, for some stuff, my perception has disproven that. So what I'm asking you guys now is like, hey, I trust my perception more too. This is within my perception. This is something I technically do. What would be your explanation for that? Like, I'm not trying to attack you guys.
We're not talking about your past Carlos Castaneda experiences. We're talking about you're setting up your rig, your
just saying,
tripod.
if you have this like, what is it like? English is my third language. Sorry, guys. If you have this,
so that's why, dude. Listen, if you're just some mind blown out mellow guy, listen to my question again. When you're telling me that you're setting up your tripod for this 5-hour exposure, I can't believe we're still on your original claim. Why are you getting your little motor that you talked about getting set up to follow the star? Why is that occurring? Why are you doing that?
Stars are moving, right? Okay.
Okay. The end. So that's what you've perceived.
Okay.
Okay. So now, how do you know that's occurring because the Earth is spinning?
Yeah. Like
have you perceived this?
I'm probably not sure, but then I've asked you again. Like, what's with the Milky Way dipping below the horizon, and then reappearing over again? No, but is this like standard geometry? Is this like American education failing you guys? Is this like for me like super simple?
No, dude, I've jumped through more hoops of academia than you could ever dream of.
No, because like I don't know what kind of model you guys have. It's like the sun disappears, reappears, whatever, right? Like
you like to call it magic.
Yeah, but I can imagine if you have like this ball and this and that and distance and well, whatever, sure. But how
Yeah,
do you
you can
explain that? How do you
imagine.
explain that with like a star system that fills like half the sky? That's what I'm asking. That's what my question, like probably half an hour ago now,
It
was
fills
with
the
dip and below
entire
that, right?
sky.
That's what I was implying. You guys
The
just weren't
stars are
following.
filling the entirety of the night sky.
Yeah, why does it dip below and
Not
then
half.
reappear on the other side again? That's what I'm asking.
Why? These are things that are happening up.
Yeah, the whole Milky Way does that. It dips below and reappears the way the
This
sun
is
does,
how
but
they
at
have people lost
astronomical
in this whole
distances.
fantasy.
Okay, but why
I
does it
don't
do
know.
that? Why can't I show that with my camera then?
Why can't you show what?
That the Milky again, I'm explaining over and over that the Milky Way rotates down, dips below the horizon, and then appears on the other side again after.
After.
Yes, later.
In a 5-hour exposure.
Yeah, no, not within the 5-hour exposure, but you can make multiple exposures. You can have the same one, like
repeat. The stars are in the sky.
Yeah, I'd have to be at the other side of the world. You guys don't believe in that, but I'd have to be at the other side. So there's a place where it's dark enough to then be able to observe the Milky Way and then be able to dip over again. So I've only seen the one end, but I've also seen images from those other places on the other side of the globe that show that, where it dips up again, the way the sun rises, bro. It feels like you're being facetious. Like, this seems like a really simple thing to explain. Like, why then is done so we're
Because
on a
those things
flat
in the
plane,
sky
but
are in
everything
motion
still
for the 50th time.
revolves around to an extent. You can make explanations. Like I can give you guys explanations that would fit within your model. I'm asking you.
Dude, you and I see the same thing. Asking me why it's occurring is nuts.
Why is that nuts? Because you seem so convinced that everybody's wrong. Why would it be wrong to like
Well, you know why I'm convinced
test reality on your
Do you
claims?
know why I'm convinced that everyone's wrong?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the Earth's surface isn't curving.
Because you can't see it curve?
Do you have something to present of Earth's surface curvature?
Yeah, not really. I haven't really digged into this the way
There
you
you go.
guys have. But that's why I'm asking, like, hey, the one thing I demonstrably have done that I know I'm a pretty expert in is like, hey, why does it
looking up
then
and
dip
telling a
below
story.
and go up? Why is there a model, if you go on Google Earth and you have like the sun model where you look into the space, why does that consistently make sense and track with astrophotography? That's what I'm asking. I'm not even going to go
Because
about
these are
time
the night
zones or
skies
flight
that have
paths
been
or all this
repeating
bullshit
for
because I'm
eons.
not an expert. Like I'm
These are
asking
the night
you within the
skies that
field of
have
my
been repeating for
expertise.
eons, dude. But you do also realize when you pull out one of those apps of Stellarium and put it at the ground, they'll tell you that there's stars down there or maybe a space station below your feet. Does that mean it's true?
I mean, if it's a globe, but there's no below
Yeah,
feet in
yes.
space, bro. So
these are all just
you're also operating from your own assumptions, bro. Within your syntax, within
You're
the words
operating
you
from your own
choose.
assumptions. You think when something reaches the
Yes,
horizon,
we
that
both
means
are.
it's on its way to go below you and out the other side.
What I'm saying is we both are, bro. And you're assuming I'm
No,
brainwashed and you're
dude,
the street
I'm not.
seeker.
I've begged and pleaded for you to take my answer of I don't know for the last hour. You reject it. So don't tell me that I'm making up a story just like
I've
you
given
are.
follow-up questions. Like I said, if there's an explained model for things and you say I vehemently disagree, you're a brainwashed idiot if you believe it, then it's up to you to be like, hey, this is the alternative explanation. Here you go, idiot. That's what I'm asking. You can't. So I'm asking you, why are you then so convinced in your beliefs? Just because you go outside and you see a flat line, like what's going on, bro?
Yeah, you're arguing from a point of where you've already conceded that all you're doing is making all these assumptions.
Yeah, but so are you. That's what my point is.
You're like hell bent on there being a winner or a loser.
I'm not. Like I'm really
I'm not
like
in the same
so
context
interesting
as
to
you
me.
are.
It's fine, but we can drop the photography thing, bro. Okay, I got my answer. You don't
No,
know.
I'm
You don't really have an
photographer as
explanation.
well. I'm a photographer as well, but
okay,
you came to you ate some humble pie and said, "Yeah, I'm just assuming."
I've not eaten any humble pie. That's just being good
Humble.
faith, bro. I can't believe you don't. You're the one making it into contest. You're eating humble pie. You
No,
admitted this.
dude.
I'm being good faith and
You're
going with your
saying,
assumptions to go to a
"Oh my
conversational
goodness
point, bro."
gracious!
No, like I'm
I'm
autistic,
glad
bro.
I'm
But
not
you
keeping
might
score. I
be
wouldn't be able to
worse
see that.
autistic than me. That's fucking crazy, actually. That you
I'm
don't
good
know.
faith. Look at me. I assume a globe in all my arguments. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I
I'll
don't
be
even know
good
what's
faith
going
and
on this
going
time.
along with you guys,
So where
bro.
do you want this
Okay.
to go from? What's the next chapter of this discussion then?
I don't know. I think we're done, right?
I
Like you don't
don't know.
know, you don't really have an explanation. You're so convinced in a thing that's disproven by this, but it's like, oh no, that's not proof.
No, you see, that's your problem. Did you say disc?
I said disproven.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's fine, bro. We could just disagree, but like you guys are really bad at actually
I'm
giving
not.
me answers
How am I
to
disagreeing when you and I
support your
are saying the same
worldview.
thing? Dude, you and I are seeing the
We're
same
not.
thing.
We're
We're
absolutely
seeing
not,
the
and
same thing. I'm in agreement with
can't
what we
believe
both
that you
see.
think we are. Because you haven't given me any explanation. So it's like a flat plane, but it's a circle around it. Space is in 3D space and dips.
Wait, time out.
That's all you have to
Didn't
say.
we ask you earlier? You said you didn't want a complete like worldview of our like flat Earth. You said that specifically. I even asked you.
Because you
And now you're saying that you want it, and now you're kind of straw man us into saying that that's what that is. You're literally straw manning us into saying.
I'm granularly zooming in something I've done and asking like, hey, loose from having a whole unified model, how do you explain this one phenomenon? I'm not going.
Yeah,
to
and now you're asking us for an edge. You're asking us for a space. You're asking us for all these other things, which you clarified that you didn't want. But now you're trying to do this schmear campaign that we don't have anything. Like, bro, literally the last 30 seconds of you was just us hacking us.
No,
and
Horizon is a perceptual thing. I'm not asking for an edge. Like you're so. I think
you
you're
said,
too used
is that not what you said? You wanted our space. You wanted the edge of our world. That's what you just said before I interrupted. No, it's recorded.
Okay, then play the voice clip. And I never said edge at any point. I said horizon, but horizon is like a concept from your own viewpoint, bro. There's no
all right, I'll go back and I'll see what you said. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll straight up. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if you're wrong, bro, you're out of here. Straight up.
I said that. Yeah, that fucking banned me, bro. I said there's no physical concept of a horizon, bro. And I never asked you guys to show me that or whatever.
Okay, so why are you making the argument about the Milky Way disappearing behind it?
Because the most logical explanation would be a ball spinning and the Milky Way is
so
in the same place.
You are claiming a geometric horizon.
To an extent,
you are.
I'm asking you what is the alternative explanation, and I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to be disproven. I'm willing to change my mind. But you guys don't really have a solid viewpoint on this. So I'm wondering, what do you have? Yeah. You can't explain this like one simple demonstrable thing, or at least simple to me. For me, that's yeah.
Do you not remember my response about the same thing happening with an airplane disappearing into the horizon?
Yeah, so it's just distance then.
Man,
you never
goodness,
answered
do you remember that?
No, but you never answered that. I said, like, I asked you, like, hey, is it just
it wasn't
purely
a question.
distance?
Excuse me?
I asked you that in follow-up. Hey, is it then purely the distance? And you never answered. So, yes, I remember that question. I remember you not answering follow-ups as you do 75% of the time.
Perspective. You understand about perspective. I mean, if you're a photographer, you must have got drawn into some drawing course.
Yeah, don't get me like started on like lenses and distortion and all that shit, because then we're gonna be here for 2 hours because I have more arguments. I'm just asking this one thing where it's purely geometry and not like fucking lens physics, bro. Because I could, but I'm not gonna bore you guys with that. So it's purely that. It's purely distance. At some point, things become too small and too obscure to be able to see, but it's still a flat line. That's your viewpoint. Yes?
Well, it converged with the horizon.
Yeah.
Which we've established isn't a physical location, and then you say it is.
So it's a
Okay.
no. I'm not saying it is. So
So it's irrelevant that
literally.
you bring up the whole Milky Way. It's irrelevant that you bring up the
How is
whole
it
star
irrelevant? How is it
rotation.
irrelevant if it's literally just geometry and at some point it reappears on the other side?
Okay, as the plane is still above the ground, as are, the stars are above that.
So why does it dip below and then reappear again? I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh, dude, that would be okay. So if I watched a plane disappear and then come back from the other direction, eventually, what does that do for me?
I mean that I think that's a thing, but like I'm just asking. Like,
Could that not happen over a flat plane?
Yeah, you can like. I
Okay.
guess like no. I guess your explanation could be the Milky
You're
Way kind of
avoiding the whole.
dips.
You're
But
avoiding
no,
the whole crux
so
of the matter by just constantly pointing to the
Okay.
stars and saying my interpretation of the stars is this.
No, so
Which
your
is
idea
admittedly
so if I'm following your logic,
reasons.
if I'm following your logic, so like at some point the Milky Way gets really far, then it like speeds up to make a
It's
wide
moving.
circle where we
Stars are
can't see.
moving. No, the
Yeah,
stars are just moving above.
But then how do you explain
the same reason why if you go to different geographic locales, you see different stars in the sky.
Brother, I'm following your logic. How do you explain like the difference in velocity then? Or I guess you don't have a model. The velocity is just there because we can see it. Okay. Okay. Shit.
I mean, I do think we did get something good covered about that. If you have the chance, you should. I was just taking a wild guess that you saw those stars from the southwest. If you do have a chance to see the stars in the southwest, you must.
No, but if what I'd love to do is do that on the other side of the plane, or removed, or however I'd have to non-globe tart language say that. I'd love to like make that test, but like my question then would become is like, so the Milky Way goes across the night sky, right? At a certain velocity, then it gets far away enough and somehow circles a lot faster back to the other side. That would be the thing you're saying, right?
That's what you're saying.
No, that's what I'm asking. I'm trying to like alternatively imagine in my head if like
you're the one that keeps track of the stars overnight with.
I'm the one that's comparing. I'm the one that's comparing.
You tell me what you see. You tell me what you see every night in the night sky.
I'm the one that's comparing your plane example.
It's a slight difference every night.
No, I'm trying to like correlate your plane example and apply it to the Milky Way. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't think you're following. I'm trying to follow in your logic. So at some point, it goes across the night sky.
You're trying to straw man.
It goes across the night sky. I'm not straw manning. It goes across the night sky at a certain pace, then the velocity picks up to be able to like somehow circle around the whole plane. No, I'm trying to follow your logic. Tell me how I'm straw manning.
From night to night, is there a drastic difference between the stars, or is it gradual?
I mean, it's gradual, yeah.
Okay, so why are you talking about this drastic?
Because I'm trying to follow your logic. We're like, hey, if it like disappears in the horizon on one end and then reappears on the other side, there must be a velocity difference.
No, that sounds like a project. That sounds like a project for a guy with a motor hooked to his tripod. Why don't you keep track of those stars 24/7 and tell me what's doing?
Yeah,
sounds like a great project for you. You've got the equipment.
No, this was like a fun conversation. This was like a fun conversation, guys.
No, I mean, it would be great. You guys can move on to whatever else. In the future, if you would like to present in any of these long term exposure astrophotography, I'd like to see it.
I'd love to show some examples too, for sure. I don't have a Bobby right now.
I get it.
Yeah. No, I'd love to. I'd love to come back and actually present you guys with my fully thought out
maybe
pieces.
Next time you come back, you can address the actual topic. It's like if your best,
maybe you could too, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, no, we barely got to the flat Earth.
I mean, dude, I'm trying to apply a real life example. Because you guys keep talking about,
and it's highlighting.
But
it's highlighting the imaginary and working space of your brain.
No, you guys keep
Well,
highlighting personal
why do you
perception.
think? Why do you think?
What within your personal perception is as tested an example as I've just given you that proves you personally, I'm not talking a unified model, that for you is perceptual personal proof for the flat earth. I don't think you've given any that's as technical as this.
No, dude, your rigorous technicalities are admitted to be imagined. You told me this.
I can't imagine anything. I'm still
Yeah, just their assumptions that you're working upon.
yeah, I'm still
The House of
compensating
Cards,
for
it might be.
I'm still compensating for tilt and all that. If that your
All I'm
argument
saying
is
is it's
so, like
bizarre.
the
It's
whole
bizarre when
the
asked for
whole of
evidence of the Earth being a ball, you keep pointing to
no,
the stars. That's an
no,
old tactic.
I'm trying to follow your logic. So the whole of space tilts with
Do
our
you think that's
seasons.
logical?
Okay.
Do you think that's logical?
I think my viewpoint is a lot more logical than yours. Yes.
Okay, do you think it's logical when someone's asking about the ground you're standing upon to point upward? Do you think that's logic?
I don't know what you mean by that question. No.
Do you think that's a logical place to start your argument from? An assumption that you are part of this celestial thing you see.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. My argument started from, hey, this is what I see through my
He
camera,
doesn't know.
and my camera
No,
doesn't
he doesn't
lie.
even know. He
Yeah?
won't even ask it. Yeah, but
Yeah,
let's
I
go
don't know
back
where
to
you're, I don't know
let's
where
go
you're
back to
going
your
with that
original
question.
argument. Let's
Go
go
ahead.
back to your original argument, and then we'll put
Go
this
ahead.
to bed.
Yeah, sure. I'm kind of ready.
You said that you set up your tripod and your motor to follow the star.
Yeah.
That's what you're perceiving. That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're
Yeah, but
accounting for.
But it's also
And
not
the
just the
whole
stars, bro. You have
you
to
just
like
won't
account.
shut up.
No, but you have to account for seasons. You have to account for like tilt. You have to
Okay,
account
well,
for rotation.
on that
Like
individual,
it's way more than just the stars are moving.
On that individual night where you're going to be tracking a star for 5 hours, you're going to do your magic on your
Yeah,
tripod.
but do you think I set up
Man,
my?
you won't let me get to the point, will you?
Do you think I set up my camera and just like unprovidedly from all the like information I can find?
No, you link it to your phone
seasons,
and you tell it what you want to do. I had one.
All I'm trying to get to is that from that point you're making you're making a leap of logic that you're doing all this because the Earth is spinning.
That's
the leap of logic you make.
Photography is a really old discipline, and they used to do it with like.
Man, okay. Thank you for talking over the answer, not even letting that sink in.
No. I'm answering.
You admitted to it earlier.
I'm answering the guy who made like a little passing remark about like I had
don't
one.
End the discussion with, "Oh, I'm just trying to follow your logic. I'm just trying to."
Yeah, I'm trying to like follow your
logic. Do you
logic
understand
and see
that? Have you followed your illogic?
Yeah, I can see the holes you're like poking in it. I think several are pretty fair, but it's rhetorical holes and not like addressing like the actual substance. So okay.
No, you're wanting to frame it as rhetorical because you don't like the outcome of it. It is the substance of it.
Yeah, I disagree, but I'd rather like answer the other guy's question. You said I had an app and you ticked it in. Like, bro, they've done this for like so long. I've gone to like actual observatories that are completely mechanical. All these calculations exist. This idea of like, oh, you don't know because you pressed the button. Actually, mine had to like also have all the fucking precise measurements put in, have the pacing be right, have everything be physical, bro. So I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
But look, I think we're done with the conversation because you guys, yeah. I think we're done. We're going in circles, right?
Yeah, pretty much because you used an app and then nobody cares and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but you used one. I didn't. But okay. No, I appreciate you guys for the time. I thought this was a really interesting conversation. I had fun.
Thanks, Pete. Have a good day, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yo, what's up, dude?
I want to say the N word.
I didn't. I said, what's up, dude?
You mean Neil?
Yo, what the hell? Are you
You can
good?
say my name if you want.
Nigger.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
that's not the right name. You're bad.
Damn it. Can't even have a civilized conversation with people anymore.
Why do we attract the brain damaged?
That's a good question.
At least he was trying to hold it in.
At least it wasn't that pre-played soundbite where it just repeats the word over and over and over again.
He told us he was going to do it. He tried to stop himself, and then he did it.
I'm still waiting for the flat Earth retard guy to come in. He's my favorite.
Which one is that? Did I miss him?
I'm a flat earther. I'm a retarder. That guy.
Oh, I must have missed him then.
Yeah, he's my favorite drive-by person.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
What brings you in today?
What?
What brings you in today?
Is this voice?
Yeah.
Well. Well. Well.
Do you have any questions about the topic of the room, or?
No, I'm still thinking about what.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, if you have any questions, try my best to answer them for you. We just say the Earth is flat because it's measured flat, and outer space is fake. So if you want to base
Well.
your questions off of something like that, you can go ahead and ask.
Is someone work as logician?
A magician?
As logician, yeah.
A slogician?
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
A slide
Well,
ish?
I wrote this in chat.
Oh, logician.
Yes.
Not that I know of. I don't know anybody here that is a logician. I know how
You
to do some
guys at
magic
least
tricks.
have a work.
I'm a magician.
You're a magician.
Yeah, actually. I can do some magic tricks for you.
I see, I see.
I can levitate. Learn it from Chris Angels.
Do you think the Earth is a ball, or?
Mm.
Not a ball?
I think she's still thinking.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough.
With her mic wide open. Just so it echoes for everybody. No big deal or anything.
Of
Which
course.
Flat Earth mod you, bro?
Oh, tourist. What's up, dude? Do you need?
Yeah, which Flat Earth? Just which Flat Earth mod you subscribe to? Like which of the flat? So there's like several, you know. There's like
Flat and
there's one where
stationary.
the ice
Flat and
wall goes
stationary.
all the way
No.
around.
Yeah, we don't do
Right?
ice walls. We don't do ice walls.
Hey, do you need a model to determine if your kitchen table's flat?
No, but
Ice
what I
wall's
mean
a
is that there's
globe
one right.
claim
Okay.
anyway.
That's what I mean. So are you guys you guys are with the firmament mod?
No.
No.
Nobody's claiming any of that crap. You want to keep on the carry on.
Okay, I'm just saying because otherwise there's the firmament.
No, it's the one where you go outside and you look at the horizon and it's horizontal, and you measure the ground and it's flat. It's that one. It's the one that's
Like, which one
outside.
do you
No, the one that's outside your house.
subscribe to? So no ice wall.
I don't
What do you
know if
need
you
an ice
heard.
wall for?
I don't know. Like my dad was like a flat earther, and he was like full ice wall. So
Well, go
it's
ask
weird
him
that you guys
about
aren't.
that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, ask him about it.
Cool story.
I mean, that would be cool because then
Well, I'm
Game of
asking
Thrones
you.
would be real,
What
right?
do you think it is?
Dude, ice wall, that term, that comes from a globe claim. That's some Admiral Byrd era stuff. They saw some cliffs and all this ice and crap. Said, look, a wall of ice. And then ice wall was born. Just because some other people went running with it doesn't mean anything here.
Yeah, Admiral. Hell yeah! Hold on, you don't fuck with Admiral Byrd.
Just saying that nobody here is claiming an ice wall. That is his claim. He went there and said he saw a wall of ice.
Yeah, Globers, that's U.S. military. Ice wall's U.S. military stuff.
Wasn't it classified U.S. military stuff though?
No, it was on TV.
Yeah, dude, everybody loved him. He was a hero. They practically worshipped that guy.
So do you think it's more like the firmament model, where it's like flat
Firmament.
bottom? But
What do you need a firmament for? What do you need a What do you need a firmament for when space is fake?
As in like a container, that separates from the waters above.
Oh, I don't know about any waters up above me.
That's how I
You sound very religious. That's a religious thing.
You know that you would need a container and a globe, a paradigm as well. Yeah.
Which religion is the Book of Eden?
Did you hear me? You know
Which
that you need a
religion is the Book of
container
Enoch?
for
Sorry,
the
what did you
globe
say?
paradigm as well.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except
If the
like
container is not there,
um,
you're gonna die.
it's like.
Why do you feel the need to like tack on a description of it? So this is the flat Earth plus this, something else I'm free. I'm prepared to attack. Just accept that it's just the Earth is flat. I don't know. There's no need to pigeonhole everyone or try to do the whole attack the Bible interpretation or all this stuff. Yeah, why? Yeah, I guess I understand. I guess if you're on TikTok, you see these people who are
the Bible.
What? Well, whatever. I don't. Shows you what I know. But the waters above, that's in the Bible, is it not?
No, it's in the Book of Enoch.
And nowhere else.
I don't think so. No.
Okay, well, I'm obviously not an Enoch guy. I don't, you're asking, are you this, are you that, are you this or that? There's a bunch of people in here. I mean, it's sort of like it would be like going to a Yankees forum and saying, "Hey, is there anybody who's left-handed in here, or is there anyone who's it's just sort of who's lactose intolerant?" And it's just concentrate on the Yankees. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of trying to characterize, or you're trying to pigeonhole it by slapping some other label onto it. So you guys, the flat earthers with the ice wall, or the flat earthers with the firmament? You got, yeah.
I'll ask you specifically, like, what kind of model?
Direct realism.
Yeah, I don't pretend to have some, all-encompassing answer for what the entirety of the Earth is. I grew up with the Earth being a ball in outer space. Just let me bask in the finding out that it's not that. It's like you guys want all the answers. You guys are used to you come from a group that offers you answers, even though some of the answers are contradictory. And so I don't know. Why does it matter to you what I don't know. I guess that's a weird question. I mean, I could tell you what I've seen about the Earth. There seems to be an awful lot of water.
I just mean, when you imagine like what the Earth is, what are you thinking? Like,
well, I've detached myself from thinking about it as an object flying through outer space.
Hmm.
Excuse me. Holy shit. Kind of
Bless you.
weight me down. Thank you. Sorry I couldn't get to my freaking mute quick enough. Yikes, that was gross.
Because yeah, Quantum Eraser was saying something similar. How the Earth is this is it. You know what I mean? He was saying, in his opinion, like this is all reality encompassed onto wherever we are located right now. I don't know if you agree with Quantum Eraser. You know, I know you guys all have different opinions, so.
Well, there seems to be an awful lot of stories. There seems to be an awful lot of stories that don't hold up under scrutiny to describe everything else that's going on.
That's true.
Celestially.
What do you mean, sir? Like, there's a celestial story? I know.
No, this whole idea that we're participating in some outer space ballet with everything else we see in the sky.
Mm. I mean, in your own model, I know you don't want me to like tie you down or box you in, and I don't want to like bad faith you, you know. But like, is it possible for the sun to die?
What's the sun?
Just the light in the sky, you know what I mean?
No, I don't. I've never seen it go out before. I doubt it'll go out.
Okay, okay, that's cool. Like this immortal sun, you know. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell me what it is. It's immortal, I guess.
Wait, you think the sun's gonna die out one day?
Well, on the globe,
so.
of course, it's going to burn out. They got to go find They got to go find a new sun. They got to go find new planets. They got to go turn Mars back into a good planet because they can't do Earth. Earth's already green and blue and has plenty of water. Mars is a big dust ball, so they're going to go there and turn that into a blue planet and with green trees and water and shit. And then Earth is going to turn into Mars. That's the goal.
I see that slightly, that there's like a propaganda campaign to slowly make us like not just leave Earth, but Earth worse, right? Because we feel like, oh, we can terraform other planets and stuff. But if that really was the goal, then like I don't know why the government would just be like hemorrhaging NASA's budget every single year.
Well, let's see them terraform this planet.
That's what I mean, though. I feel like the propaganda makes us like treat the planet even worse.
NASA's budget they've got it set up such that they've distributed the money enough to pad all their pockets. Don't worry about it. They really don't produce that much.
Yeah, well, I mean that we could be on Mars right now if like they have more
Doing
money.
what?
Off the cap,
dude.
Doing nothing.
What?
I guess.
Doing what on Mars?
Probably just being really depressed and suicidal. Like, there's nothing really to do.
That sounds like you sound like the standard Glober. They're all depressed and suicidal.
I just can't imagine like life on Mars.
Well, when you get to, that's a David Bowie tune.
I can't imagine life on a ball Earth.
Dude, I don't know, man. It is kind of crazy that they have this mass campaign in the minds of a lot of people. I mean, young people, I would say young people, but they've been doing it for so long that it's now old people selling the same tale that we need to get out of here. We need to find somewhere else. The Earth is dying. We need to get on another planet. It's nutty. If the whole thing were true, you would get to Mars and say, we need to get somewhere blue and green and you go back to Earth.
I mean, Mars is like, even within Earth models, like Mars is a shitty candidate for terraforming anyway.
But that's the one they always talk about in the books. That's the one they always give the numbers for.
Venus would actually be better, it'd just be like harder.
Well, no, because the sun's gonna expand and engulf the Earth before it explodes or dies, right? Isn't this how we started? Do we believe the sun's gonna die? I mean, come on, that's the.
Mars is closer to the sun than Earth, so Mars would get got by that, like, before us.
Oh, you don't
Mars
even know
is
that.
after us.
Is it? Am I tripping?
Tripping.
Yeah, you're tripping, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're tripping balls.
What is it? Mercury. You're tripping balls right now.
Mercury,
My
Venus,
very
Earth,
educated.
Mars.
That's it, bro. You know why I'm fucking myself up? I'm looking at the screen right now, like the Destiny homepage, and they've put Mars in the wrong order, and I'm like, yeah, Mars is red. It's closer to the sun. Makes sense.
Yeah, because it turned red. It got sunburned. That's why it turned red.
Yo, the Earth is sausage shaped.
That was what I thought. I was like, makes sense, yeah.
Oh,
But
you said
nah,
that?
Mars just doesn't have like an atmosphere at all. Like, even if they did terraform it, it would be gone in like a year. You know, it would get like.
Why?
It's such a, it really
They
is
know how
like
to do it. Go watch TV. They'll show you how to do it.
That's what I mean. When you listen to Elon Musk talk about it, it's like he's watched a sci-fi or some shit. Like, he has no idea what he's talking about. He was saying that we need to like.
Elon Musk is just a TV character. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean he's like retarded, like beyond retarded.
You can tell
He
it's
didn't
real
found any of
because
the
it looks so
companies
fake.
that like people know him for.
Just go ask Matt Damon then. He's the guy that grew the potato on Mars.
True. What about Mark Wahlberg? You know, because if he was on that plane, 9/11 wouldn't have happened. I get him on Mars.
Oh boy, yeah, you guys believe all the narratives, hook, line, and sinker.
Have you not seen that? Like, Mark Wahlberg was scheduled.
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't. I'm sure he was. I don't know.
Yeah.
He probably.
And then he came out and did an interview, and he was like, "Let's just say if I was on that flight, it would have gone down different."
Not to go down this rabbit hole, but here I go. There were no planes.
No, there are no
That was
planes.
25 years ago. Isn't that crazy? Over 25 years ago. Over a quarter
I
of a
lived
century
in
ago.
Washington, D.C. I lived
No
there,
plane.
so there was no planes at the Pentagon either. I lived in D.C.
Definitely no planes at the Pentagon, but I don't know about the World Trade
All
Center.
four.
I mean,
No
Like
planes
I
there.
was saying,
No
they're just
planes in
TV.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the TV creation. See, this is how they've got the globe in everyone's head because people who weren't even, I don't know. It's crazy.
there is a moment in the footage.
Yeah, people that weren't even born think planes hit the building.
That's madness.
Like, that was
that tells you the power of indoctrination because it has made the books by now.
Because it's like you can pause it and you're like, how is the nose of a plane making it through a building? Like, no, the nose of a plane is designed to crumble. It's designed to be like the first thing that breaks. So that's immediately suspicious.
Yeah, didn't you see what happened when that plane landed and hit the bus on the runway?
Yeah, exactly like that. Like, the nose is designed to crumble. It's a shock absorber.
It was just all on TV. Even at the time, it was never even told to be live. It said moments ago.
And also, like, the BBC reported that Building 7 fell.
Correct.
Half an hour before it actually did. Like, Building 7 was still up when they were saying it was down.
And it was in the shot.
Yeah, it's like in the background of their like landscape.
Anyways, so knowing all this trickery they do on TV, how can you be so convinced that the Earth's a globe? Or are you? I can't even tell who I'm talking to anymore.
Well, it's not like the American government, like the modern American government, that proved the Earth was like a globe. You know, there's other people. You know.
No, nobody's done it yet. Tell me who did it so I can go talk to him.
I don't know. Who's the first like Russian guy to go to space? What was his name?
He said space is space is fake.
Yuri Gagarin? He said space was fake.
He said space is fake, yeah. Space is fake and Earth is flat.
Anyway.
too wet right now.
Is that true? Yuri Gagarin said space was fake.
I said space is fake. He said Earth is flat.
Is this on what? Like on the Russian news or something, or like in a like later on when he was older.
So you think if you're right in Russia right now, if somebody gets shot out in the street and 20 people are in a big brawl, that's going to make international news, and I'm going to see it here in my news on TV in Ohio?
Shit, maybe. I mean, you never know.
Why? Why would we care?
I don't know. Like maybe some government.
Why would
politician
Russia have even
might-
broadcast anything from the U.S. into their own country? They didn't.
I just mean, what if like some corrupt politician wants to siphon money into their pockets for Ukraine? So they
They already do that. That's the purpose of wars, is to siphon money.
Exactly, but like whenever they want to do that, they'll throw a few news clips of like Russia doing bad stuff, you know, and then everyone will be like, yeah, that's okay. We should give money to those guys.
I don't know. I've never seen Russia doing bad stuff. I only hear them talking about it on AM radio.
Really, dude. A few months ago, I remember turning on the TV and it was like something out of a movie where I was like, "Yo, should we watch the news?" Me and my little brother, and we turned it on, and it was that plane like exploding midair and falling out of the sky when Putin like killed one of his like generals or something. I mean, that was pretty fucking crazy, and they showed the whole thing, the whole plane crash, like unedited.
That's amazing. All the planes I take video of, none of them ever blow up.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not an enemy of Vlad, are you?
So you're supposed to. They took pictures of him blowing up the guy and then put it on TV for everybody to watch.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay. I mean, like Putin himself was like, "Yeah, I basically killed this guy." I can't remember what he said, but he was like,
Go ahead. Yeah, give me the quote.
He said something really cheeky. He said something like, "You know, you got to be careful when you fly," or some shit like that. Like,
How did we get here? You're talking about how cheeky Putin is.
He is.
And that sounds like what I don't. Luckily, I don't. I'm not programmed by all this news. I mean, you can't get away from it on the radio and whatever, X or even YouTube every once in a while. But how did we get here in this conversation? I mean, I was present for the whole thing, but what does this have to do with the whole? Tie it back to the original. What was the original thing that you?
I mentioned Yuri Gagarin. That's what started that.
Yeah, pretty lost too. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in textbooks that isn't actually true. Hell, I've seen presentations that say Yuri Gagarin and Neil Armstrong are the same damn person. They're just U.S. propaganda of what we think of as Soviet space footage is just produced by U.S. propagandists. They knew the power of film, especially when they had captive audiences. They had 3 news stations. They had one guy everyone listened to.
Yep.
Just even into 2001 when that still happened, there were these guys on TV were trusted people.
When Gilligan's Island was broadcast, the Navy used to get Coast Guard used to get letters from audience members telling them why they haven't saved these people on that island.
Yeah. So that can tell you how people can twist. That one's wild to me. The worlds, I guess I can get a little bit people getting panicked if they didn't tune in, but if Gilligan's Island's every week and it's not like the show wasn't popular, that's crazy. That's a wild one.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, people, a lot of these people, they probably work their ass off. There was no such thing as people watching TV 24/7 anyways. They will work their ass off. They came on in the weekends. They were busy with this and that, cookouts and kids sports and mowing the lawn and all that stuff. So they didn't. All they saw was some Gilligan's Island when they were trying to relax before they went to bed to do it again, and they thought the damn people were actually lost out at sea. God bless them. So yeah, it shouldn't be surprising, I guess, that all these people are hook, line, and sinker with the globe.
You ever seen that news article with spaghetti growing out of trees?
No,
People actually believed them.
Yeah.
That they could get a spaghetti tree.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's real, dude. I think there was a news
April
broadcast.
Fool's joke.
So what do you think about the... Oh my god, I'm sorry. How am I forgetting this guy's name? Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing theory.
Well, it's not a theory. It had to have been faked because outer space is fake.
No, I'm just saying, like,
Well,
specifically.
whether he was just a consultant or he did the filming, he was on this. There's photographs with the NASA guys, Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke, walking in the back lots of wherever they are, NASA or some studio. And there's no denying that some of the things that Kubrick used in his movies, like the I forget, I always blank on what it's called, the back rear projection, where they would have a film playing on a wall, or a photograph of mountains or whatever, and things in the foreground, like in the scene. A lot of people want to think, oh, Kubrick did all the space stuff. I mean, a lot of that stuff is more George Lucas's thing, anyways. The models floating in space.
I think it was.
But hold on, like when the monkeys find the monolith and when they're banging around. Next time you watch it, you'll see something similar to how they did film when they're on the surface of the moon.
For me, it's when
in the foreground, way in the background.
Dude, for me, it's when the flight attendant is like, there's that pen scene in Zero Gravity when he's on his way to the moon base, or like the airport above the moon. I feel like that for the audience was like, okay, so it can be done in this. For me, at least, this can be simulated in this time, roughly, right? Because that scene with the floating pen is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if they need Kubrick for that, but yeah,
I mean that Kubrick, but like, I guess the theory goes into how he's like been referencing it his career, And
tomorrow, we'll do that tomorrow because I got to get ready for work. Yes, I will love to be the student. Yeah, whatever the whole Kubrick, what he did, consulted on, or whatever, he was with them. You've seen the photographs, I'm sure.
And I think that it might have been poisoned slightly, or maybe just over zeitgeisted, the whole Kubrick theory, because it's like guaranteed that him, Arthur C. Clarke, and some of the high up NASA scientists were like hanging out for whatever reason. And like, I'm sure that a skeptic would say it's the same way that like a sci-fi director might hire an astronaut as like a consultant, maybe. But that sounds like coke. But I think it gets too deep when people are talking about how the little boy in The Shining has like Apollo 11 on his shirt, and then the twins.
Do you think really? I mean, yeah, I did. I thought we were talking about Space Odyssey. Now we're talking about the film where he's claimed to admit it all. Yeah, I mean the launch pad on the carpet, the sweater, the font of that typewriter, which is A11 for all. A11
like
work.
The twins represent the Virgo constellation. Like, no, Gemini.
Which is I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, that's what the Apollo 13 astronauts were like named after.
And they have the Tang. And there's a lot of things with the eagle, and
it also insinuates like quite heavily. I mean, not just in The Shining, but more heavily in like Eyes Wide Shut. That I think in The Shining, it's more relegated to that weird scene where it's like some guy in a fursuit, and some politician. But he alludes to the fact that he's been in these rooms with these like demonic people, kind of forcing a message. And it's like pretty on the nose.
Then you have Disney. All their films, all those photos of him with rockets and with Disney with Von Braun. It's whatever it is. I mean, whoever made what, all it is the tradition being carried on. All these films being made, all these now they seem to have got to the point where really no one cares. Well, that's some people care, but this latest moon mission, there was no. It went pretty much unnoticed. So it's not like the old days where they have a captive audience and they still have to carry this tradition on.
I don't know. I think everyone was pretty hyped about the Artemis stuff. Seen quite a bit of stuff on it.
Yeah. Pretty underwhelming. Was hyped, I think.
They're not landing on it, you know? So it's like, okay, you know what I mean? It's like you flew around it. It's still impressive, obviously, but it's like you're not landing on the thing, so no one's really gonna like crane their neck.
Yeah, but the whole thing is just them convincing everyone to suspend disbelief, and here's what we did. That's like it's a little sad that people are so able to be influenced into actually thinking that's what occurred. Bizarre. Everyone that wants to act like everyone's the peak of intellect and sophistication, and here it is. They put this package on the TV, which everyone, a lot of these people who were really excited about it, when you ask the details of it, they didn't even watch it. Did you watch any of the footage?
I mean, I did, yeah, but maybe I'm a special case. I watched the live stream.
Well, the live stream had issues. Some odd cuts and fades, and while this was supposed to be a live stream.
Nothing beats the Tesla live stream where it fully cuts out and shows like a fucking blank room. I'm not gonna lie, like that was wild, but you know, like it's when he launched that car into space, like the Tesla, and then for like a second, it just like it's not that the film cuts, it's just that like the green screen actually just drops and it's like a car in a studio for a second. But yeah. I saw a guy, he wants to start he's been like collecting seed money for this company for like 5 years now, where he wants to rent sunlight to people via a series of satellites with like big mirrors on them. And the idea is that you're like,
I've seen that.
Yeah, you've seen this, right? Like, what do you think of that? Like, would that not, if, I mean, it's only real when it's real, you know, like, but if that really did happen, would that not be like kind of damning? Because it'd mean like satellites existed at least.
Well, no, there's no contention with the satellites. We can have technology in the sky that's just not orbiting a ball.
Okay.
Yeah, and how would that work if you've rented the satellite sun to light up your party? It's all it's going to do is pass over and can carry on with its orbit.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing sounds like dystopian, you know?
Well,
But,
I
like,
mean, they could just. What's the big deal? You've seen a Chinese lantern, haven't you? That's a paper and fire that floats up into the sky, or whatever those things are called.
I suppose, but that's kind of like, it's not aerodynamic, but I know
No,
why
I know, but yeah, they could float something that's bright. I wouldn't put it past someone.
Yeah, China's trying to make a sun as well. I don't know if you guys seen that.
Always up to something.
Yeah.
Those guys are cheeky. I mean, we're trying to make a sun as well. Like, I think everyone is. Anyone who's working on fusion is kind of low key trying to make a little sun.
I mean, I get it if you're wanting to have some party, but other than that, what? Or
I can't possibly think of like
what's
any.
the point? What good could come from adding a second something that was so significant that you have? It's being called another sun. I mean, what's the point?
I mean, like literally the only application I can imagine like that company using for would be like Saudi weddings or some shit. You know what I mean? Like some real
Yeah,
like
or Saudi golf tournament. Yeah, that's right. They backed out of that. But yeah, so it's like, it would screw up agriculture, or maybe it would help it. I don't know. Maybe they'd start. I guess they keep milking cows more times a day. So I don't know. Yeah, most plants they like to rest.
yeah. I mean, we do use like hostile cloud seeding methods. I don't know if you guys believe in that, but we do it on our own people, like geoengineering and chemtrails and stuff. But the second all the American bases around Iran got destroyed, this massive drought they've been having is just over now, and the rains have come back. And it's like, is it so hard to imagine that these radar stations weren't fucking with their weather as well?
Isn't that what they said, that they built that Abu Dhabi place without any sewers? You'd think that someone would just build a sewer system just in case.
That's wild to me. Yeah, the shit trucks, like the daily like 50 shit trucks that go in
Well, I
and out.
don't know. There's no damn whole entire place flooded, and all their little precious underground car garages and all that crazy stuff.
Oh, I was talking about like the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. Like it doesn't have a sewer system. It doesn't have
That's that. Well, that's what I heard.
So,
There isn't the entire city. I did not know that, but what does
yeah, if
that
you
mean? It doesn't have a sewer system. It's like,
I mean, literally search this up, right? Like they get like every single day, this just row of trucks come in and out of the city to take the shit away. They just have like a row of shit trucks.
they have
I'm not even
running water in the place. What is it? Just tanks of water and
No, they just don't
I
have
don't
like
know.
a sewer system for it.
Yeah.
It's too big.
Good lord.
So why do you think Russia is like agreeing on some level with America to lie about the shape of the Earth?
It'd be profitable.
Well, according to the narrative, they were faking it first.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like, you know, then why is America doing it with Russia? You know, like, what's the common
they think they're better
between the
Well,
two?
it's like why aren't the two guys that successfully robbed a bank turning each other in?
Yeah. The Soviets owed America one because they gave them $11.3 billion in military aid during World War II, so the German army was unable to wipe them off the earth.
Yo, Lats, you there?
Yeah, outside, dude.
You want to see me try and make it up my hill? I haven't been able to make it up for like a week, but the rain just hit.
Are you gonna run?
No, in my car. It's gonna look like something out of a movie.
Oh shit. Well, just be safe, dude. Yeah, I'm down. You could film it without dying. Hell yeah. I'm watching. Better not die.
Get it good before it's gonna crack. Good enough. Are you ready for this?
And it doesn't seem like anything crazy steep. Oh, you're gonna make a left? Oh shit. Yeah, that angle does seem pretty steep. Oh, dude. You got it. Yeah, he's struggling. Are you stuck?
I'm stuck.
Fuck, dude.
Oh well, I tried.
Is that your
Now I walk
yard?
around. Hell yeah.
You got a big ass yard.
On acres, bro.
Pretty good.
That was the attempt, but I always get stuck up here.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's usually my route, but we're filling it in with dirt and making it more level so I don't get stuck anymore.
Nice.
Did I leave my generator on? I totally did. I gotta start walking more or running. The hill gets me. I used to live at the top of the hill. Like, it goes even further. And I used to walk every day up the thing. And then in the winter, we didn't have any snow, so I didn't walk at all this winter. Whew.
Hello, anybody home?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Hey, I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been Old Dude or somebody else, but somebody had sent two papers, a master's thesis and a paper from Dayton University, regarding it was like a somebody they were shooting lasers between two Hawaiian islands. Does that ring a bell for anybody? Because I can't repost it because I don't have the chat permissions, but I wanted to talk about that, those papers and stuff if anyone has familiarity with them.
I'm not aware of those papers, but what contention do you have with them?
Well, first I wanted to ask how the contents of the papers are being interpreted to support the flat Earth framework, and then I guess I would follow up from there. So if you're not familiar with them, then I guess you won't be able to answer that.
No, unfortunately not. I'm not sure where old dude is actually.
Yeah, because when I try to scroll up the chat, it's just not there anymore. So,
Yeah, I hate that this chat like resets every like 12 hours or something.
that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because it was last night. But yeah, like if it was like a 150-kilometer propagation of near infrared laser between two Hawaiian islands, and like that's pretty characteristic. So like if somebody knew about it, then they would recognize it just from that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen it personally, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, fair enough. Drace is typing. Hey, Drace, are you familiar with the experiment that I'm describing? Or maybe not. All right, I guess I'll check back later to see if that person is in here, who posted the paper.
All right, brother.
Yeah, Drace. So we're definitely talking about the same kind of experiment. So that specific master's thesis, the whole thing that they were focusing on was that the original experiment, um, when they were first analyzing it, they were basing it off of this turbulence model called the Kolmogorov turbulence theory model. But the problem with that one is that it doesn't account for the refractive effects of the atmosphere at long distances or the curvature of the Earth. And if you actually read that paper, it's all about writing a ray tracing program that incorporates atmospheric refraction and takes into account the curvature of the Earth. So if you go through that paper, they actually derive a atmospheric profile, sorry, an atmospheric optical density profile equation based off of a bunch of different stuff. And so there's actually have graphs modeling the optical density of the air with different heights because they needed to do that because as the laser is going from one point to the other, it's actually going through it's changing height because the target is higher than the source and then also because of the curvature of the Earth. So um, I'm not really sure what you're pointing to in this paper that you are claiming is incompatible with the globe Earth. Yeah, Miguel. I was I was a globe earther until that message that you just sent, where it says that there's no curvature on the Earth, and I guess that's enough to convince me, right? Come on, man. So, Drace, are you
Or is
essentially
it?
saying that when they did this ray tracing simulation, that the results of that ray tracing simulation was different from the observed experiment? And if so, can you send a link to the original experiment where I can compare the two, or just give me a page number on that?
I mean, Mikhail does make a good point, dude. Where's the curvature at?
I just want everyone to be on the same page about why this specific paper contradicts the globe Earth, because I'm still not 100% clear on that, right? Once we have that established, then we can actually you know, you know what I mean? Otherwise, we're just talking in circles.
Well, it's not just this paper; it's all the papers.
Well, this
There's no
paper
curvature.
specifically is what is the subject of discussion, so I don't want to pivot away to some other disparate topics. I want to, finish this.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, Drace. So I think it's a very simple question. Okay, so the paper data contradicts terrestrial refraction models, and we are not discussing it, but okay. The paper, so the paper that you linked the characterization of atmospheric turbulence effects over 149-kilometer propagation path. You are saying that that data in that paper contradicts terrestrial refraction models. But that paper is directly referencing the 1976, or what, I mean, yeah, you can go through it. Like, they reference existing models of atmospheric pressure profiles, and then from there they calculate the refractive index gradient profile. So I'm not sure where you're claiming that it's contradicting other refraction models when it's literally incorporating them into the ray tracing program. That's where I think there's like a disconnect, because I'm just not seeing what you're seeing. If you can give me like an exact page number, then I can go read it myself or reread it. Okay, Miguel, clearly you don't even know what we're talking about, because the experiment we're talking about involves a target and a source that are both 3 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. So therefore, your apparent horizon would not have to interfere with the propagation path of the laser across this 93-mile distance. So, like, just read the paper first if you want to discuss it. Okay, so Trace, so you're saying the original prediction assumes a path intersecting through an effective curved layers of air. Okay, that's right. And then you say that prediction and expected result did not come back clean, nor in the separation of the beams. So they attribute that to turbulence models to avoid the spectral shift. So they assume that the path was going through curved layers of air, and then they used the altitude dependent optical density gradient function to basically at each point in its propagation model, okay, how high is it? What is the optical density? What can we expect the behavior to be at this point? And then they integrated that along the path length. And then what you're saying is when they did that with the ray tracing simulation, the expected result did not come back clean. Can you define what that means? Are you saying that that prediction did not match the observations, that they all landed in the same spot? Well, the specific ray tracing model that is discussed in the paper that they made does include curvature and refraction. So okay, can you give me an exact page number where they make that assertion? The ray tracing models don't bend the rays. They literally do. I can't post images because of permissions, I guess. But if you go to page So on page 16 and on page 18, there are two ray tracing models that in fact show curved rays that they made themselves from their simulation models. So I'm not sure what you're referencing there specifically. Show me the model that bends the rays. It's on page 16 and page 18 of the paper that you sent. Okay, Drace, I think you are going into the realm of dishonesty. Um, Here, let me go up to the table of contents on this thing. Okay, so chapter 2.2, ray tracing technique. Chapter 2.2.1, ray tracing equation. 2.2.2, numerical integration of the ray tracing equations. 2.2.3, implementation in C++. 2.3, ray tracing atmospheric optics, examples. 2.3.1, optical ray propagation through stratified layers. 2.3.3, analysis of the coherent of the combat experiment using ray tracing technique. For you to claim that this is not a ray tracing model, but just an optical model, at that point, that's just word salad, my guy. Like, what are we talking about? This paper is clearly discussing an analysis of an experiment using a homemade ray tracing model. I don't know why that is something that you have chosen to dispute at this time. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even like, I don't know. You're asking me to say it explains the theory. It explains the theory of the ray tracing model that they made. They made a ray tracing model, and then the figures that it's in the paper was produced using that model. Like, what are you talking about? Show me a working
It's a
model.
theoretical model. Show me this model actually functioning. I can create a theoretical model to explain any observation. It doesn't mean it's true.
Okay, what would you accept as a demonstration of this model working? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to show you, I wanted to see this model functionally working, predicting things as we see them.
So you are no longer denying that this is in fact a ray tracing model.
No, it's a theoretical model, just like I can create a theoretical model.
Okay, but it is a
Does the model match observation?
Right?
Is it a functional model?
You tell me, does it? Where in the paper does it?
I haven't used it. You're the one arguing this. I am not arguing this.
No, that is your argument. Your argument is that the result.
What is my argument? Tell me.
Is that the results of this simulation and analysis, when they factor in the assumed values of refraction and curvature, do not correspond with the observations of the original experiment. That's what your claim was.
My claim is that like they state in the beginning of this, is that original modeling that they were following didn't match their observations, and so they used other modeling like the turbulence and the new turbulence models to try to match the observations, and then created this theoretical model as a consequence of that.
Well, yeah, what they were saying is that the original atmospheric models they were using did not account for the effects of refraction at large distances. It only kind of factored in some localized turbulence, which didn't account for like large scale turbulence and refraction across large distances. So that was the whole impetus of developing this new kind of
Yeah, you do understand that the model has no relevance, right? The model is just, this is how we think it might work. You understand that, right?
The role of any scientific model is to create a framework that describes observations in the context of measurable, observable values. So you just described every scientific model ever, you know?
It's just how we think it might work. However, there are variables here inside this that were never tested. So the optical path is never verified, and the optical path is never verified. It's very difficult to verify that optical path, and they're not even trying to do so.
Okay, so are you claiming that the results of their simulation is somehow in disagreement with the measurements of the observations in the experiment?
What?
So we have
do you need to clean out your ears or something?
Hey, let's not get into ad hominem, dude. I haven't insulted you.
No,
once, okay?
Why are you asking me questions unrelated to what I'm saying?
I'm trying to get down to the bottom of why you are, like, what aspect of this paper or this analysis or the original experiment you believe is in conflict with the globe Earth interpretation. Like that, I'm just getting to the very specific clash. But that's what I want. That's what I'm interested in.
That in this paper, for instance, they're talking about the dispersion between the beams. Okay. If terrestrial refraction or light were bending around the globe, we would see more dispersion. Do you understand that?
More dispersion than what they calculated using the atmospheric models in this paper?
Yeah, more dispersion than using the refractive models, because the refraction is what causes the dispersion, not the turbulence. So if you can believe the turbulence is adding all that extra bend, then you can make it work.
So what is in disagreement? Like, are you saying that when because the paper itself, they
you forget I'm not here arguing using this paper. You brought it up and I asked, is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was talking. And so somebody had another flat
earther. So you're confused.
No, another flat earther had sent me that paper.
Yeah, and you didn't understand what he was saying, and so you're creating some kind of argument.
No. It's because they literally just sent these two papers without context. It was this one and then the original Hawaii experiment, and I read through them, and I just didn't understand what the connection is. So that's why I'm asking you guys, like, hey, do you believe that this paper somehow contradicts globe Earth, and if so, what is the point of clash? Right, and so that's why I'm asking what your interpretation of this is with respect to flat Earth. I think that's a very reasonable and
that's a reasonable question. Like I told you, we're not looking at their interpretations of the data or their assumptions about the data. We're just looking at the data. So the separations between the beams, and so when we look at the globe claims, they have claims of terrestrial refraction, which is just an inflation of the globe geometry. And so with most ray tracing models, in order to avoid the calculations required to try to do any kind of curve rays, because they would be different curvature based on the optical density of the medium, and that would be variant all over the place. So that would create a lot of issues with conventional ray tracing in video games, for instance. And so what they do to correct for this within the math and within other games and stuff, you simply make the world flatter.
Okay, so I think I need to address Miguel Souza in the chat. So Miguel Souza, he has said, the fact that they can perform a 150-kilometer propagation test from one end to the other proves there is no physical ball blocking the line of sight. So
no, it was too high in the air, Miguel.
That's what I've been trying to tell him. Like, both observation and the source points were over 3 kilometers above. So that is a non-factor in this.
Yeah, that's why we don't use that as proof of flat Earth or anything. It's just like an example for the data. Like Indio posts this a lot and talks about this. It's an example of the data of the separation between the wavelengths due to the claimed refraction not being there. And when we look for it,
in the original experiment, what was the measured separation of the beams?
I don't remember. I would need to go back through it.
Okay. And so are you claiming that the actual measured separation of the beams is in disagreement with the ray tracing simulation that this paper has presented?
No. What? No. Their ray tracing model is taking the data they got, which is not conforming to how much you would expect the beam to be refracted if the Earth was a ball and you assume normal terrestrial refraction models. So because it's not that refracted that much and there's not that much separation, they use these other turbulence models to modulate the output of their model until it matches the observation, and so now their model seems to match this observation better. What are you talking about?
Well, no, but yeah, okay.
Do you not understand this?
No, I do understand it, but the previous model that you're referencing that they have, replaced, right? I all of that, I'm in agreement. That is what what it's doing. But what I'm saying is the original model didn't include refraction effects. Like it's literally right here. I'll copy paste. In this thesis, the ray tracing technique. Okay, yeah, I think right here.
Yeah, now then you're talking about the ray trace. You're talking about something other than what they're talking about when they're talking about the beam. They're not talking about using no refraction on the beam. That's retarded.
Okay, so what I just posted is literally the first line of the paper. So it's saying that this experiment was conducted that revealed inconsistencies based on the classical Kolmogorov turbulence theory. This inconsistency may be related with not accounting for refraction effects caused by refractive index variation with elevation and presence of large atmospheric structures which induce refractive index gradients and can alter the trajectory of the optical wave energy flux. In this thesis, atmospheric refraction effects are studied using a ray tracing technique. Due to refraction, a ray propagating in the atmosphere doesn't follow a straight line and may not arrive at its desired location. In this thesis, the ray tracing technique was applied for analysis over a propagation length of 150 kilometers. It was shown that due to refraction, the ray trajectory may deviate from the geometric straight line by 16 meters in the middle of the path. So what they're saying is that the previous models that were being used to analyze the data did not include refraction. The whole point of
No, that's not what they said. They didn't say that at any point in that. What are you talking about?
Literally in what I just posted. That's like no,
it didn't say that at any point.
In sentence number 2 of the paper, they say the inconsistency is related with not accounting for refraction effects. And then the rest of the paper is taking into account refraction effects.
No, bro, read the rest of the line. The inconsistencies may be related with not accounting for the refractive effects caused by refractive index variation with elevation and presence of large-scale atmospheric structures. So
the rest of the
they're saying
paper
the variations is not fully accounted for, and so that's why they're doing it. What are you talking about?
And what they are doing is then calculating what the index of refraction variation with height would be, and then incorporating that into their model. And then at the end, they actually take into account another more precise turbulence model, and they incorporate that into their model too. And then at the end, they end up with this WORT, W-O-R-T ray tracing model, which then they're claiming that is more accurate than the original too. So like the whole point of this paper is that they are improving the accuracy.
Yeah, they're trying to improve the models. Yes, we agree. However, at no point was the globe ever verified in these models. The globe is assumed within the refraction models. That's the problem. It's very dishonest to stop the reading at. This inconsistency may be related with not accounting for refraction. Well, they're not accounting for refraction. Well, he didn't put a period there. Refraction effects caused by refractive index variation. Oh, well, they're talking about refraction and accounting for refraction, but not accounting for the variation. Not realizing that his models of refraction already pre-assume the globe. Using the same data, I can construct a same kind of ray tracing model for a flat Earth. Same thing. Doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, refraction. It bends light at different rates. But the laser for the laser test for flatness uses one wavelength only. But maybe we can do it with multiple lasers or one of those like combined white lasers, and then we can see if it spreads out in different colors. See if there's diffraction. I can't really read right now, by the way. Driving. You kind of read a little bit, but kind of difficult.
Hello?
Name
Yeah,
one
dude.
object that's perfectly flat.
We're not saying the Earth is perfectly flat. Does it say perfect flat Earth 24/7?
Oh. Are you therefore saying the Earth is more or less flat?
Well, the Earth is flat.
But to what
It's an
degree?
overall surface aspect to your
No, that's
eye.
not true. I'm working on a surface right now that's not perfectly flat, I can guarantee you.
Well, yeah, we're not. Like I said, we're not claiming perfect flatness.
So you're saying it's more or less flat, right? It's not really, strictly speaking, it's not flat, you're saying, right?
Oh, it's flatter than a sheet of paper. You think
Yeah,
that's
okay,
flat?
but that,
Nothing that is perfectly. It only exists in mathematics.
so therefore, a perfectly flat object does not exist, right? And what's the
Yeah,
point in
it does
saying
not.
perfectly flat instead of saying flat, right? It's the same thing. So there is no flat object, right? That's the
Well,
conclusion. Obviously, there is no flat object. Therefore, your premise of the Earth being flat is just false, right? I just
How would you
proved the
how would you
when
impossibility
you
of
say
that.
flat,
describe
it means it's flat with real world tolerances.
how would you
Zero,
describe your cutting
zero.
board?
Think of this. It's like saying something is 99% correct. Well, 99% correct is strictly speaking not correct. It's not true, right? It's false. It's close to it, but it's not,
How would you
right?
describe
So
your
your
cutting
object is not
board?
flat.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, how would you
Please
describe
reply
your
to
cutting
my
board?
cutting board.
Yeah,
What's it
how would
made
you
out of?
describe it?
Okay, what's it made out of? What's the substance it's
It could be
constituted out of?
wood, plastic, glass, it doesn't matter. Whatever you're cutting, it's
And what is
fine.
the question?
How would you describe it? Like the surface of it?
I would describe it as a geometric structure, embedded in 3D space-time.
How profound.
All right, that's okay. This sounds like voodoo. Okay, I agree.
So like, you don't like use shapes at all, because then everything would just be like a shape. So like a cube is not really like a real life cube is not really a cube, right? Because it's not a
No,
perfect cube.
dude.
So
Flat
it's just a
is
geometric
not a
structure.
shape.
Oh,
Flat is not a
Exactly.
shape.
yeah, flat's
Well,
not a
yeah, it's
shape.
like the topography.
The
Of,
adjective is not the noun.
You know that flat's not a shape, right? I hope.
it's close enough. It's like a
No,
local shape.
no, it is. No, it's
No.
not, dude.
What?
The
It's a
surface of the Earth is
property.
not flat.
Yeah, it's like the shape of a surface.
It is a property that
No.
a shape may or may not have. It's not close
Yeah.
enough to being a shape.
Yeah,
It
I
is
mean,
not a
there's
shape.
more
All right,
semantics.
it's not a shape. It doesn't matter, right? If it's a
It's
shape or not.
it's an
I
adjective.
digress.
Yes.
I give up.
So I'm not,
Adjective. You know the
yeah, I'm just
difference?
saying.
Adjectives and nouns and all that good stuff.
So if you're saying the Earth is not perfectly flat, sorry, perfectly flat, you
Nobody's
therefore
saying
are
that.
saying the Earth is flat to a degree, right?
The
And
Earth is
having a
Earth
degree
shaped.
would mean that there is a curve.
The
So
Earth is Earth
QED, man,
shaped.
again.
Wait, so are you telling me that your
That's
cutting
the
board is
second
curved?
masterful
Is that what
argument
you're
I've
telling me?
created, man. Yeah.
Are you telling me your cutting board is curved?
Ah,
So if
Yes
you
or
say
no? Is your
that,
cutting board curved then?
hey, it might be a little wonky. He might have a curved cutting
yes, it
board.
has curvature.
Are you telling me that
The
the
cutting board has
surface on a
curvature.
hard board of your book has curvature?
Yes, if you zoom in, you will see like little hills,
Yes, I
yes, so you will
know.
see that.
Yeah,
The
and
Earth
if
is
you zoom
flatter
in on a
than
piece
a
of
sheet of
paper,
There
you'll
you
paper.
go.
see all these little ridges and
And you
spaces,
know
and
what
it'll look like
the hill
mountains and
is?
valleys,
A hill
dude.
is
Come
technically
on.
speaking, look, bro, a hill is
Jesus.
technically speaking like a half a bowl, So therefore, it's curved,
No,
obviously,
it
man.
is not.
It's what the hill is, right? It's like
A
if you
hill is
cut a
not
ball in
half the
half, there is a
ball.
hill.
Dude,
No.
one hill is not enough earth curve to cover all the curvature you're going to need.
The hill has the same degree of curvature as the Earth.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Bro, have you ever seen the
Yikes,
Earth?
dude. Have I seen the Earth? Yes, I went outside today.
All right, yeah, me too. Nice. All right. So that's all I wanted to say, because it was pretty quiet in here.
Thanks for stopping by.
So
It was funny at least. Thank you.
no problem, man. No problem. Yeah.
All right, bro. Have a good one. Unless you have anything else you want to add.
Stay blessed,
Well, I
man.
would say there is like a misunderstanding in this channel. I really want to. Well, I've pointed this out so many times, and I get a lot of shit from you guys. So the idea is, you guys believe that if you know something, you therefore don't believe it anymore, right? That's what
Yeah,
they're saying. I don't believe
because
it.
it's
I know it,
annoying now.
right? Yeah,
Yeah,
but
do you
believe.
There's a
believe?
difference between belief and knowledge.
Do you believe
The
you're a
difference
man,
between
or do you know you're a man?
both. I know it. No,
If you
so
know it, then you don't believe it anymore.
all right. Think of this,
At that
man.
point.
Knowledge is a subset of belief, and by that I mean that knowledge is defined like in generally it's defined as justified and true belief. So it's still just a belief, but it's a belief you have evidence for, right? So you
Yeah,
still
that's
believe
the
it, but you
difference.
also have evidence for it, right? But you still believe it. Of course, you don't stop believing it. You also believe it, and now you're even more fortified in your belief because you have evidence. And then you can claim, look, I don't just believe it, I also have evidence for my belief. But of course, you still
Well,
believe it. You're
it's
justified
like
in holding the
this.
belief.
If I was to believe if I was, but I'm actually a man, because I know I'm a dude, but I believe I'm a woman. You see?
So yes, let me just point out what like the definition of
Okay.
belief would be, like the standard. It would be a belief is to hold a certain statement to be true. That's all a belief is. That's all it means, that you believe the proposition in question, the statement in question is true. For example, you are a man and you believe that you are a man. That's perfectly fine. Let's say you are a man and you know that you are a man because there is evidence for it and you believe that you're a man. You can't just
No.
change your belief, Yeah, you can't just you can't just start believing that the earth doesn't exist, right? You can't just do that
No,
because
you can
you believe
believe the
whatever you
Earth
hold to
doesn't
be true.
exist. You can believe it doesn't exist. Oh, it is still there, regardless of your whatever your belief you have, right?
No, you're not in control of
Yes.
your beliefs. If I present evidence for something, you will believe it no matter what, because if you actually believe my evidence, you have to believe it. So, um, let's say it's a murder trial, and you're the judge, and you say, I don't believe that
Okay.
he did it. And then the prosecutor, he
Okay.
presents like an actual video of like 10 people filming it, how he killed him. And the judge still says, I don't believe it, right? But it wouldn't be true, right? Because he would believe it because there is evidence for it, I guess. So him saying that he doesn't believe it is like a hypocritical thing.
Well, it's a good thing that we're not talking about a murder trial.
Yeah, okay. No, you're
So
right,
we're
man.
talking about something like the Earth, which everybody can check and see if there's actual curvature on.
Okay. The Artemis mission, huh? It's a lot of evidence for you.
Well, yeah.
They
How do you
filmed
know
the
that
whole
mission
trip.
was real?
Well, I have faith and trust in NASA.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can have faith and trust in them. I don't have to have faith or trust in them. I could just verify to see if the location they said that they're going is real or not. I could verify the
I believe them.
contents of
Yep.
the actual video to see if that's real or not. Right? Like you
Yeah,
can
they sent
verify
this
to see
thing
if
up.
you can go to outer space. You can verify if they're on the Earth. If neither of those things are possible, then it's obviously fake, right?
I mean, they went there on the moon, I think.
Well, yeah, that's the story they gave you. Yeah, that's like when they say, "Yeah, Santa
That's
Claus
what they
gave me
say,
my
yeah.
presents." That's the story.
Bro, why would you think that's not possible? I've seen this guy, this like bald guy, who is asking like astronauts to take like an oath on the Bible or something,
Okay,
I've
but that
seen
doesn't
him on like a
prove it.
podcast with like an actual astronaut, and his points didn't really make sense, unless you have like different arguments than him.
Oh, that
I
doesn't
mean,
prove anything.
it proves that he presented like a lot of um these moon mission critics points and arguments, So maybe he presented arguments you would present, against, and I didn't find that they were like convincing. You know what I mean, man?
Like
Because
if I asked
they
my
have like moon rock.
girlfriend, like, "Hey, did you
Yeah.
cheat on me? Here, swear on if you cheated on me or not." You think that'd be good proof?
Well, I mean, if she actually believes, in an oath,
Yes,
yeah. Have you seen
exactly.
Harry
So how
Potter?
do
They
you
have like
know
this one
they
oath.
were? Do you know if they're religious or not?
No, I don't. I don't know, and I'm
Okay,
not
so
taking
that
their
may or
word.
may not have meant anything at all.
I'm not just taking their word for it.
You are
Um,
though. When I ask you,
no,
how
no,
did you
no,
verify if
no, no, no.
not?
Yeah, moon rocks, for
Yes, how did you?
example. They said they have like lots of moon rocks.
Yes, how did
Like
you
a stone
verify
made out
those
of.
rocks were from the moon?
There are like studies done on on the rocks. They have like a certain they're constituted out of like a certain
Dude, when they
proportionality of
did
like
check,
substances.
when they did check, it was petrified wood.
Well, in some samples, some were fake. It doesn't mean all were
Okay,
fake.
what
Some
were
were
the
like
other
trick.
ones?
The other ones were sent to like reputable organizations like the American Zionist Committee and the I don't know. I know. I'm just joking. I don't know. And they would send them to like universities and I
Okay, cool.
guess
They probably put them up in a museum somewhere. Awesome. So you just
back.
believe that they were from the moon. That's my whole point. You never verified if it was actually
Well,
from
I
the
mean,
moon or not,
there is
right?
like, well, I mean, there is like a limit of how much I'm willing to verify, but I still want to hold beliefs. I couldn't live otherwise, So
Yeah, and that's
a lot
okay.
of
I
things
have
I believe
beliefs
I
as
have not
well.
verified myself. I will
I have
accept like
beliefs as
rational
well.
reasoning, Just use like
Yes.
rational reasoning. You don't have to have evidence, You can just rational your way to it,
Yes, I'm not
Like a
saying that I
logical
don't have
conclusion.
beliefs either. I'm telling you, I also beliefs and stuff. That is okay to have beliefs. But you need to distinguish when you have belief or not, right? Like for the earth, is that a belief you hold that the earth is a ball, or do you actually know it?
Well, bro, so this is what I was saying. If you know it, you also believe it. Knowing means that you have a justification for your belief. That's all, but you still believe it. So can you know that the Earth exists? Yes, if the Earth is round, right, or like a sphere. Yes, if you're justified in holding that belief, and if that belief is actually true. Now, is it logically, at least logically, possible, for the Earth to be a sphere? Yes, because I don't see any reasons for it to be like intrinsically logical contradictory. So at least it's logically possible, right? So is it physically possible? Yeah, of course, man. Of course, there can be like
You
an
know that it's not
object
even
because
logically
balls
possible.
actually exist, right? So
Yes, I
balls
know
can
that balls
physically exist.
exist, but there's no
Yeah.
measured curvature on the floor, so it's actually illogical to think that the Earth is a ball if there's no curvature measured on the surface.
No,
That's
bro.
not true.
It,
That's not true.
bro, it being logically possible, it just means that it's not logically contradictory. The claim that the Earth is a sphere does not have like an intrinsic contradiction in itself. Of course not, because it would be in the form of it being a sphere and not being a sphere. But the claim is just it being a sphere. So it's logically possible and physically it's possible because we know balls exist. Now the question is, so it might be true. The question is, are we justified in believing it? And I would say, of course, we are.
Let's say that everybody on the Earth at the same time took a laser test and came to this and got the exact same measurements of the exact same area, and we all determined together that the laser test showed that there was no curvature. It is still possible for the Earth to be a ball.
I agree.
Well, I mean,
Why?
that's an interesting
What the
experiment.
hell?
Of course,
That's
you
how
cannot talk
logic
about it.
works. It's still logically possible.
Host.
A measurement is not proof. Proof is an establishment of the threshold of evidence required.
Well, proof would be something that points to the claim being definitely true. They're like evidence. Evidence just means that there is something that points to the proposition being true. That's all it means.
I think proof means like really strong evidence. Evidence can be weak evidence or not, but I
No,
don't
no,
know.
no, no. No, it can be weak evidence because evidence means it proves something, a certain proposition. That's what it means.
It's just
Like you
hilarious
can
the idea that
have
you can download the shape of the entire planet with laser tests. It's like all that you're demonstrating is local.
No, we
Not
never claimed the shape, dude. Holy. You know this.
you're making a claim to the contrary. You're saying that a lack of curvature is a demonstration of flatness.
Because it is. If there's no curvature, then what is
No,
it?
it's a demonstration of local flatness. That's all it is.
You know they give us the size of the Earth, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
It wasn't a question. I just made a statement that the
Oh,
Earth
go ahead.
exactly how much curvature there should be if it's there. And that
Yeah,
whole
I'm
paradigm is
aware.
already shit on.
Sure, I'm aware of the average. I'm aware of the posited average, but that's irrelevant. That's a red herring to this conversation. We don't need to talk about the numbers. We just need to talk about what's logical, because this discussion was about what's logical and what's not.
Okay, sure.
I thought
So
local
there's no
flatness makes
curvature
sense.
measured. So why would you ever think or believe that there
Because
would be the Earth was a
because
curved
measurements
surface?
are approximations, and it depends on your threshold of evidence. A measurement is an approximation, and if
Right?
your
Because
threshold of evidence is high
you don't
enough,
have like an exact height, right? So it's actually impossible to determine your exact height because even if you determine it down to the electron, they're like still photons, and they're not like steady, they're in constant movement. So you don't have like a definitive height. So it's just an abstraction to measure your height. So he's right.
Sir,
Sure, but we're not.
were you the one that were complaining that things weren't perfectly flat when people say flat? And
Yeah,
now
that's my
you're saying
argument.
like height?
Yeah, I'm saying you don't have like an exact height, right? Because the
Right.
atoms the atoms of your head are like in constant movement.
And it's the same with
Yeah,
flatness.
it's the same with flatness because there is no exact perfect flatness.
Exactly.
I'm not
So
saying
it
that the
just
Earth is perfectly flat, dude. We
yeah,
know
but
that
if you
there's
say it's not
topography. We
perfectly flat, you're
understand.
saying it's more or less flat, and something that's more or less flat is strictly speaking not really flat. You can say tongue in cheek wise it's flat, but it's actually not. You know, if you don't commit to it being perfectly flat, that's the conclusion. I think that's like one of the best arguments because it's an internal critique and I don't have to
Well,
present
bro,
any
there's
evidence,
nothing that's perfectly flat.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
is
That's my
perfectly
point. Yeah.
flat?
Just complete flat with like 0 degree of deviance.
Yes, can your cutting board still be flat without it being
No.
perfectly flat?
Yeah, strictly speaking, it wouldn't be flat. No, it wouldn't be flat.
Oh, flat doesn't exist in your world.
Flat exists as a concept, and there may be a perfectly flat object. I'm not aware of it existing. That's why I'm asking you guys: is there something that's perfectly flat? And you say no. You know, you guys started like a couple days ago when I presented this argument with saying like the surface of water is perfectly flat, but it was like pretty amateur wise. And then you went to like mirrors. That's also pretty bad. Someone
Wait,
said like a
what's that?
silicon sphere. That's very
Seems like you're
close to perfectly
deflecting,
flat.
though. Seems like you're deflecting from the fact that regardless of how perfectly flat it is, it's obviously not a ball.
No, I'm saying it's at least not flat. We can agree on that,
The
and
ball
that's all I
isn't on
want to
trial
prove
here,
that
by
the
the
Earth
way.
is
The ball is
definitely
You
not
not
on
agree that
flat.
it's
trial.
at least not a ball.
So, well,
Because the
I'm
concept of the
concerned with.
ball is not on trial right now.
What's that?
We're not comparing it to a ball. We're talking about idealistic shapes here. The ballness of the Earth is not on trial right now in this conversation.
Yeah, no, the ball
Yes,
Earth is exactly on trial. That is exactly what it is.
no,
And
bro,
it's
he's
not
right.
only on
He's right.
trial, it's already been adjudicated and debunked. That's why we're here.
We
That's
will
what we're
talk about
talking
it,
about.
man. But what I'm concerned with right now, or what I was concerned with, was to prove that the Earth is definitely not flat. So whoever is claiming that the Earth is flat is just wrong,
Well, it's
But
definitely not a
okay, we
globe,
can
is
talk
it?
about it being a sphere. Yeah, it's not flat.
Well,
Definitely,
it's
it's
not a
not
sphere.
flat. It's more or less
Well,
flat.
it depends. It
And
depends
that's
what you
why
mean by not flat. It's generally more flat than it is a
it's
sphere.
generally flat, but not real. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
I mean, it's
point,
got
man.
hills and valleys, right? So obviously, it's
That's
not like
curvature.
paper flat, but it's not a spinning ball like the schools and the media are telling the public. That's the point.
Okay, bro, but I need like a medal for proving that it's at least not flat, and you guys actually conceding to it not being.
No, no, you
Bro,
don't need.
I got
You don't
flat
need
earthers
anything.
to say that the Earth is not flat. This is insane,
No.
man.
See,
Whoa.
this is a very low-brained moment for you.
Ooh, yeah, it's been low. It's
Because
okay.
we're not. We're the flat
I'm
Earth
using a sleight of
is
hand
like a
trick. I would
media
agree.
term.
Yeah.
It's like a media term, right? We're not claiming it's perfectly flat. Obviously, it's got hills and valleys, doesn't it?
So it's more or less flat, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Okay, so the Earth is more or less
topographical
flat.
plane. It's a
So it's not
topographical
flat,
plane,
really.
yeah.
It's
Topographical
not a
plane.
flat plane, bro. You're not
How's
saying
that?
it's a flat plane. You just talked about
It's
hills and
topographical. Yeah, hills and
Yeah,
valleys.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. No one is arguing that it's not got hills and valleys. Is that what you
Well, are you
thought?
saying hills and
That kind of speaks to your
valleys are flat?
level. That kind of speaks to your level of intellect, dude. If that's what you thought.
So when you look at like hills and valleys, you would say they're flat. That's flat land.
Yeah. See, this is how much this topic breaks your guys' brains. Like you're
Okay,
just
look,
being disingenuous.
there are girls.
You
They are flat.
you can't address the fact that it's obviously not a spinning ball of water and rock in a vacuum.
Okay, let's talk about that, man. Actually, let's address that, man.
Okay, why has no one ever measured any curvature of the Earth if it's a ball?
I mean, you said hills exist. Hills have curvature, So according to you, curvature exists.
Spherical curvature, you know what I mean? So you don't even want to know
What is
about it.
spherical curvature?
You're just being like a debate bro, dude. It's pathetic.
Yeah, it's pure debate, bro. Tactic stuff. No evidence, no common sense, no citations.
You have to willingly make yourself sound this retarded
Okay.
to avoid having the
Name
discussion.
one authority you would
No,
accept.
no, no.
For
Just
me to
answer my
cite.
question. Why has no one ever measured any spherical curvature if the Earth is a globe?
Uh-oh.
A lot of people have studied spheres, and they've measured lots of spheres. Sorry, I'm not a native
You can
speaker,
answer my
man. I can't
question?
pronounce it. But yes,
Just a
balls
complete
has been
diversion.
measured,
Okay, so who measured the spherical curvature of this fantasy globe?
Eratosthenes.
No, he didn't measure any curvature. He assumed curvature. Try again.
He used an experiment and using like empirical evidence and using rational thinking, he derived
Okay, what
and
did
he
he measure
concluded that the Earth
exactly?
has to be flat,
What did he measure exactly?
He measured the degree of
elevation to a
sunlight
stick.
impact on the surface of the Earth. I'm
All
not
right,
an
so not
expert on this,
curvature
but
then.
well, I mean, from
Yes,
that
not curvature then.
observation, he determined using rational
Oh,
reasoning that the
he
Earth
assumed
has to
then,
be
just like
flat,
I
right?
said.
To
Yeah,
be
that's why I
curved.
was asking for the measurement, not the assumption.
And he was actually right to like a small degree of error, you know.
Yeah, but he assumed it. We're asking for a measurement.
He didn't assume it. He actually measured something, right?
No, not the
He didn't
curve
measure
though, right? You
curvature,
just
but
said
he
it.
measured something, and
Yeah,
with
okay,
that
so not the
evidence,
curvature.
he
I'm interested in who
used
measured the
rational thinking,
curvature.
man.
That's why I asked you. Why are you giving me the answer to a question I didn't ask?
He used mathematics and reason, you know. That's
Yeah, but
enough.
you just said he didn't measure curvature,
He measured something, right? He
not
took like some
curvature.
empirical. Well, I mean, he took measurements, right?
Yeah,
Whatever
not of
they are.
curvature though, right?
Okay, let's say whatever, not of curvature,
Yeah,
right? He
okay,
took like
so not of
measurements.
curvature, right?
Okay,
So I asked you,
okay.
why has no
He
one
took.
measured
Okay,
curvature?
let me correct it then. He took measurements, not of
Okay, so
curvature.
let's move
Okay.
on because I didn't ask who
Okay.
assumed
Look.
curvature. I asked who measured it.
Okay, so he measured something, right? You would agree.
Not
You say he
curvature,
didn't
dude.
measure.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
didn't ask who assumed
Let me
it. I
just
said who measured it.
let me just finish, bro. So you
No,
agree
no,
that he
because you
didn't.
already know that this isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about who measured
Well, we're
it.
talking about
You're
someone
saying a
who
guy who
actually.
assumed it. You've already
No, he
admitted he
didn't
didn't
assume it.
measure it. So my
He
question was
measured.
initially, why has no one
Bro.
measured it? And you said someone has measured it. This guy.
Bro.
Now you're saying he hasn't measured it. So who has?
So what he did, man, what he did. You pushing back very hard. I appreciate it, you know, for being able to speak without being muted. Okay, so I'm very thankful for this opportunity. So what he did, he observed something, right? He observed something.
Not
You would at least
curvature.
agree that. Oh yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. So he
No, it
observed
does. That was
something.
the whole point. That's what I'm asking
Okay,
for.
okay, I agree with you. He observed something, not curvature. Okay, but he
Okay,
observed
so why
something,
has no
and
one
using that
measured curvature?
observation, yeah, that's
Did you
what
answer
I'm
my
trying to tell
question?
you. Using the
Did you answer my question?
observation and using rational thinking, he derived from his observation that the Earth has to
No,
be
see, you're just using
flat.
a bunch of words to say he assumed curvature, which I already said in the first second.
He
This has
didn't
already been
assume it. He
covered. We already
rationale
know
to
it.
it
You
using
don't need to
mathematics.
reiterate it using 50 different words.
So are you saying like mathematics is an assumption? Like what? Do you believe
Oh,
that?
now with the
What?
straw man. Is this
Okay,
all you can do? Is this
no.
all you
Well,
can
I'm
do?
right.
Obfuscate and
You're
straw
trying
man?
to throw in the red herring, you know, like
Dude,
precisely.
no. Don't debate bro every single sentence, dude. Just answer the
Okay, bro.
question which you were asked
Yeah, I'm
originally.
trying to answer
Why
it.
has no one measured spherical curvature of the earth if it's a globe?
He did. Eratosthenes did. You know, you
Oh,
breaking
you
and
just
cutting me
said
off.
he
You know.
didn't. You just
Yes, he
agreed
did.
that he
He
didn't.
did. He did.
All right,
He
so
did.
now you're changing your mind what you just said 2 minutes ago then.
Well, actually, I've heard that you are concaver, man. LARPing as a flat earther.
Yeah, you tap out. See you later.
Yeah, bro, come on.
Floundering,
So
you
what's the
try.
argument? Well, I mean, at least I proved that the Earth is not flat. That's like a great achievement. I mean, yeah. There you
Don't
go.
mute all the
I hope someone
globies.
recorded it.
Oh, dude, he didn't do anything.
Please upload this to World Star Hip Hop, like TMZ.
Yeah, how's he muted? Why can't I unmute him?
Oh, floundering? I can try
Yeah,
for you in
unmute
a
him.
sec. Yeah. Let me see.
Floundering, can you answer the
Oh,
question?
there he
Why
goes.
has no one measured curvature of the Earth if it's a globe? The other guy couldn't do it.
Yeah, the other guy didn't even know what flat meant.
Yeah, he's bricked.
Yo, bro, I'm okay. I'm out. Okay, I'm at the sidelines. You're
Floundering, you were
kicking me. You
chatting.
know,
What's going on?
there is no need to kick me. I'm already out of the debate.
I'm not trying to kick you.
It's like punching someone who is on the ground. You know, I like
Oh, I see
punching
what
the
you're saying.
referee. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
What's that?
I didn't want us talking about him after he said he was gonna leave the
Let me
discussion.
just say one thing.
Well, he said he was leaving.
Look, man, some girls they're blessed to
Oh,
have very
never
big
mind.
boobs, so to say, you know, and some girls don't
Oh
have big boobs.
Boobier.
They
my.
are like flat, right? So that's the difference between flat and not flat. Like hills are not flat, obviously. Yeah. Yeah.
This is what you wanted to get out with your last words, really.
Yeah, it was pretty bad actually, but it's a good argument actually. Right? Yeah.
I mean, if you believe that, sure.
Okay, he ain't doing it. All right, Jay, try again. Why has no one measured the curve?
Well, I would say that's what you believe.
Okay, so who measured it? If I'm wrong,
I would say Joseph Smith.
See, you can't even be serious, dude. You know it. You already know it's correct. So I don't know why you're trying to argue.
Bro, I don't know
Just
the
give it up.
names, man.
Just
I'm
give it
just
up.
a
Listen,
normal
you fell
person in
for
Germany, you know. I don't
the
know the
Jeffrey
people.
Epstein's mate's globe model. It's fine. All of us did. Now you know it's bullshit. Just accept it. Don't be a weirdo about it.
Well, Epstein killed himself, right?
Well, that's another discussion. But basically, why are you following their cosmology instead of what's obvious and apparent to every single human being since the beginning of time?
All right, I can tell you because it's a view that explains all of my observations. You know, I've
No.
never had
Your
like an
observations are all
observation
of
to
a
the
flat
contrary.
motion.
Mhm.
You just observe a flat, motionless Earth. So the flat Earth explains your
Yeah,
observation. The globe Earth is a fantasy concocted by Jeffrey Epstein's mates.
me observing like a flat, like a close to flat plane when I stand somewhere is perfectly in accordance with the Earth being a sphere. You know.
Nah, it's flat.
Yeah, of course, it's a very big
Ay,
one. You know, so it appears to be flat. You know.
Yeah, but you've also got no evidence that it's not the thing that it appears to be. So you're just
It's
left
fair enough,
with
but
what it
I'm
appears to
saying the
be.
observation I'm having is in accordance with spheres. You know, like a globe or
No, it's in accordance
it's
with
fine.
flat and motionless.
But it's according to both, is what he's saying.
Do both. Do both.
So
Yeah.
only if the fantasy that you create states that the ball will appear flat and motionless, but that's not justification.
It's just saying if you have like a giant globe, it will appear to be flat. You know, and if it is actually flat, it would also appear to be
Yeah,
flat.
but
So it's in
also if
accordance with
you had
both
a
views. You know,
globe, it would have curvature, which the Earth does not.
it would have curvature. Yeah, and if we exactly observe
Yeah,
that, you
well,
know,
the
we
Earth's
can conclude
surface
that
that we live on doesn't have that. So there you go.
we can just observe the Earth and then reason to the conclusion. You know?
Yeah, we can observe the flat, motionless Earth. We can measure that it's flat and motionless, and we can reason, therefore, it must be flat and motionless. I don't know
Now,
why you guys find this so hard.
have you heard of like the empiricism versus rationalism debate?
Oh, please enlighten us how you've
No, I
reasoned
don't
your
want to enlighten
way
you.
to thinking the opposite of observable reality because you were told so as a child, and now you've got an intellectual framework to justify this childish cope. Please.
No, I don't want to enlighten you. It's just saying that can we
No one cares.
derive like the truth of a proposition using like observation,
We've
or can
derived
we
it. There's no
only
curve.
or
There's
can we
no curve.
only do it
We've
using
derived
like
it.
logical
Easy.
reasoning? You know.
Yeah, we've used logic, we've used empiricism, we've used measurement to derive that there
Bro,
is no
maybe
globe.
you've heard of have you heard of like deduction and induction? Maybe, right? The only way to get like truth is through deduction, right? So, but for that you have to start with truth, and then you derive like another truth of it. You know, you can
Dude,
say
you're a
look
globe
in here.
believer. Who are you to? Why are you going to try and tell us how to find the truth? You watch a
It's
NASA video
basic
and eat your
philosophy, you know.
Cheetos and just accept it.
oh shit.
Okay,
You talk to
look
us
if
about
you have like
finding truth through philosophy.
yeah, that's logic, man. That's look if you
Yeah,
have a
which you have
state.
none of.
Okay, let's say this: if you have a tree and the tree is 100
Oh, shut the fuck up
yards
about
tall,
trees.
right?
We talk about trees, you idiot.
The
Talking about
trees
the
are part
surface
of the
of the
earth,
earth.
you smartass.
All right, how
Yeah.
fast do you think the ground is spinning?
Like a zillion kilometers per hour.
See, it's just childish. A zillion, bajillion,
Why would you ask me
matrillion,
that?
like hours per minute. Yeah, see,
Why
it's
would you ask me
childish.
like the
You
exact number, man? This is
don't
like
have
in
any
school when the
idea.
teacher calls on you. No,
Why would
come
you
on.
believe
You're
in
getting like it.
something that you don't know? Tell me that.
Bro, why would you be a hypocrite?
No, yeah.
turn the question back on me. So boring. You guys are so boring.
Well, it's not used like ad hominems, right? You can
All right,
do it.
so
I know you can do it.
okay, so how fast do you really think the ground is turning?
I think it's turning like 16,000 kilometers per hour.
All right. Now, when you go outside, what makes you think that that's occurring?
Well, I wouldn't expect to be able to observe or,
That's not what I asked
be
you.
able
I
to
asked
feel
you
it.
what makes you think that's occurring.
The observation,
Of what? Doesn't
observation.
seem like the ground's moving at 16,000 kilometers an hour, like you said.
You're exactly right. And if the Earth is spinning at like 16,000 kilometers per hour,
Which it's
it would
not.
be perfectly fine for me just standing here and not, seeing it.
All
Would be
right.
perfectly fine.
So the thing that tells you that it's
So
spinning at
you're using the same argument
16,000
again, man.
kilometers an hour is that it
You're using
doesn't
the same.
seem like it's doing that. That's your evidence.
Exactly, and that's in accordance with the Earth being a sphere and
Exactly. It's so
spinning.
genius.
Exactly.
So that's what makes you
Exactly.
think it. The fact that you have no
Exactly.
experience of it, no evidence of it.
So that's not a good argument, man. Because the observation is
Yeah, it's
perfectly
great.
fine.
It's great. You guys are in here just talking about imagination. Oh, I believe it because it doesn't seem like it. Derp. Is that it? Is that really why you believe it? Because it just doesn't seem like it? And you tell yourself, well, if it was doing this, it wouldn't seem like it was doing what I believe it's doing.
I believe the hypothesis because it's
I
in
believe
line
the
with all of my
hypothesis. In
observations.
line with observations. No, your observation says it's going nowhere. It ain't moving.
Yes, and that's in line with the Earth being a sphere and
Oh,
rotating.
yeah. My observation of it not moving is in line with my hypothesis that it's moving, therefore, it must be moving. Listen to yourself. And you're trying to talk to us about philosophy and
Well, that's the
intellectual
conclusion you're trying to draw. Fair
discussion?
enough.
Jesus Christ, dude. This is how bricked they've made you guys.
Sorry, are you saying you have evidence to the contrary?
You haven't provided any evidence. You've just said, oh, well, it's because it doesn't seem like it's moving that I believe it's moving. That's not evidence.
That's in accordance with my beliefs and the
Yes, there you
hypothesis.
go. You believe
Yes,
it. That's all
exactly.
you have. You believe
I
it. There's
believe
not
it,
about
and I'm
evidence.
justified. I'm
No,
justified
you're
in
not
believing it,
justified.
and it
You're not
is actually
justified.
true.
You've just been told it and you believe it. There's no
I have a
justification there.
justified true belief, man.
You're just gullible.
Okay, name one original belief you hold you did not derive from someone else.
No, we'll just talk about
No,
your
it's impossible.
unjustified
Therefore,
belief
you're like
in
a
the
little
ground
marionette,
spinning.
like a little
No,
clown.
because we're just interested in exposing the fraud, bankrupt nature of the globe fantasy, which you're doing quite well. Because
Well, to
it's
be
not about
honest, man.
evidence for you. It's about belief in the feel goods. You feel nice and fuzzy and warm thinking that you're spinning at 16,000 kilometers an hour, even though that's not what the globe model actually claims. You just don't even know what it claims. You just have this vague notion. You don't even think you live on a giant spinning ball. You just want to pretend you think you live on a giant spinning ball to fit in. That's the fact. You don't think you live on a ball. No one does. It's retarded. They're just
And
pretending
are you
to
saying you're
fit in.
different to me?
Dude. This is sad. Come on. Get that some other glober in here.
How are you different to me?
Did you miss this cyclone?
I thought I did. I thought, you know what? I've got a little bit of time. Let's go and see what the globers are
I've
up to.
destroyed him so
And
many
this is
times
what
in
I get.
arguments.
This
So
is
we
what
do
I
see
get for checking
the
in.
cyclone. If I can try to
It's a
jump
cyclone.
in for some globing and help
Well,
clarify
I
what
got them
you're
to
saying.
concede that the Earth is not
Please,
flat.
thank you.
Can
Jay,
you
it's okay. You're no
congratulate me?
longer required. You're no longer required. Put yourself on mute.
Because really hate it when globers say like, oh, it's like what you were saying, like that does sound silly when he says like, I know it's real because because it doesn't seem like it, and so like when
Yeah, that's not a
globers say they
reason. I
don't
mean,
know, yeah,
yeah,
like
exactly.
all he had to do is say like it seems like it because the Earth is moving, or like we have to decide if the sun or the Earth is moving, right? Because we can see the
Yes, there you
sun
go. He
is
would have to
moving.
say, like, well, I see the sun moving, so I assume it's because I'm moving. That would at least be something.
Right. Those are one of two things. That's perspective, right? Like when you're driving down like when you're driving down the street, like, you know that you're the one that's moving down the street, not the earth around
Yeah.
you. But it does appear like there's optical illusions there. Like when you're in a train, like you think you're moving when
Yeah.
when there's no other point of reference.
See, for
We
me,
don't
that's just
know.
like a bare minimum litmus test. Like, are you at least going to be able to almost think your way into the globe belief? And if you say something like, "Well, I see the things in the sky moving around, and I assume that's because I'm moving," then at least you're showing me that you're at least vaguely following the globe story. But if you're just like, well, it doesn't seem like it's moving, therefore it aligns with my belief. It's like, what are you doing, dude? All
Yeah,
right,
well,
so
that's
fair
kind of
enough.
why, like, that's why I think that. So, like, the way they could have framed it, so you can still use, like, they could have explained it so much better by just saying, I think, you know, relative, because I'm moving relative to the sun, it might be the thing that I'm on that's moving, because that's what happens when, like, when you pass by something, it looks like it's going
Yeah, and
past
that's fine. But
you.
then we would still come to the position of okay, but then that would be a positive claim beyond what we experience. So there would have to be some additional evidence to that, because you
Right.
could get to the position where it's like, well, it's one or the other,
Yeah.
but we only experience one. So how do you prove it's actually the other?
Yeah, exactly. So that's where you have to start measuring where the sun is at. And so, dude, like, I couldn't, like, this is nerd. This is where we're getting into nerd shit. So I would have to look it up. So the actual measurements and everything are mystery to me exactly how it works. But what I am aware of is that they can measure the difference between, like, whether or not the sun, because the sun's like pretty much always in the same place on a rotation and just keeps ending up in the same place all the time. So that tells us that it's the thing that's stationary and that we're the thing that's moving. But I'm pretty sure
Well, no, you
Galileo
just
was the
said it
first
was on
one.
a rotation. So if it's on a rotation, that means it's moving.
No. I'm saying that we're rotating. There is rotation because we are rotating, because the sun is in the same place over and over
But we
again.
only observe the sun to be rotating, not ourselves, obviously.
No. We see the sun move across the sky. It's moving laterally.
Yes, there you
Okay.
go.
So
Now we're getting
because of that
somewhere.
arc, because of the way that it arcs from the horizon over to the next horizon, that's an arc, right? So it's arcing overhead, and so that
And
tells us there
you said
is
that's
rotation.
yeah, so then that would have to be your burden to say, but that's not what's actually going on. It's actually us, the ground that's moving, that's causing that phenomenon,
Right.
which no one can do.
No. Then we have to figure out how we know that we're the thing that's moving and not the sun.
Yeah, which no one can do.
Let me look it up real quick. No, because I'm pretty sure because the sun is always in the same spot over and over again.
Yeah, because it's on a
Relative
cycle, moving in a cycle.
over the year.
Yeah, so that just tells us that the
Like, so
sun,
there's a
as
24-hour
far as we can
cycle,
observe, is
and then
moving
there's
in
the
a
yearly
cycle.
cycle.
Yeah, it's the sun's cycle. Yeah.
Okay. So at least you're saying the sun exists and it's on a cycle. So you concede that it's like a physical object at least.
What are you talking about, Jay? Put the drink down. Put yourself
Yeah,
on mute.
so because the stars slightly shift position relative to distant stars over 6 months, it's like, it's imagine looking at your thumb with one eye and then looking at the and then looking and then the other. And so you know how you can move your thumb just by blinking from one eye to the next? Like, put your thumb out in front of your face and then blink. Look at it with your
So
right
is
eye
this
and
is
then
this how
close
we're
it.
gonna prove? Is this how we're
So
gonna prove the Earth is
you know how
moving
your
now?
thumb is moving? So you know how your thumb moves, but see, so you like, so if your thumb, you know your thumb is sitting still, but
Is
you're
this what the
closing one eye
scientists are
and
up
then
to?
opening another one, you move your thumb. So you
Right.
know, so like,
But how are you
so
getting
if
to the Earth is spinning?
so if the Earth, so the sun wouldn't have, there wouldn't be that shift if the sun was moving around the Earth.
That sounds shaky, dude. That sounds pretty shaky. You're telling
No,
me the Earth doesn't
that's
seem
literally
like
the
it's moving.
foundation.
The sun
So
looks
like,
like it's moving, but if you
no,
start closing your eyes and looking at your thumbs, you can tell the Earth is moving.
No.
I don't
Listen to
think
me
that
again. I
passes.
need you to understand. No, I don't want you to misunderstand. So, look, I need you to do the test with your own eyes, so you can see directly with your own eyes. Now, put your thumb out in front
But
of you, but don't
this
move your
test won't
thumb.
tell me that the ground is moving, though.
Oh my gosh, Cyclone, I have to we have to go through how we know something
Maybe
is.
draw a diagram. Maybe draw a diagram of it.
If you could just, like, is it really is it too hard for you to put your thumb in front of you and look at it with your left
It's
eye and
hard
then
for
look
me
at
to
it with,
imagine how you think this would tell you that the Earth is a big spinning ball.
so, like, when you do the thing I'm asking you to do, does your thumb move?
Yeah, when you close one eye or the other.
And then it moves, right? So then
Yeah, yeah, it shifts in
how
your
does
view.
that
You're
happen?
looking through a different eye.
From a different angle.
Yeah, slightly different angle
Okay.
from a different eye.
So now when you look at the sun from a different angle, it does that.
Okay. So it's still moving, but the ground is not.
No. When you
Yeah.
look at it when you look at the sun with your left eye and then you look at the sun with your right eye, it appears to move against the background. So if the Earth stayed still and the sun moved around the Earth, the stars are shifting slightly over 6 months. So
I
the
don't know,
stars are
man.
doing the thing that your thumb's
I was
doing, and
expecting better than this. The way you
the
came into
sun
this,
is
almost, I
okay.
think Jay's argument
We'll go
might
on to
be
the
better
next.
than this.
We can go on to the next thing if that's too complicated for you. So the next thing is we
Well,
can
I'm
measure
just
the.
waiting for how you determine that the ground is moving. That was the original question. I mean, blinking your eyes and shit isn't going to do it.
But using the same concept, we know that the sun is sitting still and that we're moving, that we're going around.
No. By observing the sun moving, you do not know that it's sitting still.
Because the stars are shifting. Yeah, no, the stars shift
Yeah, the
during
stars are also moving.
There's a stellar
Seeing them
parallax.
move doesn't tell you that they're sitting still.
So as the Earth moves around the sun, nearby stars appear to slightly shift position relative to distant stars over 6 months.
Sorry, I
Too
missed it.
complicated? Is that too complicated for you? Do you understand what that means?
Don't start getting cute, Talon. You've just embarrassed yourself talking about how the Earth's moving from blinking your eyes.
Okay. I'm just sorry. I'm not trying to embarrass you because you don't understand what I'm
Well,
talking
don't
about.
worry.
I
You
tried to
are
make it as
absolutely
simple.
not.
I
You're
tried to make
only
it as simple
embarrassing
as
yourself
possible
so
for you.
far, Talon. You're
Yeah,
only
I
embarrassing
tried to
yourself.
make it simple for you, but I mean, I can explain it in a better way.
Okay. Well,
But that
I
didn't
mean, as
work
long
for
as
you.
it's better. Well, I'm trying to figure out how you know that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and so far you just said you can blink your eyes left and right
Again,
and
that's
tell.
not what I said. If you
Yeah,
can't
that's what
keep
you were just
track,
talking about, wasn't
you're
it?
not
Chat,
tracking. So it's
chat.
not
Was
my
that not
fault that
what he
you
was just
can't track.
talking about? He was talking about blinking his eyes while looking at the sun, so he knows it's standing still. Did anyone else hear that retarded nonsense?
But I didn't say that. You're like picking out pieces of
Chat,
what I said
chat.
and
Who's
twisting it.
listening to this? Did he say that?
I
Who
said
else is
more
in
than
here?
that. I said way more than that.
I don't know, sir. I wasn't here.
So we can
All right, so you're going to move on to something that does tell you the ground's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, or?
Well, I mean, like I said, like the angles that we can see the stars does tell us that. But there's also the
So you're
Foucault
going back to the
pendulum.
blinking?
So you have Foucault pendulums that are rotating as the
Foucault's
Earth rotates.
pendulums that are rotating. So you've got pendulums that are rotating, and then what? What does that mean?
So that shows that the thing that we're on is rotating.
All right,
'Cause
so you
it's
swing a pendulum, that tells you
Yeah.
that the ground is moving, does it?
Right.
Right?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, how does it do that?
So as the pendulum swings, it rotates
Wait, how does the pendulum swing exactly?
from momentum, like it's swinging.
How does it get that momentum?
You know how the fucking pendulum works?
How does
You
it get
swing
that
it.
momentum?
You
Oh,
swing it, and it swings back and forth.
You swung the pendulum.
No, the pendulum swings back and forth from momentum.
All right,
And
so
as
you
it's
don't. You
swinging,
can just leave it standing there. You just leave it
as it
sitting there, and it will
swings,
start swinging.
as it swings, it rotates.
All right, so who swings it?
It's a pendulum. It's swinging itself. You start it, and then it swings on its own.
Oh, you start it, right? So you're the cause of the pendulum in motion.
No, the pendulum is the weight of the pendulum
No.
causes it to rotate. Like, do you not know how
All right,
pendulums
so
work?
if you don't touch the
Are
pendulum,
pendulums too complicated
does
for
it go
you?
in motion? If you don't touch it, does it start swinging?
What?
If
No,
you
why
don't
would
touch
it?
it?
What do you like? Do you know how like again? Do you know how
Right.
pendulums?
So you're swinging a well, you're telling me you swing a pendulum, and
No, you
therefore
hang a
the
pendulum
ground
off of
moves,
the top of the roof, the ceiling, and then you
and then you
hang it,
swing it,
and then
right?
you swing it. No, then
You
you just
swing it, right?
I
Yeah. So
push it.
not. So
I'm
it's
not
not. You
swinging it
can't
like a
say. So
baseball
you
bat.
can't say that
Cyclone, I need you
the.
to listen.
So you can't
You're
say
not
that the
tracking.
cause of that pendulum in motion is the Earth spinning because you're the one that put that pendulum in motion.
No, the pendulum rotating causes the Earth to spin. I don't rotate it. I don't touch it after I swing it.
Well, don't swing it at all, and what happens?
Well, it stays still.
Oh, okay. Still, so there's no effect outside of it moving it around when you don't touch it.
Okay, so let me try to explain again
So no,
because
so no,
you're
you
not getting
swinging a
it.
pendulum again, blinking, swinging pendulums doesn't tell
A
you the
pendulum,
ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, Talon.
a pendulum rotates as it swings.
If this was true, why did Einstein and all those scientists still try and prove that the Earth was spinning after Foucault's pendulum?
Proves what do you mean? They like Einstein was not trying to prove the Earth is spinning. He was just he proved
I don't know
the
that
theory of
experiment.
relativity.
Yeah, well, he was
proving
saying that there's
gravity.
no optical. He was saying there was no optical experiment that could prove the Earth's motion because
Yeah,
they were
just
still
like
investigating the Earth's
like a
motion
pendulum
long after
rotating.
Foucault.
Like a pendulum, you
So
know how a
the
pendulum swings left
scientific
to right?
community didn't think that a pendulum was telling them the ground was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you can figure that out. That's how you figure it out.
No, that's not. That's how. You swinging a pendulum.
No, I'm not swinging the pendulum. The pendulum
Yeah, you
swings.
said you. No, you said you swung it. Otherwise, it sits still. Remember?
I pushed it. I started the swing. It swings.
Yeah. So you swing the pendulum. Exactly.
No,
So you're the
again,
cause of that,
Cyclone.
Talon.
You got
Not a
Cyclone.
spinning ground.
You gotta learn
So
to
what
use
else
words
have you
correctly,
got?
buddy. You gotta learn to use words
Well, we
correctly.
get it. You swing
You
a pendulum,
start
and then you
a
point at
pendulum.
the pendulum, and you say, "Look, the
It
globe.
rotates. It's rotating.
Look, the globe. I swung the
Look, it's
pendulum. The
rotating. Oh,
globe."
I'm sorry. Like,
What's the
I mean,
cause of
again,
the rotation? What's the cause of the rotation?
the Earth
Oh,
is
how'd you know
spinning
that? How'd you know
because
that?
of the rotation of the pendulum.
Circular logic. You're just pointing at a spinning pendulum. How do you know that
Okay.
it's caused by Earth's rotation, which you haven't experienced, witnessed, or measured?
I'm just telling you that's how
You know,
you
that's
measure it.
begging the question, Talon. You realize
I'm
that's
sorry that
begging the
Cyclone,
question?
again, being
Is
willfully
that begging the
ignorant.
question?
Well, being
So
willfully ignorant doesn't
if the
really help your point.
pendulum swings, Earth rotation, right?
The pendulum rotates.
If Earth
Hold on.
rotation, pendulum swings,
Pendulum is rotating as
therefore
it
Earth
swings.
rotation. Is that right?
Excuse me.
So,
Excuse me.
I mean,
Cyclone.
I just don't want to. I mean, I
Hang on.
think Cyclone's humiliated enough, so we can move on.
Talon, I
Hold
think
on.
Talon, I think
May I
Oh
ask a
dear,
clarifying question?
Talon. That didn't go well for you,
Sounds
did
like
it?
a fucking retard when you don't know what a pendulum
Talon,
is.
you're
So
getting a bit
I
pressed.
don't want
You're
to
getting a
embarrass
bit
him any
pressed.
further.
You're getting a bit
May
pressed, Talon. Are you
Yeah,
upset
it sounds like Cyclone's getting really mad about how pendulums
the
work.
blinking and the pendulum didn't work? You're getting a bit upset.
Once you calm down, Cyclone, we can have a normal discussion.
Excuse me,
Okay.
gentlemen. Can I ask a clarifying question?
What 20K wants to speak?
You keep
Talon,
projecting, Talon.
Talon, when you're using the term rotating, don't you mean precessing?
Precessing? I don't know. Do I?
Do you? Like,
Oh,
because
he's triggered now, man.
You tell
Because
me.
you can take a. Well, I mean, think about it, right? The term rotating applied to a pendulum, it would be like this thing that's hanging from the ceiling or whatever, and then just spinning on its axis, right? That's not what you're talking about.
Now you figure it out.
No, sorry. Just like Talon does not know how to describe this correctly. I
didn't
just really quickly about the Foucault pendulum. What he's describing is that we don't just see the pendulum moving on the expected axis, right? So let's say left, right. But it also has a bias, like a Coriolis effect. And that appears because of the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, left and right is not.
And how do you draw
this
the
is what I was trying
causal
to say.
link?
Like, it's
Right.
not
So in
it's not
order to
my
draw the
fault that,
causal
like,
link between its precession and rotation of the Earth, you would have to be able to manipulate the rotation of the Earth to show that that is what causes the precession, but you can't do that. So that would be begging the question. So tell me, how do you link the movement of the pendulum with a rotation of the Earth that you have no evidence of?
Yeah,
You just
well,
claim
what
it.
you-
It's
well,
it's just a blind assertion.
Yeah. So the reason you do this experiment is because you're trying to see whether you are in a rotational frame of reference. That's the question. The question is, are we in a rotation?
No, you're already assuming that you are by doing
No,
this.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
You are,
I'm
because
asking
you're drawing the conclusion that the cause of the motion of the pendulum is due to a rotating surface that you have no evidence of.
No. So
Okay,
here's
so tell me how you go from pendulum in motion to motion of the ground.
Yeah.
Tell me how you test that link.
This is the procedure. Procedure is you formulate a hypothesis. The hypothesis is if we are in a rotational frame of reference, we don't know yet. I'm not assuming that we are, but if we are, then we would
It's not a
expect to
valid
see certain.
hypothesis, but go on.
Right.
It's begging the question.
The hypothesis, right? So the hypothesis is this. The
It's a
hypothesis
fantasy,
is
but go on.
if we are in a rotational frame of reference, we should expect to see the Coriolis effect occur in a pendulum that we initially only give a x-axis rotation, or like swing, right, movement.
Okay, so then why do they have to put magnets in the components to make it swing the way they want to make it swing? Because a bunch of times it doesn't swing the way that it would have to in order for the Earth to be a globe. But you guys don't like to mention those for some reason.
The magnets do not make it rotate. The magnets have nothing to do with the rotation.
Shut up, Talon.
Talon, the Glober is telling you to stop embarrassing the globe at large and put yourself on mute.
He interrupted me
Go
against
and do that. Because Talon, you've already embarrassed yourself and the globe generally. So you probably want to just chill on that.
So Sight should watch himself.
Okay.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm not if you are familiar with the experiment and they have a magnet, I would love to see that. I don't think that that's the case. I think
Well, this
it
is the
makes
thing. This is the thing, right? You will only hear about this pendulum swinging as if every time it's done, it matches a
yeah
prediction made about a globe. When
yeah.
that's just not the case.
I think well okay. Do you have? I mean, I can show you a Foucault pendulum that doesn't have a magnet. Do you have one that
Okay,
does?
yeah. Show me every Foucault. Show
Why do
me
you think the
every
magnet?
pendulum experiment that's been done and how they
Well,
all
I
match
can't show
the
you
globe.
everyone.
Why do you think the
Unfortunately,
magnet
I'm
causes
unable
Well,
to show
rotation?
you
how many
all.
can you show us and all their controls that match the globe? And none of them can have magnets or special
Why?
mechanisms that make them swing the way that they want
Yeah,
it to swing.
Why not?
Right? It's
I can
just
only show you
pseudoscience, dude.
But
It's
why do you
bunk
think the magnet
pseudoscience.
is the
Even
reason
if
it's
it
causing the
did what you
rotation?
claim it was doing, there would be no way for you to draw a causal link between its movement and your claim of a rotating surface.
Cyclone.
Because the only way you could do that, just hear me out, the only way
Okay.
that you could prove that link is if you could somehow modify or stop the claimed motion of the surface and then show that that impacts the motion of the pendulum. You
I
can't do that.
disagree. I
All you
disagree.
have. Okay, so how do you draw that causal link?
Yeah. So the
What do
way
you
you would,
manipulate?
yeah, just a sec. So the way you would draw the causal, well, what you're trying to do when you make these kinds of experiments is to try to see which model of the Earth
No, no,
best
no,
fits.
no, no, no. You're not. You're trying to claim that the
Please
cause
let me
of its
finish.
motion.
Please, can you fit? Please. So what the point of these experiments is to try to see what the best. Sorry,
No,
I
it's not
think
about
my
matching best
YouTube
models.
started playing. My bad. The point of these experiments is to see which model of the Earth best fits the available data, right?
No,
And
it's not.
oh, I think it is. Do you think there's another?
Okay, well, you can think what you like, but I mean, if your evidence to us is not supposed to be proving a cause, then
Yeah.
you're wasting our time.
Yeah, I don't just yeah.
Because
So
we're not
this we have an
interested
epistemological.
in
Sure.
fantasy
Do you want
models
to have
that
an
you can't
epistemological?
evidence.
Do you want to
Like,
have like
dude,
an epistemological dispute?
no,
I
no.
I
I want evidence that the Earth is a giant spinning ball, like they're telling the kids in school.
Yeah,
That's what I
yeah.
want evidence
So
of.
yeah, well, that's the thing, because I think this would count as evidence, and I think that the reason I
Well,
think
it
this, and the
doesn't.
reason you just let me finish. The reason I think this, and
Curvature
the
or
reason you
motion.
don't think that is, yeah, I can't hear you when you speak because
Yeah.
I'm on speakers. So the reason I think this would count as evidence, and the reason I think you don't think it counts as evidence, is because we have a different epistemology. I believe in the scientific method and in falsificationism, like Popper's falsificationism. And so I don't think it's
No, this
possible.
isn't the scientific method.
So I don't think it's possible to prove
Okay,
anything. You
okay.
can't prove.
Scientific method. What is the scientific method?
Yeah. So I think the scientific method is the following procedure: is hypothesis making, it's observation, it's matching the observed experiment with the model, seeing if it contradicts or not.
No, no, no. See, you don't know.
Publishing, and it's
You're
also getting it
incorrectly
peer
defining
reviewed.
the
Sorry.
scientific method. So don't tell us that you're about the scientific method when you can't. You're actually wrong about that. The
Oh,
scientific method, you're looking
what
to
do you think I'm
elucidate
wrong
cause
about?
and effect relationships, and you're
No,
looking to demonstrate them via experiment.
yeah, I would love to get your source on that.
So cause and effect relationships
No,
shown in an
I'd love to get your
experiment.
source on that being the scientific method.
Yeah, just look
I'd
it
also
up.
love
Just
to
look up
get
the
your. I'd
scientific
also love
method.
just a sec, Cyclone.
Someone will
I'd love
post
to.
it in chat. Someone will post it in chat for you.
I'd love to get your view on Popperianism. What do you think about that?
Let's stick to the
Wasting
topic.
your time.
So
Oh, I would
scientific
like. Well, I
method.
think this is very relevant to the topic. So could you
So
tell me?
in the Foucault's pendulum, what's your independent and dependent variables?
Let me think about it.
Because you said you're into the scientific method. So let's see if the Foucault's pendulum is following the scientific method.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Foucault's independent variable is latitude on Earth, and then the dependent other variables are the pendulum
So your
length, air
independent
resistance.
variable,
The
that would be
independent
the assumed
variable is
cause
your latitude.
of your effect.
Is the place on Earth. That's the independent variable. So where you are.
So your independent variable is going to be motion of the Earth, right?
The
Oh, it's
latitude. No,
the independent
the
variable is the
location that you're on.
latitude. Is the latitude.
The latitude.
Yes.
And what's your dependent variable?
It is the rate or angle of perception, either way.
Yeah. Rotation of the
So
swing plane.
latitude causes precession.
Yes. Yep. Because it's spinning.
So not motion of the Earth.
No. The location is how much it spins. Because it spins differently depending on
Gotcha.
where you are. So like the Foucault's pendulum
See, there you
actually
go.
doesn't.
You're not proving motion of the Earth is causing anything to happen.
Well, sorry, no. The latitude, as in obviously the change in latitude is the thing that matters there, right?
All right. Okay. So then you're
As
gonna
an
have to start
independent variable,
pretending that
it's
you have
fine.
pendulums at every of the significant latitudes that are doing exactly what you claim they're
Well,
doing,
you
even
would
though
test
you've
them
never
at
checked that.
well, just obviously you would test them at different latitudes. Of course you would.
Is that what you did?
That's what they did, the Mr. Foucault and his friends, yeah.
Oh, really? Who told you that?
A documentary I watched one time.
You sure?
Yeah.
So which okay, so post their tests at the various latitudes that Foucault did.
Yeah, sorry. Just let me.
So you're saying the independent variable's latitude?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get a variance of precession depending on the latitude. Doesn't
Yeah.
tell you anything about a rotation of Earth.
Well, I think it would fit a brown Earth
So
model.
you would be you're assuming a rotation of Earth into that, aren't you?
No, I'm not
Okay, so
assuming
what's
it.
your
I'm
evidence
saying
for the
no,
rotation?
I'm not assuming it.
So where are you
What I'm
getting the
doing,
rotation of Earth from?
just really just
Well, hold on just
let me.
quickly. So where are you getting the rotation element from?
Yeah. So listen, if I'm trying to pick between two worlds, and I don't know which one we live in. We could live in the world where the Earth is flat.
No. That's the wrong framework.
Well,
You're not trying to
can
pick
I
between two
if listen,
worlds.
if that's not okay with you, if you don't want to have this kind of discussion, that's okay. I don't have to.
Well, I just want to ask you where you're getting the rotation of Earth
And I
element
want
that
to
you've
answer, but
inserted
I want
into
to answer.
that one where you said latitude is the cause
Yeah.
of the precession.
And I want to answer. Right.
Okay, so where do you get it from?
Yeah. So my goal is to pick what model best fits the available data, right? I don't know what world we live in. We could live in a flat world, or we could live in a round world, or specifically, we could live in a non-rotating world, or we could live in a rotating world. I don't know which one we live in right now. And to find out, I'm going to make predictions on what should happen to pendulums in either case, and I'm going to test and see what case I'm in.
But what about the
So,
unknown variables that you can't account for?
just a sec. Please let me finish. I could be getting all the technical jargon wrong because I am not a specialist. I'm just
Oh
a
my
guy.
god. Sorry, can I actually explain
no,
my?
shut up. Let me finish and then you can do it. I'm not a specialist. I'm just a guy. I could be getting all the jargon wrong, all the explanations wrong, all the math wrong. I could be getting all that wrong. But what I'm trying to do is to see what do I expect pendulums to be doing in either case, and then testing and seeing if the pendulum behaves like it should in case one or in case two. And that is the purpose of the experiment. So the rotation. I'm not getting it from somewhere. I'm trying to see if the behavior of the pendulum matches more closely a rotating world or an unrotating world. So I'm not
But that's
getting
all.
it.
That's
I'm trying to
fallacious. It's illogical thinking because you don't know what it would do in which setting.
Oh, but
You
I
just
think
all you know is what you observe.
I think that's where you're wrong.
All you
Because
know is what you can observe and what you can
pendulums
manipulate.
on
And
rotating frames.
you've just said there, you don't know if it's rotating. So you are just adding the assumption in based on your quote unquote model and then
Yeah.
saying, well, this matches the model that you've just adopted. You didn't come up with it. You were just given it. So no, the pendulum does not of itself tell you anything about a rotating surface.
Yeah, cyclone. I think, but the thing is, I think we have other ways of finding out what a pendulum looks like in a rotating frame. For example, we can put a pendulum on like a body and rotate the body as we swing the pendulum and see what happens to the pendulum. Right?
Could you
We
not
can put
just
it on a
measure
ball.
the ground moving?
Sorry, what can you repeat?
Could you not just measure the ground moving?
No. First, we have to find out what pendulums look like in rotating frames, so we know.
I don't know. I don't
What...
think a pendulum is the tool for what you're trying to prove.
No. Hold on a sec. So, tell me where the logical flaw is with this thinking.
You haven't elucidated that the cause of the motion of the
Yeah.
pendulum
So
is a
I wasn't
rotation
done
of the
with my.
ground.
I was gonna ask a
You've
question.
asserted that with no
Yeah.
evidence. That's
Yeah.
the
So
flaw.
let
Do
me.
you understand that? Hold on. Do you
No, I
understand
don't,
that?
because you didn't let me finish the question.
Right, but you should, because you haven't shown motion of the surface in anything that you've said. You just said it's a model, an idea.
Yeah. So Cyclone, here's the procedure I would make if I wanted to find out whether we live in a rotating world or a non-rotating world. So step one would be, I would like try to see what different things look like if they're rotating in
Why wouldn't you
observable.
just try to measure the thing you're
Cyclone,
trying to prove?
well, Cyclone. Let's see if you disagree with this approach. Maybe there's other approaches, but
I
let's see
do.
if you let's see
I disagree.
let's see what logical reason you have to disagree with this approach, and I'm going to outline now step by step. Step one:
All right.
find
Well,
out.
I need to go on listen mode, dude.
Cyclone,
Listen,
you
keep
don't want
going.
to talk to me?
So I'm just saying, dude. I need to drop off now, but I'll go on listen mode. But someone else here hopefully can pick up the conversation with you. Okay?
Sure. Does anyone else want to pick up
And
the conversation?
keep up.
I would love to continue to talk about Foucault and his experiment.
Sure. So, whoever just spoke up now, please tell me if you disagree with this approach. Step one, try, because the question is, how can we find out whether we live in a rotating world or non-rotating world? Step one, find out what things look like when they rotate. And you could take different simple things to test that with. So maybe you would take, I don't know, something you could easily reach for that like kooky scientists had at the time. Oh, I don't know, like a pendulum. It's a simple thing to make. You can make one. And step two is find out what the pendulum looks like when it rotates. You stick it on a ball, you spin a ball, you do the pendulum, measure its, see how it behaves. Notice that it has a Coriolis effect when you rotate the ball with the pendulum on it, a noticeable one. And then be like, okay, so this is what a pendulum looks like in a rotating frame of reference. Cool. Step two is go, okay, now let's see if we can apply this to the Earth and form a hypothesis. The hypothesis is, if the Earth is moving, we would expect the pendulum to exhibit now you need a big pendulum because the Earth is very big. You would expect a Coriolis effect to be observed in the pendulum, even though you have not yourself set it rotating, right? The expectation is if the Earth is moving, then it is already in a rotational set of reference, so it is enough to just let it move by itself. After setting its x-axis rotation, you should notice a Coriolis bias in its movement. So that's the hypothesis. And step three is look at an actual pendulum and see whether it matches that hypothesis or it doesn't match that hypothesis. Try to falsify it. This is what falsificationism is. This is what Popperian scientific methodology is, which is although it's been revised and modified and so on, it's still the foundation of modern scientific thinking, that in science you don't prove anything, you just falsify different models and see which model is the most accurate, most correctly reflects the most amount of data with the fewest amount of assumptions from our experience. And so, what do you think this would be a good procedure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you think that the experiments that have been done with a big pendulum show a Coriolis bias, even though it is not induced by the person making the experiment? Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Oh, that was a yes. I said yes.
Okay. So do you think that these experiments successfully show that it is more accurate, at least on this data point, to say that we live in a rotational frame of reference?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Then we agree.
Yeah, Earth is a ball. The contrary would be retarded.
Oh, okay. I thought you were a flat earther, my bad. The Earth is a ball.
Hey, can I
Well,
ask you, do you think the gas
it's an
is
ugly
moving
ball,
in
but it is a
lockstep?
ball.
Do you think the gas is moving in lockstep with the Earth?
Do I think gas is moving in lockstep with me? Pretty much. It's getting dragged along by gravity. It's probably depending on, I mean, its movement is less predictable than mine, but pretty much being dragged along with me by gravity, a force. Well, not really a force, but classically understood as a force.
So if that's the case, then what gives the gas at higher elevations energy to move with the gas at lower elevations?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question. What gives the gas a higher elevation energy?
Yeah, to move with the gas at lower
Why does smoke
elevations.
go up? Is the question?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Oh,
The gas at higher elevation, what gives that gas energy to keep up with the gas at
it is being accelerated continuously by gravity. Everything within Earth's gravitational pull is experiencing this energetic push.
Yeah, but how? How is it that
Well,
gravity can make things farther away from it move faster from its center?
yeah, so there are definitely convection currents caused by the fact that the thing above is going to be accelerated less than, like, air above us is going to be accelerated less than air right next to the Earth. Although, if you're talking about like our atmosphere, I think the differences are not very big. But even if they, I mean, I'm sure there's a gradient. There's a gradient of influence. The farther away you get from the Earth, the less you're going to be influenced by it. And this is probably one of the reasons for why there are currents. And like, if you could see air, it would be very slowly for this reason. Like, there's I don't know if you guys have these like carnival desk toys, but like there are these balls that you can get, and they have this like liquid, which is, I mean, fluid dynamics applies to gases and liquids both. They have this liquid inside, and like you can shake the ball in the side inside of the crystal thing, and there's like this hard core in the middle, and you can see it spinning, and as it's spinning, it kind of like drags along the other substance, like the liquid around it, and it forms these like swirly patterns that are nice to look at. I don't know if I can find this on Google if I ever look for it, but yeah.
We could just look inside of a blender. You know how the liquid closest to the blades will be moving
Yeah.
faster than the liquid moving on the outside. So that's what I'm asking. Gives the gas that extra energy.
Sorry, what?
Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh yeah, no, I think the gas next to, sorry, maybe I misspoke. Obviously, the gas that's closer to the Earth is moving faster than the gas that's higher up. That's definitely the case. It's being accelerated more by gravity. So if there's a swirly pattern, like in a blender, like you're saying, there's a swirly pattern. We just don't notice. We don't notice this gradient because on our scale it's not relevant. If you go really high up, then it becomes relevant. But like on human scale, the gradient of gravitational force acceleration, I mean, between your head and your toes is extremely small. It would be almost impossible to even detect. I think we can,
Well,
but it's,
that's why I said at higher elevation,
yeah,
about
at
our
higher
feet
elevation
and
it moves
head.
slower. It moves slower. Yeah.
Well, then we should be able to notice that drift, no? If I let something go above my head.
Sorry, we should be able to notice that how?
That drift, if I let something go above my head, right? If it's
No,
something
you
is
shouldn't
moving
be able to
slower or
notice that
faster
drift
above my
because
head.
you shouldn't be no, you shouldn't be able to notice that drift because the scale at like human experience is so like small. Um,
Because you
again,
were talking about Coriolis earlier,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Yeah, there would be no Coriolis if the gas is moving with the Earth.
there would be no Coriolis if the gas. Well, Coriolis is about like
It's an
clockwise.
apparent deflection.
Yeah, apparent
Yeah, because
deflection.
of the
Yeah,
spinning ground, yeah. But you understand that the ground is moving with the gas and there's no Coriolis. For example, if there was a tornado spinning above your head and the ground underneath your feet was moving the same direction as the tornado, moving at the same speed, if you were to throw a ball up, it would appear to you to just go straight up and then straight back down.
Sorry,
You
what?
understand?
If there was a
If
tornado,
you're,
if I would,
yeah,
if
like
I throw a
if
ball,
you're on a carousel, for example, right, and it's spinning at
yeah,
1,000, and then there's a tornado also above your head spinning at 1,000,
yeah.
it would just go up, straight back down
Sorry, I
to
don't
you
get how the tornado is relevant here. This is what I'm getting tripped up on.
because the gas is moving with the ground.
Wait. Well,
There
yeah, but
would be no
it's not in
apparent
perfect. It's
deflection
not
if
in
the
perfect
gas
sync. It's not in perfect
if the
sync.
gas if the gas is moving with the ground, there's no apparent deflection anymore.
Yeah, but sorry. I guess it depends on what axis you're talking about. Obviously, yeah, you're right. If obviously there's a delay between the movement of the Earth and the gas above it. Yeah, there's a delay.
Okay, so they're not moving in lockstep anymore.
Well, I guess if you mean lockstep as in literally every second that the Earth moves a certain degree, that every molecule above that arc is
Well, I
moving at the
understand that it would
same.
be localized, right? Like we used to have wind. And I get what you're saying, but if the gas is not attached, moving in lockstep, then
No,
there'd be
again,
no
it's not a
Coriolis.
sorry. If by lockstep you mean literally instantaneous transfer of momentum, no, I don't think that happens. I think there's a delay. Just like there's a delay when if I have a particularly long stick, or like a whip, you'll notice that the tip doesn't move when I move the handle. It takes a little bit.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, any object detached from Earth's surface would experience a degree an hour drift. Like a balloon, helicopters, drones, airplanes, clouds, everything should be drifting to the west at 15 degrees if the
Well,
gas is not attached to the surface. If the gas is attached, then there's no Coriolis.
yeah, just a
I'll let
sec.
you
I
pick.
don't think that objects. The reason why you would the the mechanism by which you're moving with the Earth while you're not attached to the Earth with your feet is not because the gas is moving you. It's because the same mechanism that is moving the gas is also moving you, which is gravity.
Well, then it would have this. There'd be the same issue again. There's no Coriolis.
No.
Coriolis.
Obviously,
There's no
there's
more
a
apparent
delay.
deflection.
So if you are, listen, if you are, uh, if you jumped, then you're gonna keep your momentum. Let's say you jump, and someone stops you, right? Pushes against you, such that your net acceleration from the point of view of someone that is outside of the Earth would be zero. And then they let go of you, so that you are free to be manipulated by other forces again. What would happen is the Earth would spin, and then you would start spinning with a delay. Let's say something makes it so you don't fall. I don't know, maybe you're on a spring or something, or you've got a jetpack or something. You would experience a delay, but then eventually you would pick up speed until you synchronize with the Earth. And
The
again,
gas is moving with the
there
Earth
would
then.
constantly be a delay, and the stuff below you would always, every single second, the stuff below you would move first, and then the stuff at your level would move then, and the stuff above you would move then. It would be a delay, but nonetheless, you would experience acceleration from the Earth that is moving you, just like it is moving the gas.
That's not observed anywhere on Earth.
What?
That is not observed on Earth. If I let
Oh,
something go at higher elevations and to the west,
if you let something go higher elevation, then what?
I don't notice it drift to the west. There's no
You don't
delay
notice it.
in
You don't notice
movement.
it because okay. The when you let something go,
Hmm.
it's like jumping inside of a car. You and the thing that you're letting go already are going the same way. So from your point of view, it's not gonna look like anything's changed, right?
But you understand that, for example, if we are standing on the outside of the car and the gas is moving with us, like if the car is moving 100 miles an hour, the gas is moving 100 miles an hour, the ball go or the balloon go, that's going to look like the balloon stationary. Yeah, I understand.
But no, but again, it's not the gas that's pushing the thing. Well, in the case of the car, it would be, but in the case of the Earth is dragging. Earth is constantly dragging its atmosphere with it. That's what's going on. It's constantly dragging it with it
Okay, so there's no
because of this.
Coriolis then. That's what I'm trying to tell
No, there would be a Coriolis because this drag isn't instantaneous. It has a delay.
you. And we would notice it. Any object attached from the Earth's surface would experience a drift to the west.
But like again, when
It's not
you
observed
are,
anywhere.
I don't. I are you saying Coriolis isn't observed anywhere?
If the gas is attached to the Earth's surface, no.
Sorry, are you saying there is no Coriolis? Are we saying, is your position that we observe a Coriolis effect?
We can observe Coriolis, just not from the Earth.
What do you mean, not from the Earth?
You ever seen an experiment where people are like on a carousel?
I've not seen that experiment.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
can
are you
create
saying Coriolis
Coriolis
effect is not
artificially.
observed?
Yeah, I'll show you. Here, I got you, dude. I'm gonna post this up in the side chat for
I
you.
have a question. Why do you think hurricanes spin?
Why do they spin?
Yeah.
Oh, no idea. Couldn't tell you.
I think the Coriolis effect explains it parsimoniously. I think we also noticed like wind gyres. What do you think causes wind gyres?
No idea.
That's also the Coriolis effect accounts for that.
And you could think that.
Yeah, I think it's, well, just like everything in the world. Well, the best you can do is just have a model that tries to explain what's going on, and you just judge whether the model is doing a good enough job and it's making less assumptions than other models that are doing as good of a job. I think you need to explain why we observe these gyres, and we need to explain why hurricanes are twisty. And I think the Coriolis effect is the correct. I think the Coriolis effect is the correct explanation.
Most air currents are caused by temperature gradients and temperature differences, but the Coriolis effect accounts for about 30% of global air currents because there simply isn't enough energy available in the system. Temperature is not the only explanation for air currents.
Yeah.
There would
So
have to
if
be a
Coriolis
Coriolis
exists,
effect to explain about 30% of air currents.
that means the gas is not attached to the surface. If
What does
Coriolis
attached
exists.
mean? Again, it's not like
Moving in lockstep. Moving in lockstep.
It's
Nobody
how about being dragged along like a rope instead of being attached like a rod? Is that better as an explanation?
If it's being dragged, and there would still be an apparent deflection that we would notice if we let the object go from the surface.
Would this apparent reflection in your mind be observable on human scales? Why do you think that? Because
the gas is not attached.
The model isn't supposing that the Coriolis effect is noticeable between your feet and your head.
Okay.
Because
what does the sun move? Let me ask you a question, bro. Why does the sun move?
Why does the sun move?
Yes.
Why does the sun move from our perspective?
Yeah, in your paradigm, why does the sun move?
Oh, because the Earth rotates around its axis.
Okay, perfect. So if that's the case, then the Earth is spinning underneath the sun.
Yeah.
Isn't the Earth, for that Coriolis effect that you're talking about, wouldn't it be spinning underneath also the gas that's above it?
So I
Like
literally didn't
clouds?
understand the syntax of your question. Can you repeat?
Wouldn't the Earth also be spinning underneath the gas, the clouds?
Yeah, it does. It does do that. It
Okay,
also
so that means
drags
that they would
along.
all
It also
drift
drags them
to.
along all the gas using gravity. That's what I thought.
Then they would all drift to the west. Every object detached from the surface would drift to the west, if that's the case.
Yeah, listen, perhaps
Are
that's
you
the case.
aware
But
of westerly air currents?
Yeah, perhaps that's true. I'm gonna be open to that being the case. I don't know why you think this prediction is what you think. Why you call it negates this prediction. It seems like this
Because it's
prediction
not observed anywhere.
Global westerly
Wait,
air currents wouldn't exist if not for the Coriolis effect. Temperature is not good enough of an explanation for about 30% of the air currents that we see. There isn't enough energy in the system, present in the system.
If I let a balloon go, it can travel in any. But it should drift to the west, though.
Yeah, does your globe have a big comet tail in its orbit?
No, just a sec. The reason you don't observe this on the scale of a human being releasing a balloon is because the scale is too little. But if you look at something like the gyre, like the Indian gyre, for example,
And why
that's a
would we
huge
ever
one.
account for it? You're saying that
Sorry,
we have to
what?
account for it, but you're saying that we account for it.
When did I say account for it?
Like for shooting? Yeah.
For shooting, I don't know. Maybe they account for the Coriolis effect when they shoot on sufficiently long ranges, but I mean, shooting is a very precise thing. Even a
Yeah, you just said
millimeter,
that.
just a sec, even a millimeter of deviation would matter. So I guess you want to take into account as many possible factors. So, yeah, maybe if you let a balloon from your hands and you did this across the Earth, so you would you need to, what do you call it? You need to be accounting for all the other causes of air movement. So, for instance, they might account for the Coriolis effect when they're shooting, but I think primarily, first of all, they're accounting for wind speed, right? So after they're done with that, then they calculate Coriolis effect on top of that, because obviously Coriolis effect is this grand scale thing that on a small scale is going to be less relevant than other local perturbances of the air, such as like wind, right?
You just said
So
for the account for the balloon that we're not going to be accounting for it.
So I don't think it's a fair critique of the Coriolis effect, which is supposed to act on these huge masses of air and be noticeable on only large scales. To say, well, when I personally let go of a balloon, it appears like local weather is more influential than otherwise. Of course,
Okay, so what about a cloud? Why do the clouds
I
not
think
drift to the west
sufficiently
then?
big clouds probably exhibit Coriolis features. I'm not sure though. I'm not a
That's
cloudologist.
incorrect. They move in all directions.
Is that so? I don't know. Let's see.
Clouds not just rolling from east to west.
I think clouds tend to not be big enough for the Coriolis effect to change, or maybe they are, but there's lots of things that make
I said they're
clouds.
not big enough, so then we don't ever
And
have to account for it then, because clouds are pretty freaking huge. So that means we don't have to account
let's
for it for
see.
bullets. That was just bullshit. I'm not asking. When Neil deGrasse Tyson said they had to account for Coriolis when kicking a field goal, I guess that was bullshit too.
Let's see. Cloud. Oh, look! If you look at cloud formations on a photo of the Earth, you can see that they have Coriolis movement.
So they're telling me the clouds drift from east to west.
No, they spin like hurricanes.
I'm not talking about the spinning. I'm
Well,
talking
the
about the
spinning is
drifting.
what Coriolis is, and the spinning is what the mechanism I'm suggesting would predict.
It's supposed to be an apparent deflection. I posted up that video in the side chat, by the way. I
Yeah,
can create an apparent deflection artificially.
video on the side chat. Coriolis.
Yeah, it's at 53 minutes.
Honestly. Oh, this is too long.
We don't have to watch the whole
26
thing.
seconds is fine.
Bro, it's only like a few seconds long.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Hold on.
Yes, but you understand what I was saying, right? Like if the gas above that carousel that was artificially created was moving at the same speed as the carousel
Yeah.
underneath,
So
there would be
here's why
no deflection detected.
here's why the spinning of the Earth makes the clouds swirl like that. So Earth is spinning really like it's spinning like the video you showed. So imagine this happens. let's imagine that air is rushing towards a low pressure zone, right? Like air is moving towards from a high pressure zone to a low pressure zone, and love's doing that. Like a storm center, for example, because a storm center, like in the eye of the hurricane, you know, pressure there is lower compared to its exterior, right? That's why it's calm in there, the eye of the storm. So it wants to go there in a straight line, right? High pressure to low pressure. But the Earth rotates under it. So from our perspective, it looks like the air, as in this case, I guess the cloud, because clouds also follow the same pattern as the air, it appears to curve. So all that air curving the same way as it pours in from every direction ends up circling the low pressure center instead of just going straight in. In the northern hemisphere, it curves right, so the circle goes counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, it curves left, which is clockwise.
Oh, that's
So
crazy.
the apparent deflection you see is just 1/4 of the actual movement, right? If in the video that's described, it's just a 1/4. But imagine that deflection happening from all around. That will result in something that would look like a vortex. So that's why you would expect clouds to look like and storms to look like in the case of this rotation actually happening, this Coriolis observed force. And this is why hurricanes spin differently in the northern and
Do
the
you know
southern.
it's not a force? Are you aware? You keep saying
It's not a
force,
force.
but it's not a force.
It's an apparent
Okay.
force. Yeah,
Try to use the correct terminology so it makes it easier to discuss.
I'd rather talk casually, actually. So it's because I'm
No,
not an
we
expert.
try to be
Well, I'm not an
specific.
expert,
It's
so
not a
I can't.
force.
I can't
It's
say
not a
this.
force.
It's okay. So I would say I would use the term, centrifugal force, even though that doesn't exist. It's just an apparent force caused by inertia. But I'm gonna use centrifugal force. I'm gonna say Coriolis force or Coriolis effect. Okay. Okay.
You want to know what's crazy though? That hurricane's still not deviating from east to west. They all still move.
Sorry. What was unconvincing about hurricanes spinning differently based on where they are being explained by the movement of the Earth under the hurricane as it moves from a high pressure zone, or the air from one of the quadrants of the hurricane
Yes,
from a high pressure zone?
because if the Earth is spinning underneath the hurricane
Yes.
should be drifting from east to west.
Well, they are, but on
Not
balance.
probably. We've
Just a sec.
tracked them. They do not do that.
No. They are. That's why they're spinning. The Coriolis effect makes them spin. Now, where specifically a hurricane is going to go depends on many more factors than just this. It probably depends on temperature. It depends on whether it's over water. It depends on what the temperature
Can
of
you
that
prove
water is.
that? Can you prove that a pseudo force, an apparent force, makes the air spin?
Well, no, it's not the force making the Earth spin.
Well, that's what you keep saying. You saying Coriolis makes it spin.
Well, I didn't say the Coriolis makes the Earth spin. That's not what
I
I said.
didn't say the Earth. I said the wind.
You did say the Earth. That's okay.
No, I didn't. Do you want to go back in the live stream? I didn't say Earth. I said air.
Sure. Okay. No, what I'm saying is that the Earth.
Do you have proof that it is the rotation of the Earth that is causing hurricanes to spin?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, post that in the side chat.
Yeah, I think it's just the best model.
No, I want proof. I don't want an idea or a calculation. I would like some evidence.
I believe in Popperian theory of science. I don't believe proofs are possible.
Okay, so if you don't think proofs are possible, why are you wasting our time?
Because I think it's the best model.
Well, yay. You know what? I say invisible gnomes are the best model.
I think it's the best model for an objective reason.
Well, nobody cares about what your best idea is. We want actual evidence, right?
Well, I think it's the best model for an objective reason. That's
good for you, but is the ground curving?
Yeah, I think that's the best model.
How many models can you develop?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, how many models can you develop to explain a phenomenon?
Well,
the answer is infinite.
Yeah,
I was going to start at around 300 or 400. We'll start with 300 or 400 models to explain something.
You can make an infinity of models to explain one phenomenon.
Yeah, you can.
The challenge is making a model that fits as many phenomena as possible while making the fewest assumptions.
But you don't have that.
Yeah, you don't have a globe model.
That's fine if you think that, but I think this is just
No,
you
it's
don't
true.
have that without making assumptions. You said without making assumptions,
Well,
so
no,
you
I said-
lost your model.
I said while making the fewest assumptions.
What's the fewest? How do you make fewer than flat Earth?
Well, you have to compare each model and see how many assumptions each makes and see
Okay,
whether
so what we'll do is we'll measure over a distance and we'll see that using these tools that the Earth's not curving. So now we can rule out the curved Earth model.
No, I don't think that if you measure it out over a long enough distance, you will see that the Earth is not curving.
How far?
I don't know.
1 mile?
I don't know.
So you're
10
telling
feet?
us it looks flat.
It probably looks flat to a human being, yeah. But if you measure long enough, I think you'll start finding more and more of a curve. And as you measure more, there's more curve. Also, I mean, listen, you do have to make assumptions. You have to account for the fact that
Wait. Hold up. How far do we have to measure to see curvature?
I don't know.
Okay, well, then why are you making claims about the
I don't know
surface
the
of the Earth if
number.
you have no idea?
I don't know the number.
Okay, well, don't you think you should if you want to argue that there's Coriolis happening above a spherical Earth, that
I don't think this has anything to
you
do
have
with
to prove that
Coriolis.
the Earth is a sphere in the first place?
No, I don't think this has anything to do with Coriolis. I don't think the
Oh,
Coriolis
you think that it has the motion of the Earth has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, there's no point in going on and on about your story about Coriolis if you can't prove to us that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate that we're told.
I think the Coriolis.
No, you're just deflecting, aren't you? Because you don't want to talk about the obvious thing that would completely disprove all your ideas.
To answer your point, I think that the Coriolis effect of observation is independent from these questions of like measuring.
Okay, well then let's set it aside because it's a waste of time. Can you prove that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate we're told?
Well, I don't think it's a waste of time because you see the previous conversation was whether the Earth was rotating.
Yeah, Coriolis is rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and curvature is also rotation, angular rotation about a point of origin.
I'm sorry, sir. I can have a curved ball that's standing still, so I don't think those are the same thing.
No, the surface is a rotation. You do the rotate. You measure angular rotation to measure the circumference of the ball.
Yeah, but see when I'm
I know.
When I'm saying rotation, I mean actually the kinetic rotation of a body, not its like angles.
Well, you need an angle to measure rotation.
Of course, sure. Do you agree that there's a difference between saying that a ball has a surface that you can infer by rotating a certain angle around a center and that a ball is rotating? Those are different. The ball could be standing still and be ball still. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean geocentrists say that. They don't believe that the Earth is a ball in a solar system. They think it's a ball in the middle of the universe.
That's great for them. God's Earth is big enough for all of us. But I think that I think the reason why I said the Coriolis thing is different is because I was simply discussing with someone about whether the Earth was rotating. I think I think the observation of a Coriolis effect
there's no evidence the Earth is rotating.
Saying something. I think the observation of a Coriolis effect fits with the.
I posted your globe model in the chat. Show me how hurricanes work.
Yeah. So anyway, I think the observation of a Coriolis effect is.
Well, then why does Michelson and Morley disagree with you? Why does Einstein disagree with you?
Yeah. So I think the observation of a Coriolis.
No, you're not answering my question. Why do they disagree with you? If Coriolis was proof of Earth motion, then why do all these other people disagree with you?
Yeah, I think the Einstein quote you're talking about is talking about how there's no optical
or terrestrial.
Would you like to send me the quote in full?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll post it in the side chat.
Yeah.
Sounds like he didn't even believe you.
Anyway, I think the observation of a Coriolis effect it fits with the rotating frame of reference. model better than it fits with a stationary frame of reference model. So
you've never observed it.
I think we observed the Coriolis effect by looking at hurricanes.
I posted your model in the side chat. Show me how hurricanes work on it.
Yeah, I think. Well, you posted a 3D animation of cars on a looks like a mossy sort of like blob. That's fine. I think the explanation I gave is perfectly fine. So you would expect to see hurricanes on a rotating frame of reference.
Can I ask you a question?
No, you may not, because I was speaking.
Well, I'm going to ask you one anyway, because you just keep going on and on and on about this as if it's proof of anything, and it's not. It's not proof of anything. You just don't want to talk about what we can actually test and measure.
Yeah. So I was responding to someone else.
Professor Triangle, you want to finish with him?
Yeah, he can finish. Go ahead, finish talking, because I know you want to get it out.
Yeah, I think on a rotating frame of reference, we should expect that a hurricane forms a vortex by the following phenomenon. As the air moves from a high pressure to a low pressure point in the mass of gas that it's in, and if we are in a rotating frame of reference such that the Earth moves under it, this should give it, from our perspective, an apparent shift to one side, an apparent deflection. And as you multiply this phenomenon from every angle of air, imagine like drawing a 360-degree sort of like angle or like circle around the center of the eye of the storm, which is the low pressure zone. You can expect all of the air that's coming in from all angles to have this apparent deflection. And if you multiply it in a circle, it looks like a vortex. Like when you
okay, you keep repeating yourself. We don't need to hear it over and
he's
over and over
not even
again.
saying anything. He's actually hasn't
just
said
repeating
anything.
himself. Yeah,
so
over and over and over again.
If you have a high pressure and a low pressure and you have a center, then you have a vortex. And if you have a vortex and you have a low pressure, and then you have wind that spins around, and if you connect the dots.
But that's not what I said. So.
Yeah, that's not proof of anything. That's proof of wind.
No, specifically what I'm talking about is noticing a pattern.
Okay, we understand what
pattern.
You're like really stuck here. Okay, listen, you can say whatever you want about what's happening above the surface of the Earth, but that doesn't change the measurable surface of the Earth.
Sure.
Do you understand? Okay. All right. So we don't need to hear like 20 more minutes of the same thing over and over again, right? Because that's not going to change the surface of the Earth now, is it?
Yeah, but I was talking about whether we are in a rotational or not rotational frame.
Okay, well, you have to prove that it's a sphere first, and you haven't done that.
I have to? Why do I have to?
Because you're claiming that the Earth is in motion. You haven't even proven that it's a sphere at all.
Why would the order be
no?
That first after,
well, all these, you asked me for quotes, and I posted them in the side chat. None of those people thought the apparent Coriolis effect was proof of Earth motion, except for you, apparently. Okay, so you know better than all those people, right?
Number one, that's an appeal to authority, which is very sad, and that's a fallacy, and that makes me sad.
Well, I'm asking you, did they have no knowledge of this Coriolis effect that you know?
If those people said that, which they didn't, and that's a quote mine.
Oh, they didn't. So those are not quotes from them. You're saying that those aren't quotes from them?
They're misinterpreted. Yeah, that's disingenuous.
Okay, so well, let's move on then, because you claim that those aren't actual quotes. So now those are fake, right?
No, I would like to review the full quote. See, you have like a
No. You just want to talk about things above the Earth. You don't want to talk about the Earth, and I think that's very, very revealing.
Okay, so
let's talk about the Earth, and then we can talk about all the things on top of the Earth and above the Earth. Okay.
Can I also just butt in real quick? So the globe model was engineered from looking at observations in the sky, right? So what a lot of people overlook is the fact that a lot of these observations can happen both on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. That's why. Well, I know, but that's why she kind of wants to move towards let's focus on the ground, because
no,
flat Earth. Well, because flat Earth can give you drop mic arguments proving that there's things like no curvature. And when it comes to observations in the sky, we're gonna get stuck a lot because we're both gonna agree that it happens in different ways, but in fact, they both can happen on both models. So it's like, what do we?
Well, that's only if the Earth is in motion. What he's describing can only happen if the Earth's in motion.
Not everything.
It's not
Nothing can happen on a
equivalent.
globe model.
Yeah.
So just a
No,
second.
I'm saying some observation in the sky. That's what I'm.
Okay, so that's not what we're
you can't
talking
prove that
about.
it can happen on a globe model flatlander because you don't have a globe to use.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
but we're not
in
discussing
theory,
that, Flatlander.
bro.
So can you please let me finish here?
All right, yeah,
Cool.
sure,
All
whatever.
right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Whatever.
So, Sight, tell me. Let's go to the Earth because that's the place that all of this begins, right?
No, I want to respond to Flatlander. So
no, you're not responding to Flatlander. You're going to respond.
Because you're trying to
you
overtake the
interjected,
conversation.
Flatlander. So I would like you to just take a
or
break.
joined into the conversation. Like, is this not?
I would like you to
freeform
not
discussion?
interrupt me and take it off course, and then you can ask him your question.
I wasn't interrupting you at all. I was joining in on the conversation. You guys are free to
Are you
go
going to
to
show some respect, or are you gonna?
But you haven't showed me any respect. You haven't showed me.
Okay, so Sight. Let's talk about the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so annoying.
Yeah, it is. I know it's hard. I know it's hard for Globers to talk about the surface of the Earth because that disproves their claims. So they feel very uncomfortable when I redirect them there, right?
I just really wanted to talk to Flannery about what I think was a really good objection. I think
no, it's not a good objection.
You don't have a globe to use to compare it to. You only have flat Earth.
That's great. I think.
Okay, so Sight. Let me see your evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving.
I don't have any. I want to talk about.
Okay, that's what I thought. So all of this other stuff, your monologues, they are all moot.
Yeah. All I know about is Coriolis. All I want to talk about is Coriolis. I'm Coriolis.
Well, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, not the 24/7 make up stories about the Earth based upon things that happen in the sky channel.
Okay, sure. I love talking about the Coriolis effect, and if anyone wants to talk about it,
you don't have any Coriolis effect.
I think we observe it.
How? I don't observe
it. We observe it by looking at hurricanes and the way they curve.
No, I don't look at hurricanes.
He's bricked. He's totally bricked.
You don't.
He doesn't look at hurricanes either. Not one time has he ever looked at a hurricane.
I have.
Yeah, right.
Okay, that's a good rebuttal. The reason I wanted to talk about Flannery wasn't even really about just the Coriolis effect specifically, but because I think that is a very interesting. What he said about, well, look, this can happen in both models.
No, it can't. That's why. That's a fucking red herring. It cannot happen. Nothing that we see here now can happen on a globe.
You're very
Nothing that we see from the ground right now can happen on a globe.
Yeah, I want to finish my sentence. So
no, I'm telling you, you're not going to add globe to it. You're not going to add globe in.
I don't
whatsoever.
care if he represents you. I'm not talking. I don't give a shit about talking about hive mind. I want to talk to individual human beings. There's no representation of them. I don't give a shit about representation. So keep.
Well, I'm telling you that I'm not vouching for his claims, is what I'm saying. And here, this is our room and our server, our channel. I'm sorry, we have a separate server, but you know, all claims are not equally valid. So you know, we can.
I wanted to address.
No, what you want to do is not talk about the Earth. That's what you want to do.
I do actually. So
no, you don't. No, you don't. You've said you don't care about that.
Well, I care about some things about the Earth, like the Coriolis effect.
But you don't care. But this is the Flat Earth channel, and you don't even want to discuss whether the Earth is flat or curving.
Can I just finish my sentence?
No, you're interrupting me. Do you want to discuss the surface of the Earth? Yes or no?
Potentially.
Okay, it's yes or no.
Fences, you don't understand. The Earth is a triangle.
Depends. It's going to be interesting.
Okay, so let's discuss the surface of the Earth, and once we determine what that is, then we can move on to the rest of the stuff.
Oh, you think we're going to settle Flat Earth now?
I think we can settle Flat Earth in 30 seconds.
I'm not very hopeful in that perspective.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's all you've ever experienced. The Earth is navigated, experienced, observed as flat and stationary.
Okay, I think the Earth is round because I have a photo from NASA about it.
Okay, I have a photo of Bigfoot.
Yeah, I think the photo from NASA is real.
Okay, so if there's a photo of NASA portraying the Earth as a sphere, then there has to be surface curvature, correct?
I'm gonna trust NASA.
If the photo's correct, the Earth has to be curving.
There would have to be, but I trust NASA more than my own observation or yours.
Okay,
now,
so if NASA shows a sphere, but we measure the Earth is flat,
we would.
what does that mean?
I would assume my experiment was wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to believe a photo of a place you cannot go that
Well,
disproves
I can go to
disagrees with your surface measurements because the right organization provided it to you.
What happened to what happened? What happened to the policy of what did you just say?
It's hard to hear you, Elijah. Okay, so well, just as long as we make this clear, so you're willing to disprove your own measurements, your own experience, your own eyes for a photo from a government agency.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Can I
cool.
talk
Well,
about what I
now
wanna
we know
talk
who
about
you
now?
are, right?
Yeah,
So
can
this
I-
is a conversation that is way above your head then, because we
That's
try to
great.
deal in empirical evidence here, and clearly you're not capable of that.
That's
And
great.
that's
Can I talk
fine.
about what I want to
And
talk
that's
about
fine.
now?
And that's why you want to talk about all these other things, because you don't care what's true. You just want to
Actually,
talk.
Can I say something that I wanted to say now? I think I've given you all the courtesy and the play you wanted. Did you?
No, I'm just establishing that you're a waste of time.
I
That's
am a
all.
waste of time, and I should
You
kill myself.
absolutely
Now,
are. Yes.
yeah, I should kill myself, but I'm gonna do that really quick. But really quick, Flat. What I wanted
We don't
to
do
talk.
TOS stuff here, so drop that.
I'm gonna take a vow of silence immediately after finishing the sentence that I wanted to finish this whole time. Okay. So what I found really cool about what Flatlander had said was saying, well, you see, I think this is accounted. What's wrong with you? Can I not get the thing out I want to do?
No, we're
Everyone
not
in
talking about
everyone in
Flatlander. I
here
told
is
you he
asking
was
that question
bullshitting
about
you.
you. What the fuck is
You
wrong with
heard me.
you?
You heard me the first time when I said, he said, well, on a globe or flat, all these things can happen. It's not true. Nothing can happen on a globe.
Yeah, even if you disagree with his specific
It's
assertion.
not that I disagree. You can't prove it.
Even if he's wrong about his specific assertion.
Yeah, he's wrong.
He is wrong, and, comma, space. I would like to talk about the principle of the kind of
No, it's
disagreement.
wrong.
I would like to talk about the kind of disagreement that he brought up.
What's wrong with you?
The disagreement is you don't have a curved Earth to compare it to.
Yeah. So I really liked the fact that he said that he attempted to talk about how this would be a conformal model. Maybe you think it's wrong, sure. But I think that kind of disagreement is really helpful because that is the
It's not helpful.
I think
you don't have a ball to compare it to. You only have a flat Earth to work from.
I think analyzing whether a piece of evidence counts towards one model or another is the kind of discussion that I think
Globe doesn't have a model.
Are you incapable of listening to the end of a sentence? Do you have ADHD?
Yeah, because you keep adding these things in, like globe models, and these models do this and that. Globe doesn't have a model.
I actually didn't use the word globe ever.
Go ahead, let's see.
Yeah. I think disagreements about what piece of evidence counts towards which model or whether it is
Globe doesn't have a model.
I didn't say globe, for fuck's sake.
So which model are you talking about? Because flat Earth doesn't have a model.
Maybe I'm talking about a hydraulics model. You don't know.
So then you don't know what you're talking about. So that's the wrong group. If you're in a hydraulics group.
I love hydraulics. So I think talking
What do you know about hydraulics?
Talk as well.
I have a chair and it has it can go up and down if I press a lever. And that's done by the hydraulic system. It's like compressed oil. And if you unlock the lever, it starts pushing up to decompress like a spring, but it's oil. So it's kind of cool that that's possible. And then, if you do that.
So that's it? You got a computer chair? That's it?
Well, I'm talking about hydraulics. You asked me what I know about hydraulics, and I was just
That's it? Chairs?
Yeah. Really, yeah. I mean, that's the only hydraulics I know.
Yeah, the oil is flat on and level in its tank when it's sitting there.
I bet it is.
You should bet it is. Because
sure
all
did.
liquid
I
is
put it on
flat and level
Polymarket.
at all distances.
I put it on Polymarket. My point was, I think a useful kind of discussion is to see what evidence for any question, not just the shape of the earth, maybe the question of how many calories are healthy to eat for a rat,
No, that's
or
nothing to do with flat Earth.
any question, including this one. I think a useful way to debate is to ask of different observations whether they apply or fit with more with, or fit better with a model or another, or whether
We don't
it's a
have any
limit.
models.
Well, I'm talking about the scientific notion of a model, you see.
There is no scientific notion of a model for whatever you're trying to pretend you're not talking about.
Well, I would think that there is a scientific notion of a model for basically anything. You can model anything you want.
So
Modeling,
how do you scientifically model a ball?
yeah. So the way you do is by creating a set of hypotheses. A set of axioms. So the way you create a model is you create a set of axioms, like the ideal gas law, for example. That's a perfect idea. That's a perfect example of a model.
Yeah, it requires a container.
Yeah, you take the ideal gas law, which requires a container. You're like a Markov chain. Every single time a key term pops up, you link it to the flat Earth argument. Good job. That's really the skill set, the memory you require for that is great. So yeah, the ideal gas law, which includes a container, is a perfect example of a model. What it attempts to do is to model a gas, and it's called the ideal gas law because this model is obviously hypothetical, abstract. It doesn't exist in the world. No one thinks it does. But it says, okay, so I guess it should have these relationships. There's like equations that relate its volume to its pressure and temperature and stuff. And all of those are axioms. We don't have any proof of those. We don't have any. No one told us that that's.
Are you telling me that we can't prove gas laws? Pressure PV equals NRT over NRT. That one. We can't prove any of that.
Yeah,
we can't prove anything. We can't prove any pressures by using gauges and tanks and stuff.
I don't think we can prove anything. No.
We can't prove anything. We can't heat up a tank of air and watch the pressure get higher and higher.
Because I don't believe proof is a thing. I think false. I think.
So you say so you don't believe in anything at all. So proof doesn't count.
I do believe in things.
So there's no proofs. Yeah. So you don't make a good juror, right?
Yeah, I would not be selected for jury duty.
No, you won't be. You will not be.
Yeah.
And if you are, do you have to tell anything?
Yeah. And so they would kick me out, which would be great because then I wouldn't have to do jury duty, which is a boring chore. I'd rather not be doing that. I'd rather be playing video games at home. So
I'm sure you would. You play space video games?
No, I don't like those.
No.
I play League of Legends, which is not space.
Yeah, because space is fake, and you don't want to get that ruined.
Yeah. I play League of Legends because it has beautiful female characters with nice outfits.
Weird. Yikes.
Yeah. So as I was saying before this disgusting tangent, I think that there's no proof of anything because I believe Karl Popper, the philosopher of science, who denied the validity of induction, and he proposed that in science we move towards falsificationism, which is the idea that the task of a researcher is to try to falsify different models. And basically, all the models that have yet to be falsified are used. They just seem to be the best ones that we have, but they're not proven because at no point can we be certain about the relationship of the model to the world.
So basically where we're at with you is we can just give you the old red microphone because you're a brain in the jar. You're not sure if you have hands. You can't prove if you're talking on Discord. You're only about 75% sure of anything. You know what I mean?
Sure, if you want to meet me, that's fine. I just want to say...
Yeah, no, that's exactly what we do with you because it's pointless even having a conversation with you. You don't understand anything. Nothing is real. Nothing can be proven. Nothing is real. Yeah, there's no consequences for anything because you can't prove anything.
Yeah, well, if you don't want to have an epistemological debate, we don't have
to. No, I don't want to.
Okay. Well, anyway, that was my position to be presented. And I see you guys seem to be very interested in talking to me. So, I mean, if you would mute me, then that would be such a loss, wouldn't it? Yeah. So, from a falsificationist sort of perspective, all you're trying to do is just try to disprove the models that you have. And a model, like the ideal gas law, is a set of assumptions about how a particular thing works. And you then try to disprove it. And so someone who wants to disprove the ideal gas law would go out and try to make measurements which would contradict the expected results from the assumptions, like P-V relationships, right? And then we go out in the world and it turns out, no, actually, fuck, it kind of works. We can't disprove it. We try over and over and over. And it doesn't work. Just like we try to disprove quantum mechanics over and over and over. It doesn't work. It seems quantum mechanics keeps winning. We have disproven Newtonian mechanics.
You don't have quantum mechanics.
Okay, I think Newtonian mechanics have been disproven. We showed situations where Newton's laws don't hold because he was a crazed British man who was huffing mercury, which fucks your head up. And so that made him make mistakes. And we noticed the mistakes after lots of tests. We still use the model because it's super useful and it works on.
No, it's not useful. It's not real.
Do you think that the law of
no, Newton didn't do shit.
Yeah, so do you think that the law, his laws, like the second law, the first law, the third law, do you think these don't hold?
Yeah, I don't think they hold.
Can you show me an example where one of them doesn't hold?
No, show me him working.
Oh,
show me something going forever in outer space.
Yeah. So I could show you them working. If I don't have my kitchen scale right here, but
I want you to show me something moving forever.
Well, that'll be very hard to do. All we can do is say that every single time we try to observe something stopping moving by itself without being acted on, we have failed to notice that. You see, so for example, the law that says opposite and equal force. If you ever take like a scale and you push on it, you can measure how hard you're pushing on the scale, right?
It's called for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, anything that doesn't hold. That's one of his laws, you see. I think that's the second one. Or maybe the third? I failed every test in my life, so I don't know. I'm
I don't know. I'm going to post some images for you. Let's find out.
About the equal opposite reaction? You're going to post images?
Yeah, you notice how that rocket in that vacuum chamber, that tube is just shooting a straight stream out and not moving at all until that pressure wave bounces back off the wall of that vacuum chamber. And then it forms a pressure wave and then the syringe moves. That's what they fired it from. Did you notice how that stream just goes straight all the way? It would go straight. If that thing was 100 foot long, it would just keep going.
I disagree that that's what we see in that video.
No, I'm too bad, but that's what's happening. I own a vacuum chamber and I can do these tricks.
Yeah, I disagree that that's why we see in that video because...
No, you can see it in there.
Yeah, I disagree.
No, you can't disagree. You can actually just see it happening.
Yeah, what I see with my eyes happening is that the syringe starts moving just before the gas catches up with it.
That's from the igniter going off.
The igniter? Like, what do you mean?
The electric igniter in there separating. That's that little action making that thing wiggle.
Oh, so the experiment is flawed then?
No, it's not flawed. It's the electric igniter goes off, the shit shoots out, right?
Yeah.
And goes straight, hits all the way to the wall, and then you see the pressure wave starting to bounce back, and it gets pretty close, and it's still shooting out, and then whoosh, takes off because the pressure wave finally hits that exhaust.
I think the reason why...
I'm telling you why it's happening. You think the reason why. I'm telling you why it's happening.
Oh, actually, I disagree with your principal observation. I think I
see
then
go debunk me.
Yeah, I think I see it moving the moment the jet starts moving. It's
that's when the electric igniter goes off.
Well, I think it's because of the jet. You think it's because of the igniter. I think it's because of the jet.
No, it's because the igniter's moving inside of there when it separates.
Oh, well, I think it's because of the jet.
Well,
you've never even seen an electric igniter before, have you?
No.
Well, then don't argue with me about them.
I think it's moving because of the jet. I think it's moving less than you would.
Well, then you
want.
better go and duplicate this yourself.
Yeah, I can do that actually. I think. How would I? Probably by like blowing through a tube. Like if you take a paper straw and you start blowing water through it, you'll see that the straw starts moving in the other
Oh, I
direction.
got you, bro. Check out the side chat. Check this out.
I'm looking.
Loading. Give it a second.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's the one I was just about to load up. It wouldn't load in my screen yet.
If you
there you
place the
go.
vacuum just
See,
behind the straw,
you've been debunked.
yeah, if you place the vacuum behind the exhaust, yeah, I think
imagine hooking up the shop vac hose to your mouth, turning it on, and then blowing in it, and you're trying to move the shop vac that way. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I think you would need a ridiculous amount of force for that to happen.
I need to overcome the vacuum.
What does overcome the vacuum? A vacuum is just the lack of something.
Yeah, you need to create a very, very strong pressure gradient, which means you need a container. But the problem is you got like space, which is an infinity vacuum, so you don't have a defined volume.
Yeah, so I think that in this example, it's shown that the balloon, the pressure from that balloon, or like the kinetic energy of that balloon moving out, is not sufficient.
That's correct. And in your ever expanding vacuum universe, it would be far greater than your rocket expelling exhaust.
No, it's not because at some point the balloon would have to fill up the contents of the vacuum to a certain pressure.
Don't they say the universe is expanding faster than light speed?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, they say the universe is expanding faster than light speed.
It's expanding
the whole thing
over certain
over all the time,
over certain distances.
Yeah, light speed.
Yeah, the distance between my foot and my head is not expanding faster than light speed. Does not, and the claim anyone's making.
Who said anything about you expanding?
Yeah, we're talking about the volume that the air is contained in.
Yeah. So there's no air in space. I'm not going to say that there is.
Yeah, there's air in space. The air in space is wrapped around a ball.
I mean,
and water.
If you leave
that's a big problem.
if you leave the atmosphere of the Earth, yes, I'm saying there's no Earth there.
No, you're confusing your terms again.
Huh?
Have you asked him yet what's containing the oceans to Earth?
No, he won't. He's not going to be able to answer those. You can ask him.
Okay, yeah. What do you think is containing the oceans?
I think water is being pulled down by gravity.
Really? Because you know what happens to what you think is gravity, but you have water inside of a vacuum chamber?
I don't know what.
I'll show you what happens. Here, hold on.
Inside of a vacuum chamber.
You're learning a lot today. You should pay us for your education.
So here's gravity acting on a soda can in a vacuum chamber with all the liquid contents of the soda can in the vacuum chamber. You think gravity's acting on this. When we start pulling vacuum inside the vacuum chamber, guess what defies gravity?
Hold on. That's a horrible example.
Really? I'll show you an analogy here. Hold on. I'm posing one more thing.
That's a horrible example because the water inside of the soda can has been pressurized in the factory. They push it in there. So what happens is that there's a lot of pressure inside.
You mean to tell me when I open a can of pop that blows up like that every time?
No.
How much pressure is on Earth? You're breathing 14.7 psi pressure right now.
Yeah, we are. Our bodies are built to withstand that. If our bodies are built to withstand that, if it's balanced out from the outside and the inside.
So
we can
balance.
just let me, please. There's two of you. It's hard to talk.
You need a fixed volume to. Well, you need a volume to pressurize gas, dude.
Right. So as I was saying, our bodies are built to withstand a relative equilibrium between the pressure inside and the outside.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm talking about the oceans of Earth.
Yeah. So, but someone was asking me about our body. So can we stick to one thing, for God's sake?
Talk about Earth.
Okay, I would love to. You showed me a video of a can exploding. I'm trying to account for that, to explain why that happened. So the reason that happened is because there's a lot of pressure in the water in the can from the factory. They push it in there. It's highly pressurized. Water is not very compressible, so it's extremely problematic.
No, they don't compress anything in there.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
So
it's just a little bit of nitrogen on top of that, and they seal the can.
Inside of that can, there is carbon dioxide that is very bubbly. It is highly pressure. The carbon dioxide inside of there is a certain pressure, okay? And it would love to go to a lower pressure. It loves doing that. But it's not a personality trait. This is a statistical fact. A pressure is just a statistical term for the energy of, for the frequency of impacts between a surface and the, well, it's force over surface, right? So it's about the impacts, the kinetic impacts between different particles, like particles of air, and a specific surface. Inside of the can,
surfaces, surface. Your container surface, right?
Yeah, so inside of the can, the carbon dioxide.
Remember earlier, earlier, I said,
No,
that
I
requires a
wanna finish
container.
this
Remember
fucking
that?
example,
Now
brother.
it came all the way full circle to container.
Yeah, I want to finish this example, my friend. So the energy, sorry, the particles inside of the container are bouncing against the walls of the container. Now, the container walls are made of the Fanta can are made in such a way as that they can withstand this impact if on the other side they're getting support from the air, which we've discovered is 14 psi, right? That's 1 atmosphere of pressure. So we've made the aluminium be able to take the impact from the stuff inside by being reinforced by the impacts from the stuff outside. Just imagine two people pushing against each other. If you start pushing your friend as well, if you go and push him from behind, he's going to have an easier time withstanding the power of a very strong man, for example, right? So that's pressure. Pressure is just like the phenomenon of pressure, more broadly, is just the relationship between one side of the surface and the other side of the surface pushing against each other, right? So when outside of the soda can, there is no longer any support for the walls because there's no longer billions of little impacts from air molecules
it
pushing
exploded
against
because it was in a vacuum chamber and they pulled the vacuum on it. And the can couldn't withstand it anymore.
Yeah, so
you see how many words it took me to explain it?
But the reason why that happened is because a vacuum simply means
because there was air in the can.
Simply means an absence of molecules, and ordinarily around the can there will be all these molecules hitting the can walls.
So he debunked you saying that gravity holds water down. That debunked you.
Okay, thank you. So I concede 100%. So
thank you. You're right. 100%. You concede that now. So what makes water stick to a ball in outer space?
Gravity.
No, you said you concede it cannot do that.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then I don't concede. So as I was saying,
no, you do concede. You can't unconcede.
Oh, I can't. No takesies backsies. I'm sorry. I only operate within takesies backsies jurisdictions.
Takesies backsies.
Yeah. So the soda can is no longer helped by the air molecules that are hitting it from the outside because there's no longer any air molecules because that's a vacuum.
Who gives a shit?
Well, the guy posted a soda can video. I want to talk about it.
Just wanted to show you what happens to liquid.
Sorry, when people post things and make arguments about it, I want to respond them.
Put not soda cans in a vacuum.
Well, so can I talk about the soda can? Am I allowed to?
No, we're talking about the liquid. We don't need to. We could just pretend it's
from now
anything.
on, from
Any kind of liquid will do that.
do you think my point was specifically about soda?
No, that's why you're trying to get away
Oh.
from what the discussion is about. It's about liquid in the vacuum, not aluminum cans.
Yeah, actually, it'll be a very interesting experiment to only take water, and put it into a can, just plain water, and in the can, put a vacuum seal on top of it, suck all the air that's left around the water, so it's only the water inside the can. And outside of the can, there's also a vacuum. Would you like to know what happens then?
You got a vacuum chamber?
I don't. I'm poor.
I do.
Yeah. So would you please do me a favor and do this experiment?
No.
Oh. Well, then I guess I can't proceed.
No, I'm not going to risk liquid going through my vacuum pump.
Okay. Fair enough, man. Yeah. So the soda can exploded because its walls cannot withstand.
But what I can do is put a little tiny bit of water in my vacuum chamber when it's really cold outside and put some cold water in there. And when I turn it on, in about 3 minutes, it goes poof. And the whole thing inside just turns into mist. And then you see it just dry up in about 45 minutes. That's when it's cold outside. So yeah, I can do it with water. I don't even need to put it in a can. I can just put it in the bottom of my vacuum chamber.
Yeah. So I think if you would be doing just pure H2O with no gas inside of it dissolved, which I suspect is what's going on when water does that. Just pure H2O. So this is why the container the water is in needs to also be vacuumed.
Do you need me to make water? Okay, I'll make pure water. Okay.
No, I don't.
I can do that. I can do that in about 2 hours. Take me about 2 hours, 3 hours maybe.
Yeah, I was explaining the procedure. So you need to put in the
No,
container.
I don't need the procedure. I already have the equipment.
Well, the equipment isn't enough if you don't have the procedure.
Dude, you're trying to tell me stuff that you've never even done in your life.
True. So here's the experiment.
So don't, because you don't know how to do anything.
Then don't ask me then.
Remember, you said you don't know how to do anything. Nothing can be proven. There's no point in doing science. Remember how you said science this and that, and then you said there's no point. Science can't be. There's nothing to prove. Remember how you did all that? You wishy-washy back and forth.
I didn't say there's no point. I said there's no proof. Those are different things.
Right. So yeah. So no proof. So me doing what you want to do your way, there's no reason for it. You can't prove anything. Remember?
That doesn't follow.
What?
That doesn't follow logically.
What doesn't follow logic? Logic doesn't exist. Remember? Nothing exists for you.
I didn't say nothing exists.
Do you think you have hands?
I do.
How sure are you that you have hands?
Not certain. 95.
Okay, so you're not sure of anything. So really, it's hard to have any discussion with you at this point because there's nothing in your world. You have no consequences, dude. There are no consequences in your world.
Well, I think there are consequences.
No, there's not. You're not sure. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure, but not sure 100%.
So you're not sure, see?
Yeah,
you can do whatever you want because there's always that chance nothing can happen to you.
Follow. So hold on a sec. If you're not sure that there's a minefield outside of your house, but you have like a good hunch, are you gonna just willy-nilly step outside? No, you're gonna check. And in the same way, I'm not certain. I don't believe like synthetic outside external truth can be obtained like that. I don't think we can be certain of anything because it ultimately always requires an assumption about us.
So that's why nobody can talk to you anymore. Any other Globers in here? Yeah, you're done. Any other Globers in here? Somebody who has hands and knows they have hands?
Can I talk to Yoder Jones? Am I allowed to talk to him?
You talk to whoever you want. Whoever wants to put up with you without your hands and you living in a jar, go ahead.
I don't think I live in a jar.
Are you sure of it?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
So, why does that matter?
Nothing matters to you. Everything is
Lots of things
possible.
matter to me, like art and beauty and the human spirit.
No, that doesn't exist. You
I
can't
think it
prove
does.
that.
I think
No, you can't prove it. No, you
I
can't.
can't prove it. I can't prove it.
Oh, you
No,
can
but
prove art exists, but you can't prove hands exist.
I cannot prove any of those exist.
Right. So you're just talking out your ass, dude.
I'm not. No. I just don't think that we need to prove it. I don't have a compunction to prove it. I think we just have a good model that hasn't been destroyed yet. I think I have a good model of art. I think I have a good model of my hands. I think I have a good model of the outside world. All evidence I've collected so far hasn't disproven that I do have hands. Nonetheless, because of logical rigor, as Karl Popper explained, induction is not justified. Because of logical rigor, I'm not justified in saying that I've proven I have hands or that they are outside stimuli, whatever. I can't prove that. I can only say
one of my dogs to prove you have hands, though.
I can only say that the best model so far is that indeed I do have hands, and I'm okay with that. If you're not emotionally okay with that, that's
And
fine.
it's the old grumpy one laying next to me. If you come up to me, he'll bite you. You in your hand. If you put your hand out, he will bite you, thinking that you're going to try to do something to me. And then you'll go, "Fuck my hand," and that'll prove you have a hand.
I've petted many dogs, and they haven't bitten me.
So when a dog does bite you on your hand, you say "fuck my hand." Are you really meaning "oh my ear"? Or if they bite you on the foot, do you say "ouch my hand"? Is that how that
No,
works?
I operate as though I have hands, but I can't be I can't be sure of it. I operate as though that's
So if
true.
my dog bit you on the hand, okay, I could go into court with this recording and say this guy's not even sure if he has hands. So how can he be sure if a dog bit him on his hand?
I have the confidence that people that are law educated will be able to engage with Popperian philosophy of science and understand what my point is.
No, we're not doing philosophy.
Oh, okay, well, you see, the problem is that finding out how to find out things about the world is just one of the areas of philosophy. If you don't want to
Just
have
grab some tools and go do it yourself.
Oh, sure. If you don't want to engage with that, that's okay. But
wait till flat earthers realize that science is a kind of philosophy.
What's the
yeah, I mean,
philosophy?
science and philosophy share a common ancestor. It used to be the case that all the science and all the philosophy was done by the same people, namely people that had time to not toil the land and think about things. Like the same guy could be doing music, anatomy, mathematics. It just was the things you did with your head. And then eventually, as these
So you do anatomy with your head, you just think about it?
Well, they would also do observations and then think about what
So they
observation
look
meant.
at somebody and they make up things and then they say that's how it works.
And then they test whether that's actually how it works by cutting more people up.
They just cut them open then?
They cut more people up. And see,
And then they say, "Oh, we were wrong. Now what? Now what
Well,
philosophy is it?"
Yeah. So as I was saying, if you look at the history of these fields, as time went on,
Yeah, so we're not going to talk about philosophy.
well, I was talking about science. So as time
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a science experiment that proves the Earth is a globe.
You are a one-track kind of person, aren't you?
Yeah, we're in a flat Earth channel, and you're going to prove that you live on a ball using science. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've stated that the reason I think we live on a ball is because of a picture from NASA. So
no, NASA in September of 2025 was classified as an intelligence agency. They're a spy agency. So you think you're going to believe everything the KGB says to you?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's your problem.
Yeah. So I thought now that we've established where my standard of evidence is for believing.
Yeah, so nobody has to talk to you anymore. Are there any Globers in here?
You don't have to, but I was.
Floundering wants to talk here. I'm going to go ahead and mute you since you can't mute yourself.
I'm a Glober.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a pretty handsome Glober. I think that lends some credence to my words.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Doubt it.
Do you have hands?
Anyway, yeah, I do have hands. Yeah, I'm using them right now.
Are you 100% sure?
Am I 100% sure that I have hands? Yes.
Yes.
I am 100% sure that I have hands. Yes.
Okay, that's different. Okay, good.
But I do want to reiterate what I said a couple minutes ago, which is that science is a branch of philosophy.
Yippee!
So, I mean, you do kind of have to have a grounding for logic if you want to participate in science. Otherwise, none of it makes any sense.
Yeah, so here's the logic. Gravity holds water in a cup. Okay, here's the logic. I'll put the water in my vacuum chamber and remove the air to make sure I only have gravity in there. And when I remove the air, all the water disappeared. It turned into gas and left the vacuum chamber. So now I'm going to say gravity is held down by air pressure. What do you think of that for logic? Water is held down by air pressure, not gravity.
I don't know if the two are equivalent, but it's a nice
Okay,
try.
well, if I remove the air pressure, the water disappears. It turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber. That means the gravity didn't work. It worked when I put it in there until I removed the air, and then the gravity failed. What happened? Was it gravity's fault or was it air pressure's fault?
What is this experiment analogous to in real life?
The last guy said gravity is held to a ball by or water is held to a ball by gravity in outer space, and I proved him wrong, and he agreed.
Well, no, because the
Yeah.
claim needs a little bit more specificity that gravity holds water to a ball within the air pressure, because air pressure is required to prevent water from turning into gas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So how do you do all that?
How do you do all what?
How do you make water stick to a ball and with no air pressure?
Well, I told you that's the claim needs more specificity, and then I gave you a new facet
What's
to the
the
claim.
specificity? Go ahead, make it better.
I just did. I said gravity plus air pressure is what allows the water to
No,
remain.
gravity. Well, how does gravity work? Gravity doesn't pull air down.
It's an accelerated force, 9.8 meters per second squared.
No. Do you see clouds shooting down at you?
No.
Okay, then that's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. Clouds are buoyant in the
No,
atmosphere.
gases are not shooting down at you. You just said no, you don't see that.
Do you know what a buoyant force is?
Yeah, I do. What about it?
Okay, if the buoyant force matches or is greater than gravity, then it wouldn't come shooting down, would it?
So that's a density thing, relative density.
No, it's not. It's a buoyant force.
There's no
And
gravity is
you
not
can
in
measure.
any kind of measurements used for
Okay.
anything. It's not used for holding clouds
In a
up in the
balanced
air.
system, in a neutral buoyancy, what is the accelerative force of the object in neutral buoyancy? Can you tell me that?
What's neutral buoyancy?
When an object in a medium is not moving up or down.
Which medium?
Water or air, pick one.
Air. We'll pick air with helium. So the
Sure, a
balloon
cloud
just
is
sits
not
in the
moving.
middle of my room. So yeah, now
Okay.
I balanced it out.
What is the accelerative force acting on an
0.
object with neutral buoyancy?
0.
See, that's not true.
What is it?
9.8 meters per second squared.
Prove it.
You want to do a buoyancy experiment?
No, I want you to prove that object's moving that fast.
It's pretty easy.
Okay. Waiting. We're all waiting. We're on the edges of our seats.
Look it up.
Dude.
The information's readily available.
Okay. You said okay. Waiting for you.
I'm going to take this as a round Earth W.
That you told me you were going to do this, and then you told me to go look it up? That's a win, all right.
Yeah, the information's readily available to you.
What am I looking up?
The accelerative force of a neutrally buoyant object.
You said you were going to prove it to me.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay, go ahead.
Why don't you and I meet together in real life, and
Just do it right now.
and we'll get a bathtub, and
No, I
we'll
don't
fill
want
it
to meet with you in a
water.
bathtub, dude. I swear.
No, we're not getting.
That
We are
sounds
not
so
getting in the
gay, dude.
bathtub.
Holy.
We just need a bathtub. We don't need to get in.
Two
Yeah,
men and the
all that
bathtub.
sounds just
Yeah.
all wrong, dude. I'm just telling you, just the sound of it is wrong.
We're performing an experiment.
You're gonna have to form it in a lab somewhere in a university, not in a hotel room.
Yeah, it's
All
pretty
right.
funny. Bro, do you want to perform an experiment with me with a bathtub?
We both have to get in the bathtub and watch the water rise.
No, that's water displacement.
Oh, good.
I'm talking
That's
about
funny.
the force that water displacement creates.
No one
How
gives a
about I
shit.
displace your jaw?
That's what buoyancy is.
So not gravity.
It's an opposing force to gravity. Gravity pulls an object into
You
the water and
no,
then
gravity
displaces the
doesn't pull
water,
on
which
anything.
is a counterbalance to
Gravity
gravity.
doesn't pull on anything.
Okay,
Yeah,
buddy.
so if gravity doesn't affect the gas, and then the
How
gas
does
disappears
gravity
because
have little
gravity can hold on to the
ropes?
gas.
Does gravity have little lassos that it grabs onto shit with? How does your gravity work? How does it pull things out of the sky? How does it know when a plane's going over to grab onto that plane?
I think 9.8 meters per second squared is a trivially true fact at this point.
Are you
it's not
going to
even
answer me?
Is it in dispute? Is the force of gravity in dispute
You're
right
not
now?
going to. Yeah, if gravity doesn't exist for a globe anyway. Gravity only makes things go down, doesn't make things go in. So since it makes things go down, gravity is what made the Earth flat, because if you pour water on the flat surface, it just goes flat. So gravity obviously made the Earth flat. So that's ours too. It's not in contention anymore. And notice that you can't debunk me about it.
Debunk what?
Gravity made the Earth flat.
Wouldn't the Earth have to be flat for that to be true?
Yeah, we already measured it flat. That's why you guys come in here and cry at us.
Measured it flat with what?
Planar surveyors do it every day. We use lasers and cameras.
Yeah,
We can see too far.
Laser tests do not demonstrate the curvature of the Earth, buddy.
No shit.
Yeah, or lack of curvature. At best, at very best, if I give you as much grace as possible, a laser test only demonstrates local flatness. That's it.
How local?
Local to the experiment, duh.
How local? Oh, the experiment's 1,200 miles long.
Is there a 1,200 mile long laser test?
No vision test, though.
But I was talking about laser tests.
Well, infrared, just as good. Is infrared light attracted to the ball by gravity, or just laser?
You mean, does gravity change the trajectory of light?
Of just laser light, yeah.
I don't know.
Well, can't you just prove it? Couldn't you just do it somehow? Isolate gravity and then use a laser and manipulate the gravity, and you can see what it does to the light.
Depends on your model, I guess.
I don't have a model. How am I going to build a model? I don't have anything to measure.
In my model, light doesn't have mass, so
So it just goes in a straight line then.
This has been a deeply informative exercise.
You're both gay.
Mr. Professor, are you still here? Professor Triangle, are you still here? Hello? Triangle. Another win for the ball planet. You'll raise the roof for the round globe planet. Yo, it's 24/7 flat Earth. Where the Earth is flat and so are the brains. Thanks.
But here you are.
Here I am what?
Spending all your free time in a flat Earth channel.
I like to sit in here while I'm driving. I'm not really a music in the car kind of guy.
Me neither. I don't think I've sat and listened to music in 5 years.
But I'll sit and chat about the big, beautiful ball planet.
That's resting in your imagination. Sure.
Yes, sir. Big wet rock. That's where we are. Big wet rock.
So you know what comes next, right?
We become really good friends.
We can do that. But you got to prove that, though, see. Where are you driving to?
I'm driving
If you
home
don't
from
mind.
work because I work for a
Oh,
living.
so that's just a small commute then.
I'm a normie. I gotta work for a living like a normie.
Yeah, don't we all? I suppose there's some few that don't, but
Yeah, there's a guy that comes in here and claims to be a millionaire and owns 4 businesses.
that could be possible, I guess. It's not out of the reaches, I suppose. Or you could be retired as well, I guess. What time zone are you driving in?
Pacific. I live in Seattle.
Oh, nice. How's your liberal state
Not really.
doing?
It's a cesspool of degeneracy.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Is it getting nice over there on the Pacific coast?
No, it's humid and miserable. But if by nice you mean no longer winter, then yes.
Yeah. I live in the north central region by the Canadian border. We finally had our first day
You
past 60.
you in Minnesota?
Oh yeah. How'd you guess?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Dude, we don't have an accent. Come on now.
No, of course not. Why would you? You just pronounce words differently than I do.
Really? I've never noticed that though.
Oh, I never noticed that, don't you know?
Oh, stop. It ain't that bad. It's the land of hockey, you know.
It's the land of cows. We got a lot of cows.
Yeah, down south of Minnesota there's cows, for sure. I'm up north where it's more woods and lakes.
I always wanted to be a cheesemonger, but I would need to buy some cows first.
I don't know, the farmers aren't doing too good though.
Yo, T-Dub's back. What up, T-Dog? What's good? Oh, there he goes. There goes T-Dub.
Oh shit, he bounced on you quick, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't like me. That's okay. You can't be friends with everyone, don't you know?
Oh, he's back though,
Hey.
see.
Yeah, I dropped out.
Hey, T-Dub's back. What's good, T-Dog?
Oh, not much more.